It's always an amazing day when the best of the best come together to battle it out from around the world. In EMEA, whether it's London, Portugal, Germany, everyone here has found a way through these 9 weeks to put themselves in the top 20 of the best teams in the world in the ALGS. Now, the task is even harder. They must find out who are the top 8 who will be able to find their way to Mannheim, Germany in September and book a ticket to one of the most exclusive parties in the ALGS. Who will step up? Who will fall short? Well, we're about to find out. It is regional finals match point Sunday, and I can't wait to get it started with you. My name is Rain Day. I'm so glad to be here. Over last weekend, the split, and of course, this day, which is going to be very, very exciting, but I'm not alone. We brought in, like we say, the stakes are higher. Well, we brought in a little bit more talent as well, but let's go to somebody who's been here last weekend with me as well. A wonderful day we've got ahead of us, Tiff. This is where the stakes are highest in the ALGS.
They really are. And honestly, I might have to replay you saying it's match point Sunday, baby, because that's going to be so much fun for at least the teams that are going to be locking their tickets into Germany, of course. But for the ones that are just on the edge or maybe need that win here under that match point condition to really secure that ticket for themselves, I wish you the very best luck. May all of those rotations come out in full swing and everything work out for you, because, man, it's going to be a scary one out there.
And if you're just watching, you know that this is, while a game, still very emotional underneath it all. The players are going through a lot, Vicky. We've seen it behind the scenes. We're about to see what those emotions transcend to here in their gameplay today.
Yeah, there's only 8 spots left to punch your ticket over to Germany to compete with the best of the best from all around the world for a reason. And I cannot wait to join you guys here on the desk, because it's going to be one heck of a finals. And like Tiff said, may the rotations be ever in your favor. And we have to see if EMEA could really punch up there.
Suzanne Collins is so happy right now. We just had the ballad of Song and Fire and Water, and I don't know how many ballads they got. But I do know one thing. We got the ballad from Down Under today. We had to bring in some more talent. We've seen like APAC games go crazy. Well, we wanted a crazy day, so we brought someone from APAC to join us. Our good friend Gino. Welcome back on the broadcast, man. Happy to have you here on our Sunday.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we saw 16 teams on match point in APAC North. APAC South was a little bit shorter. We only got to 7 games there. But you know what? I'm feeling greedy, man. I wanted more. So I'm back here today for the EMEA and the North American match point finals. And I'm so keen to send the rest of our teams we're going to see at Mannheim, Germany.
Well, here it is. Let me introduce it here, because we've done the singles, but I think we got a little hangout here, a little 4-box, different from our usual 3-box, but it is regional finals, so we are going to mix it up. We're going to spice it up a little bit for our fans watching at home. Welcome everybody who's tuned in early as well on Play Apex on YouTube or on Twitch. So let's get into it. We've got 20 teams. They've worked hard to get here. There were 30 teams who started out in EMEA, and these are the ones. From Alliance to FA Kids to Trojan to Exo Clan, everyone here has a story, Tiff.
They really do. And honestly, the last time I was on a match point finals Sunday for regional finals, I'm going to go ahead and say it. Fire Beavers won in the EMEA region. So I'm looking at Taskmaster under DMS. They have the capabilities of converting that. But not only that, Oirein and 9 Impulse locking in under the Aurora roster. Now, those are 2 teams that are almost in that must-win scenario, and I would love to see them do it today.
Very great overview of what we've got as you look at the teams, their coaches, their players. Let's dive into the stakes, though, a little bit deeper, because 2 teams have already put themselves in a position to occupy 2 of the 8 slots. That's Alliance and Gaming Gladiators. But FaZe Clan, Passion UA, maybe pretty close to it as well. Vicky Kitty, though, everyone else in this top 10 and 20, they've got a chance.
Absolutely. With FaZe and Passion having 90 points, they basically have punched their ticket in, but they still need to be able to at least show up for today for the regional finals. It's crazy to say that time has flown by so quick here, but looking all the way down at the gap between Passion and Trojan with 82 points, and then looking at the second page, you could tell that especially the teams from NIP all the way down to Eternal, there's a lot on the line here, so that way you also could be considered for the top 8, or at least try to secure that dub in the regional finals, Rain Day.
I mean, let's be honest, 21 points between DMS, who are sitting in 11th, still out of qualification, and Eternal, who are 20th. So that would be like saying there's a chance Dumb and Dumber style with Jim Carrey. Maybe 1 in a million, but it's not that. It's 1 in 20. You've got to win, Genome. And here's a little bit of a deeper and actually very impressive look at some of these odds you put together.
Yeah, look, real shout out to the guys from Reddit who put together the tool that allowed us to visualize this, their names down the bottom there. And yeah, it gives you such a great idea because you can see which teams near that 8th position, remembering that 8 teams will go through from this region, have a chance to have a really good day today and maybe just get there on points. And when we get down to the teams that are around 5%, that's essentially saying the only way you can get through is by taking out the match point finals, grabbing that golden ticket and heading straight to Germany with it.
A big shout out as well to Bereft 13 and Boring Cactus for helping us put that together. So much of the community really assisting with these storylines. But the story here, it talks for itself. Effect, 14 kills above the 2nd place kill leader, who is his teammate, Unlucky. And we go to another pair of teammates right behind in 3rd and 4th place, Kinda and Henchman, alongside Matafe and, of course, Zidane, rounding out our top 5 from free agent kids. But these are our top 10 individual performers. It doesn't, however, tell the story of the teams, because you can have a team be greater than the sum of its parts. And Tiff, a team that was performing better than most expected in one of their earliest splits for some of their players in the Pro League ever, has been Danish. But after last week, might be questioning whether they've kept their momentum or not heading into regional finals.
Yeah, it was really good to hear from Young Hong Kong. Not only that, we learned used to be a SoundCloud rapper, which is pretty exciting, but we're going to need some electric gameplay out of this roster alongside Sherp and Fricks if they want to stamp that ticket into LAN. Now, you got a brief overview of that match win. Now, knowing that they landed down beast on Storm Point, they went staging for World's Edge. They're locking in their same POI picks throughout today. And when I spoke to Young Hong Kong kind of after the performance that they had, he was talking about, yes, I'm feeling confident going into regional finals, but our goal is to focus on getting to zone and our rotations down pat. Because as you can see, after that initial match win, the rotations kind of went to shambles. They're just getting broken down, and it's really tough. Immediately, once you get one knocked, it's very hard to hit that regain. You can see Young Hong Kong just on the Bangalore, lock it in the smokes, just getting chased down, which inevitably is going to happen. There's a lot of seers that are going to be prevalent in the mix, so you're not going to have a lot of chances to rat. And if your rotation goes awry, like I said at the top of the show, may all the small mistakes be non-existent for this roster today. They only had 21 points on that final match day with 3 eliminations, and 13 of those points came from that initial win on that down beast zone. And when you kind of go back and you look at a lot of their historical performances, they've won 4 regular season games, right? So that only person that's outlying on that would be Gaming Gladiators with 5 overall wins. And they've been relatively split across their points or their eliminations per map. So I think they've got a really strong chance, if those rotations go well for them today, to win match point finals. But I don't know, Vicky, I know you were looking at some other teams.
Yeah, there's a team that's right there, pretty safe to say, but you know, when it comes to regional finals, you can't count out any squads, especially the teams that have been ramping up, because I want to talk about the Cinderella story that is Trojan. This team came through split 2 qualifiers, and they placed 3rd, right behind Danish when they themselves had qualified into Pro League. Now, they are sitting in 5th place overall with 82 points, and they just had their best match day performance on match day 8, where they won the entire day in first for groups A and C. A very stacked lobby, by the way. You talk about Alliance, Gaming Gladiators. Well, they found consistency on both Storm Point and World's Edge in placement and in kills. That's with them getting first place in game number 1 with 11 kills, and then consistently making a statement, getting 3rd, getting 6th, getting 3rd, 2nd again, before, you know what, they rested up a little bit. They didn't have the best performance in that final game, but today, this is where it all matters here for Trojan. They want to squeeze up as many points as possible if they want to be one of the teams to not only achieve their dreams after coming through the qualifiers, but playing on the big stage where their nerves will absolutely be tested as a competitor. As you can see from the very beginning of match day 1 to match day 8, the performance that I was talking about, this team has only ramped up and gotten better from placement to all the KP that they were able to squeeze up.
Such an interesting point to bring up. Both of those teams, Danish coming from a high and going to a low, and of course Trojan coming from a high now hoping to stay there. It's like any good story, you've got these arcs of development. And in this moment, I want to go to one of the heroes, or at least one of the more prominent figures in EMEA over the course of our ALGS. It's NIP and Natsuki. And Genome, I'll leave the question to you. What part of his hero's journey is he on? Is he on the downslope, or is this his chance to get back to the top?
That's a great question. It's been a bit of a roller coaster, this split, hasn't it? I mean, their split was bookended by two 18th places, but on match day 3, they walked away with the win. So, look, Naski's definitely still got that dog in him. But when we think about this split, and especially recently, you know, it was a rough split, a rough last match day. You know, Naski, with the recent changes in the meta, he was trying to pilot the refrigerator. Let's have a listen and see how that went for the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Just going back to the other building. Yeah, take the height. Just him off the height.
No!
Bro, Naski.
I died.
Come play in here, Zane.
Yeah. Fuse on the other building. Bro, man.
All good. We 2v2.
Yeah. Bang, correct. Bang one. Literally one. Bangs one. Oh, the other team's behind you. Other team's behind you. It looks free.
No, there's a team there.
There's a team, yeah.
We might have to land over here. We might have to just fight someone.
No, come kill this guy, Amphi.
Yeah, I'm grappling in.
Bang one. Bang dead.
Bang dead. One across.
On the right.
I'm swinging the right.
You have to kill the guy.
Yeah, I'm pushing.
Left. Almost cracked him.
33, no, down on my back.
No, it's just...
Man. We need to hold out. Help.
Coming. Oh, bro.
I'm good.
No, this is our only spot to play.
Play for
We
the
just have to
bridge,
play here.
take the bridge.
No, we can play here.
When these
Oh,
guys
no, we
see you,
can't.
yeah.
Yeah, we're just dead, bro. We're literally just dead.
Go to the bridge, Zane. Dude, how the man? I just died again. I'm into 2 games.
Ooh, rough scenes there for NIP. Naski was not in a good place. You can see, I mean, once upon a time, Pathfinder had one of the hardest hitboxes to hit in the game, but that's just not the case anymore. We see him falling down first time and time again. And what does that mean for their chances today? It means they need to win. Realistically, you can see here the mantra, Naski trying to bring that to life, trying to manifest it here with his tweet. They have to win today, and they've put themselves in a good position for it with their POIs, but it's certainly a lot to ask to come out number 1 of these 20 great teams we've got here today.
Well, great stories to follow along. And there's so many more. Those were 3 teams that we highlighted, but there's 17 others participating, which means anybody has a chance, if they win, to book their ticket to Mannheim and be the regional finals champion. However, much easier said than done. And just like we've got a team here on broadcast for you, we've also got a team who wasn't able to make it on broadcast, who has their thoughts on who's going to take home the crown.
My pick for the EMEA regional finals has to be Gaming Gladiators.
So when it comes to EMEA, the team that I think has the best chance of winning regional finals for me has to be Gaming Gladiators.
My pick for the weekend is going to be the Gaming Gladiators.
And the biggest reason for that, in my opinion, is the fact that they're just so consistent. Whether that's finding themselves in top 4 positions consistently on days where they're having really good series, or the fact that they're able to constantly close out matches to get those wins, sometimes in a back-to-back fashion.
On top of the fact that they got both Mills and Climatizer, they have excellent kills placement and points per game, only bested by the likes of Alliance. End of the day, last light Lufka. They've shown the grind, they've been here before, and now have the chance to potentially take it all.
And they have been accruing experience, particularly on World's Edge over at Climatizer. That pick being uncontested for them, they were able to secure it once again in finals, and I think that's going to be their key to victory this weekend.
2 teams actually who have separated themselves from the pack just a little bit so far this split, and it's going to be Alliance and GG. Now, obviously, number 1 and number 2 going into regional finals, but I just think that Alliance are going to edge it with their experience that they have in the match point format.
The team that I think that's going to win the EMEA regional finals is Alliance. I know that's a cop-out answer. They're in first place at the moment, but they will be playing out of Skyhook West and the best POIs on World's Edge. When it does get to match point, finding that victory is going to be important to have a good POI. And also, they have Trident on Storm Point, something they have tried and tested all season long. You get Northpad alongside it, and they look like they really want it. They want to prove a point. I'm expecting an Alliance win.
Do you guys remember that time that Kashera almost won Split 1 playoffs in 2023? Me too. I'm feeling good about it. I think the teams look good this split. They convert out of top 5s pretty well, and I'm going with Go Next.
I love it, but I got to give a shout out to Dia. Again, going against the grain, while all of our talent giving you some very well-educated choices of previous experience and what to expect here with Alliance and a lot of gaming gladiators taking the cake. It's going to be very, very fun to see. And if you want to watch all those storylines develop, see who wins, see how they win, well, then I know the place for you. It's Face It Watch. You can check out all of those rotations and check out the comms. Even if you're looking back on, well, what happened last week? You can see those VODs from those different POVs from teams through your choice of selection and follow along with your favorite IGLs, your favorite fraggers, or maybe just listen to the comms of a team that's doing well and see what's making them tick. How's the emotional state? That matters in a game like Apex. If you're just like me, though, or some of our casters, why don't you throw that map screen on? That'll help you understand the rotations and how the game is played at a high level. So control it and watch it at Face It Watch. Well, we've got such a great day ahead of you, and I am so glad to be here again. Rain Day, Tiff, Vicky, and Genome. We will be your talent throughout the day for our regional finals for EMEA and North America later on. Tiff and I, we're going to take a little bit of a break, but to get it started, we've got Vicky and Genome with game one right around the corner.
Thank you so much, Rain Day Genome. We are back at it again, this time with a regional final. I said it earlier, but where has the time gone? I feel like I blinked and the entire split 2 has just passed us, but with some awesome changes to really incorporate the consistency that some of these teams have had to deal with. I'm talking about POI drops. I'm talking about mid-season patches, and it's been nice to see how this has affected the way that some of these teams have approached. I want to put emphasis on the IGL and how they've had to approach some of these rotations and these drastic circle pulls, whether it be same circles that we've constantly have been seeing or different circles that come towards these different areas that have changed mid-season. But this is regional finals, which means that we have match point format. And for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with match point format, a team needs to hit 50 points. And once they are at 50 points, they'll be able to then sit down at match point format, then get the win right after they hit those 50 points to be the first place winners for our regional finals. But nonetheless, Genome, even if we finish before 6 matches, we still gotta go the entire distance, play all 6 matches to secure where our top 8 squads are in the EMEA region.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting change that we've had since year 3 of ALGS. It's just to give a little more consistency to the format and just make sure that, you know, if we have someone that runs away with it, like Reject Winity did in APAC North and Split 1, for instance, the other teams still get a chance to show, show their stuff and make sure that the best 8 teams here in EMEA are going to be qualifying.
And that's also with the regional final teams. If we do finish before these 6 games, that's them stepping out of the lobby. So that would leave 19 teams in this lobby here too. But of course, that is to say if we do finish before 6, because I feel like we have a pretty good distributed lobby here, Genome, for our top 20 squads that have made it into this regional final. We talk about giving gladiators landing over by Mill. Very heavy POI there, as they usually have a beacon. They could get a safe rotation depending on where some of these edge circles have been pooling, all the way down to even NIP landing in Lightning Rod, a team that absolutely needs to get that dub.
And there's something that we definitely need to point out here, Vicky, and that's that the POI draft system has changed from our regular split to the regional finals, right? So in the regular split, it was a snake draft. If you got pick 1, then you'd get pick 40. Here in the regional finals, we are rewarding the teams who did better during the split. That means if you get pick 1, you also get pick 21. And that's why, a team like Alliance is able to walk away with their second pick here, which as you can see was pick 21. But that means they got pick 1 over in World's Edge, which we'll see later on.
And that's going to be huge to know. That changes a lot for these teams when it comes to picking their POIs and what is available for our last picks here, like Outplayed, picking in that last place spot for Storm Point before we transition onto World's Edge. And it is also nice to know, since it is regional finals, aside from hitting that 50-point threshold and taking the dub, that we are swapping maps every 2 games. So that also goes hand in hand with the teams that can make these adjustments the fastest before one of these teams take that dub.
Looking around the map here, Vicky, Ninjas in Pajamas was definitely one of the teams I wanted to highlight. A lot of people saying they were the winners, in quotes, of this draft. Considering the fact that they were further down that pick order, but they still managed to walk away with both Lightning Rod and Thermal, 2 strong POIs, two POIs that will favor their playstyle coming into the regional finals today.
especially playing closer to the edge here. I'm looking now currently at Storm Point, Aurora landing in Devastated Coast. A team like Aurora that just unfortunately have not been able to find that stride within the second split, but now's the chance in the regional finals to really pull off something different. And we highlighted, the refrigerator, the Pathfinder that we saw from Natsuki that was absolutely not working out in terms of positioning. But with that mid-season patch and with the changes that we saw with Bloodhound, we have also been able to incorporate the Seer into some of these compositions, kind of mixing things up because still a lot of these other squads are feeling confident with the Pathfinder, the Fuse, two legends that with their perks could either scan a ring console or a survey beacon. Depends on the way that some of these teams want to take advantage of those perks as we get started for our first game here in the regional finals.
I mean, how cool is it? How great is it just to see the diversity in the meta here, Vicky? It's lovely. I mean, if you go and look at the stats for some of the other regional finals that have already been played, we had more team compositions played throughout the series than there were teams, okay? That hasn't happened for a long time, even especially earlier on in the split when it was like 100% pick rates with Bangalore and with Bloodhound. This new meta is honestly looking one of the most refreshing, fun, and different metas we have had in Apex Legends competitive in a long time.
I love it, especially with the Fuse here too. Some teams feeling very confident being on that Fuse from the very beginning. Thinking about players like, Bambino on the other side here. But now with Fuse being incorporated, the Pathfinder on top of it, I know Onset is having a ball, always seeing that Pathy. But also with the grapple reset, we have to talk about why we're seeing more of these legends come in, especially after that mid-season patch. As we take a look at our first circle of the day, possibly pulling over to that northern pylon side.
Yep, we've got Circle definitely going down there. I mean, would it possibly pull back to Jurassic or something like that? I don't know. I think there's a decent chance this one continues to go towards Pylon. As you can see, Exo Clan, who are landing in Jurassic, they're not sticking there. They're not, sitting around and taking up one of those buildings. They are going to continue their way in and use that priority to get into a building in Pylon.
Gonna be huge here too for FaZe. Gonna be able to also have that assault pin right there. FA Kids are gonna be shooting the spiders over to their left side too, with a lot more of these squads already making their way into that circle, like EXO coming out of Jurassic. They had the ring console, they had a survey beacon, but first looking at Black Hand, looking to try to take a fight already with the scan. Hierarcha taking some damage, so is Uchaku. They're gonna have to back away. They wanted to get the jump originally on this team here in command. I believe this is gonna be DMS, but DMS holding two different split angles.
It's an interesting place to run into each other. See, there's a few routes in and around command center. Means you don't necessarily have to take this fight early on in the game. You've got options, but looks like the teams are going for it. Just like Gaming Gladiators are getting straight into it here and picking up the first kill on Zanya.
All right, let's not waste any time here for Gaming Gladiators. We talked about the fact that they're going to be exiting out of Mill, and they've already been able to cut off players. Danish also trying to prioritize their rotate on a Trident, while Gaming Gladiators still get their hands dirty here on that south side of Mill. This is another POI, by the way, for this game, that they had a ring console and a survey beacon. So they wanted to take this early fight. They got that one pick. They left Jukes incredibly low, so now he's going to have to take advantage of popping that Phoenix kit, as you see right there. But Blast still trying to make sure he could see them since they have a Trident right in front of them. Also working into Gaming Gladiators playstyle on playing more so by the edge of the circle and trying to clean up as many kills as possible.
Yeah, I mean, Mill often can be such a fast rotate POI. It's very fast to loot. You do spawn with that Triton, so if they want, I'm sure they could have zoomed down a little bit further towards Pylon, but as you say, deciding to cut off players and grab some KP early on instead. I think it's a fair choice by these guys, and one of the differences that the POI draft has made, Vicky, that we're seeing a lot of the IGLs talk about is just how more unpredictable everything is now. Back when all the same teams landed in all the same POIs, it was very easy to get into a routine, to get into that flow of knowing where everyone was moving around you. Those days are long gone, and it is a lot more hectic moving from A to B now on Storm Point and World's Edge.
Especially with the inclusion of Evo Harvesters, right? You know that that's going to start building up a pathway for a lot of these teams to prioritize. Just like we see a lot of teams already prioritizing where they're predicting that end circle. Look at Na'Vi coming in, another team flying in from the skies. Good rotation on that zipline, by the way, because that was exactly when that team had just landed from the evac tower. But there's a lot of places to coexist here in Pylon.
There is. It's a big POI. There's, you know, the little encampments on 3 sides of it, as well as inside, which can be a little more tricky to hold. And as you can see, Slayers, they try and get set up with this Watson, one of the best players for holding these inside rooms, because there's so many doors, there's so many avenues that you can't necessarily block all of them off. And as we can see, other teams trying to usurp their position.
Also doesn't have the Jenny rate here either just yet. Young Hong Kong in the feed is able to get a knock onto Kinda. We know that they're actually sharing the other side of Pylon currently from where EXO is currently standing. But playing this a lot safe here too, knowing how many other squads are within the vicinity. Max Dreyfus just trying to take a different angle onto Na'Vi. Taffy is going to have to pop in that med kit here, but they're basically holding these 2 different angles while also splitting their attention to the team that's up on the high ground.
Something you've got to worry about. Na'Vi, luckily for them, do have the Moby in their hands. They're going to chuck that down to try and get Kinda back into this. But let's see if the other teams start casting their eyes in their direction. Is there going to be pressure, too much pressure, maybe for them to get this off? You know, Matafe at least will have the smokes to try and assist him in this.
Huh. This mother load is absolutely huge. Something that we've been seeing a lot too with the exploit on the evac tower into that mother load.
How big that is.
It is so ginormous. It's literally encapsulating the entirety south side of Pylon. Crazy to say. While we look on the other side, a team looking to take that first place dub and rocking the lifeline. It is Aurora, and Oi Rain is incredibly low. They back away. They got jumped on. Now you have Kazakh, who's going to be able to put down the drone, but can they get the full reset with 9 Impulse also losing out on his shield?
Yeah, you can see there, Kazakh's already got up to red. You prioritize giving the, you know, the extra Evo, the Evo caches over to your lifeline so you can get that extra supply drop in, and then, you know, you can chain that into a red armor. So that helps them out early on, but the rest of the team is on blue, right? So they are vulnerable. That's why you see them taking those first couple of hits.
Gotta give it to Aurora, who are not standing down from this lifeline composition here too. They've been rocking it from the very beginning. Before they went through the roster changes, they're still sticking to it. That's why you know that they have the red Evo shield already, considering that you got the lifeline care packages too. You want to try to prioritize your Evo harvester pathway. Currently, NIP had backed away to wrap around to Stormcatcher so that way they could get even more information, maybe an Evo Harvester themselves. Well, now Aurora are going to be able to now rotate through Launchpad side right behind Blacklist. But look at the amount of teams, Genome, in the Pylon side. From the very beginning, we saw the fast rotations from a lot of our squads. And now Gaiman Gladiators wrapping around through Jurassic right behind another team.
Yeah, as we can see, pulling very much on top of Pylon, so chances of it being Jurassic diminishing rapidly. You can also see that south encampment out of Pylon not in the next zone either, so interesting that, you know, no one decided to play down there and bank on that one. I guess a lucky read or, a, you know, an informed read for any teams who might have been considering that as an option.
Lions finding themselves in a fight here. One of the broken buildings over by the edge of Jurassic. I believe Gaiman Gladiators be right next to them, as well as Stay Healthy and Trojan, like we saw in that map feed. There was a ring console here, so you can expect a lot more teams to try to rotate in this direction as effect. Having to take some cover. Looking at the evac tower, there's the evac into the motherload. Look how big it is there on the other side, but missing out on some of those players while GG just sit pretty inside of this building, trying to take advantage of the seer tack.
Yeah, that's a great point, Vicky, because we do have both the ring console and the survey beacon available. There's so many teams in Jurassic, though, that it'll be quite hard to hit them. Maybe if you've got the smoke, that will be enough. You know, look, a dome of protection from a Gibby will be pretty good here right now, I can tell you that. But the thing is, once they hit those, even if they hit both of them, at ring 3, usually that gives you quite a lot of direction. I honestly think if you hit that now, you're just going to be like, well, guess we just got to fight some teams and walk in, because there are very few spots to play available in Pylon as it stands.
Especially if you're coming from this side of the circle, right? Where you're gonna have to get through that choke where there's an evil harvester on the other side of the fence, and you basically only have that tree on the north side of Pylon to really take any cover and utilize the hill to get out of the line of sight of the other squads that will be on that low ground by Pylon. So Alliance trying to look to see if they can clear this entire side. But again, that's against teams like Trojan, Stay Healthy, Game and Gladiators who are already in that building here, with other squads like Eternal who like to take their time to rotate into that next circle, who they might not even have where that next circle is pulling to yet.
Crucial information. I mean, yeah, there's a survey beacon up near them. I'm not sure if they already hit that or not. Anyway, we've got NIP over here down on the south side. They're going to try and make their way through the eastern entrance to Pylon. Let's have a listen in with Nip for this rotation.
They dropped off. Two dropped off. They moved up close, Amphi, by the way. They moved up to the fingers. There's only...
I'm 5-5, okay? Yeah, they're on my ping zone, on my ping.
You guys hold them out, okay? Get better position.
Yep. I'm in a great position to hold them.
They're here,
I think it's only one team in the compound.
They're just rotating in the open, literally in the open.
I'm looking.
Bang went back.
40 on bang. Party 30.
Party 40. I'm queuing.
Party 30 again.
Blue armor in the compound. It might be a fucking phase.
This is actually not bad. We have a lot of space here. This is good.
Yeah.
What are they doing, these guys?
Remember, listen, there's a drop coming down. They can
zipping on me. Yeah, I'm looking.
I'm walking up to you.
Party's cracked. I'm queuing them. I'm nailing them. I'm fucking them.
Look how much of a great scanner.
I'm backing out. I got the pin.
150 bar.
I need a bar.
Pass one on zip.
I'm gonna kill these guys.
Free kill, Zane.
They're both one.
Careful, choke,
Party, all dead.
Nice. Careful, 3P. Red ping, 2P.
I'm good. If they push us, I can eat my Qs over.
Team it, choke.
Oh shit.
One shot on the back.
I might die. Bro, this rock is so bugged.
Can you come back?
Yeah, I'm batting. I'm good. I can get to the building maybe.
Listen, I have 1 HP up here. I have 1 HP up here.
Yeah. I'm just crossing to you guys. We're good.
I can eat back forward and you confuse us. We can take space.
Yeah, we can if you want.
I wanna eat. To be honest, we're not looking. I think we know. We have to fight the choke.
You can see, considering options there for the Ninjas, they're not within the next zone yet, so they're actually going to pop an evac and see if they can find somewhere to slide in. It will move to the north of Pylon, actually kind of in between both of those little compounds. So I don't know if they're going to be able to find some space. I think there's like a little tree that you can kind of hide behind there, but until later, there's still going to be teams with angles on them.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, too. Like we already saw before, there's so many teams already in Pylon. If you want to take the Hail Mary evac, good luck. But they did not opt to do that. They're just going to walk into the edge of the circle where DMS tried to third-party them. Well, this fight also has just not stopped. The tree's on fire. The Seer ult has been called in. The exhibit trying to exhibit where all these players are currently situated in, with Gaiman Gladiators moving ahead of Alliance to now cut them off now that Ring 3 is closing in.
They have to be able to repel this attack here by Alliance, and they've got about 40 seconds to do it. Vicky, they can move slightly more up and still stay on this side of the fence, but you know, this fight has to happen sooner or later. I don't think Alliance have another option out of this way, and you know, just as soon as they do that, you're going to have other teams like Eternal, Trojan, Blacklist moving up on the north side.
That's what I was afraid of originally here, too, since Alliance was wrapped around Game and Gladiators. Now that they're forced to engage, the catwall has been called in, and Alliance are trying to take this isolated fight. They get the first knock here from Effect. They trade it, though, as Effect had overextended just a little bit. Lefka's the only one with some shields. Light needs some help, but coming out of the circle, you're feeling the pressure before the third party comes in from Blacklist. Eternal are wrapped up on the other side of Alliance, and they go down. Look at everybody dropping like flies. Hockeys is the only one alive, but is he built different here? We have to reload both the Nemesis and Havoc. There's only so much you could do when Blacklist, as a full 3-stack, was still alive across the fence.
And you can see here, NIP have tried to move in and take this compound away from DMS. They actually get it done. Do they have the Moby, however, to bring Nasky back into this? You can see, change things up. No longer on the Pathy here on Storm Point.
It's gonna be hard, yeah, with a lot of teams having the evac tower, especially the squads having the fuse as a legend composition to rock with. Wondering here if they're gonna be able to make some miracles happen, because now NIP rocking as a duo with Cybercats, looking at them alongside Go Next, who are secured inside of the building that's on the outskirts of where NIP are currently situated in. But teams like EXO, FaZe, Navi, Danish, those are the squads that predicted the direction of where the circle is pulling on the north side of Pylon, while Blacklist currently are facing off against Trojan, the two teams that wrapped up behind Gaming Gladiators and Alliance. Now engaging in a fight here. Hierarcha, though, gets beamed. He gets knocked. He had the gold knocked down originally here, too, with JMW finally putting down the gen. Ochako, though, incredibly low. These hip fire shots, he gets the crack. Can the follow come in, though, from JMW?
Yeah, but what is the Pylon doing at this point in the fight? He needs to be engaging with his teammates. They almost make it work. I mean, look how close that was.
What?
But Trojan, they've got those... They've got the gold knock. Do they actually get the reset in time? No, they only get time to bring one member back in. And ANC outplayed, who sit in the compound in front of them, should easily be able to pick up these kills.
And that's why fighting here from the direction of this side of the circle is so risky. You could always expect the team to be holding down that northern compound, and it was OP waiting for Trojan here as they try to take a different angle. But right behind OP is Danish. They got to split their attention to the teams that have been holding the very top of Pylon phase. Since this is their POI, Trojan get eliminated with 11 squads left, and now OP have cleared this entire north side of the circle.
All right, circle closes in. Teams within Pylon actually going to be very safe. They should just be able to leapfrog and keep moving their way through the buildings, because the next circle, Vicky, actually has a lot of the middle of Pylon in it. The final circle will be closing just outside where that main building is here, actually. So the high ground, where FaZe, the team who has been landing here at the Pylon, incredibly safe. This game has almost been gifted to them.
But it's kind of a little scary with the teams that have been here from the very beginning that don't have an Evo Harvester to really take advantage of the different Evo Shield charges that you could work with by endgame and FAKs. Yeah. We're looking at them all the way on the other side here, but that's why they're still rocking the full blue Evo Shields that they have currently.
Yeah, it's a tricky trade-off, isn't it? I mean, you know, they've made it into the top 11 squads now. Can they push that a little bit further for a few more placement points? FaZe, I'd say their position is a little bit different because they have that high ground. Their angles on so many other teams around mean that they don't need the Evo Harvesters as much. They should, I say should, be able to get to purples just by poking and prodding and doing the damage from up there. You know, assuming that they brought enough ammo with them.
Like the energy ammo that we saw from our spot down below, while Cybercats, a team rocking the Gibby, the only team in the lobby rocking the Gibby. Cybercats, they always keep doing this to us here, Genome. And with the Bloodhound here too, they have a Moby ready to go just in case they try to take onto that second floor here. And trying to see if they could at least coexist with the team that's holding the high ground, which again, I expect it to be FaZe as OP involved in a fight. They're getting shot at a different angle. NG Jax gets taken out first. Will is unable to pop a shield back just yet, but I'm not expecting these squads to at least give up their positioning as they coexist next to each other.
Yeah, Danish now pushing in for the kill. This could be such an important fight here. ANC outplayed. If they had have, you know, just had gone the other way, honestly, could have been their game to lose. Danish, I'm surprised they aren't going a little bit further. Is it because, you know, they can't see them in the seer ult? Is it because they just want to hold this spot? I guess, yeah, now they've fully pushed out ANC, outplayed. Why not just hold under the bridge? This is a fantastic spot for them. You know, other teams sort of trying to come in on the other side, like Ninjas in Pajamas. They've gone down now. You know, they tried to play it out with two. I actually heard their coach Don saying this week, I don't want you to guys, I want you to hold 3 evacs and not use Mobies. And that might be coming back to hurt them right now because, you know, they won that fight cleanly and then didn't have a Moby to reset.
It's exactly the issue that we were expecting to see, as Navi is going to meet them right back in the lobby too. I do say, though, that was a crazy evil shield shot after he got stuck with the Arc Star. And that's coming to play here too, with so many squads still bunkered down inside of these buildings. Then on the other side, FaZe, yes, they are the squad that have been holding onto the rooftop, the best position you could hold for a circle like this before they inevitably have to drop down. But that's with 4 other teams, 5 squads rather, that have to funnel their way outside of these buildings into Danish's line of sight. You mentioned it before, Gino. Danish winning that north side is absolutely huge after they took out OP, because now there's less squads to try to contest them other than FaZe who have to drop down.
Yeah, and there we go. As expected, FaZe did manage to get up onto the purples just by poking away. But as you can see, there's not a lot of attachments. There's not a huge amount of ammo left, because your options on resupplying, unless a team basically pulls up and ints you, it's very hard to resupply when you're up there on the top. They do manage to pull up onto this care package, though, so maybe that'll be of some help to them.
We absolutely take those here too. Play it off with some cover here, because they know that there's a team right next to them. Cybercats on the other side. Mezuko too, sending out the spikes from the Catalyst. But while they coexist, the Gibby ult has been called down. It's raining from above. FaZe do not get in that line of sight, and now have the opportunity to close in the gap here. Stay healthy. They get eliminated. Our last 4 squads left, while Danish still goes uncontested on this north side.
All right, FaZe have moved from one high ground to another. Is this enough for them to pressure the teams below them, or do Danish, considering the fact that they're so split from all of the other teams and out of all of this chaos, do they have the better position?
This is so crazy here looking at Danish, but FaZe Clan only down to 1. It looks like Cybercats with Cleave and the Gibby bubble allows them to reset. Ranches, is it going to be able to pop the med kit here? Lonzy, the only one healthy. They got the knock originally. They got 2 on the other side, but they have to watch on the other side of this catwall too. They're trying to get the reset here, trying to get all the KP that they need, because Cybercats is one of the teams that need to get first place today if they want a shot at making it into Split 2 playoffs.
Well, it's a big start for them. Cutting off the other teams and being able to take the isolated fight there with the Gibby bubble was huge for their chances, but now it's getting even harder. Danish looking better and better.
FaZe is still alive in this circle. Look at Arctic, who swipes down and swings on young Hong Kong. Arctic is still alive. He's playing off the low ground, the last one alive. They drop down on him and he cannot clutch it. Cybercats, when all the odds were against them, they start off strong, taking game number 1 on Storm Point.
No way! That is a crazy position from the Cybercats to win that 4. I mean, okay. Look, having the Gibby bubble there was so crucial. They couldn't have taken that fight up on the roof without that. They would have been getting beamed from every direction. So absolutely showing some utility there in why that pick is apparently still viable.
That worked so perfect for. They also rotated, by the way, from like Echo HQ, so they came from that south side of Pylon when they were fighting their way around through the side and outer skirts of Pylon on that north side. But that was crazy to rock that composition for the bubble to help them when FaZe dropped down from the high ground. You saw the catwall behind FaZe there too. They lost out onto Arctic, still cleaned up a good amount of KP at the very end, but it's Cybercats that need those points more than FaZe, since we, again, considering FaZe and where they're standing with their points, basically, especially with that KP, locking in their ticket. But Cybercats with the dub to start off the day was not what I was expecting, Gino.
No, it's going to be moving them closer to match point. I mean, I feel like what we've seen from Gibraltar compositions in recent times is it's hard for them to get to the end game. They have, not as much utility in sort of other situations throughout the mid game, but once you get to the end game, my lord, are they strong. The defensive bombardment as good as ever. I didn't quite catch where they used that in all the chaos there, but any of those teams who were coming out from underneath the building would have been absolutely slaughtered by it. Maybe they used it to open up that the fight on the high ground where the bubble went down. Maybe they used it to push Danish out from their great spot behind. I'd love to get that information at some point, but you just know that ult was coming in clutch there in those end circles.
Can't wait to see how much KP they were also able to scoop up, because utilizing that bombardment, like you say, when the circle was in the way that it was when everybody was forced to funnel out, and then also hearing the fight that was happening on the north side out in the open with Danish, and then FaZe being on the opposite end of them when they had already used the Gibby bubble. It was just huge space created. As we take a look at the match results, they finished with 8 KP on top of the dub, with FaZe right behind them, 8 KP too. Pretty heavily kill oriented here, even looking all the way down to Navi with 6 KP.
Whoa, 17 for FaZe, man. That is one where you're definitely blessing RNGesus. I mean, like that circle was delivered to them on a platter, and you know, they didn't win, but look, 17 points, you absolutely take that any day of the week. But yeah, Na'Vi picking up the 6 KP there is a solid effort from them as well. Remember, we don't get advanced standing points in this anymore, Vicky. That's because the teams are now advantaged by where they sit in that seeded POI draft.
Exactly, and that's what you were highlighting too before when we're taking a look at the different POIs that some of our squads were able to take advantage of. Even NIP over here, we mentioned no Moby, Nasky being the first one out for the squad, forcing them to play that out as a duo, getting at least 6 KP, but lacking out on the placements as we've seen before.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting discussion, right? The reason why Don said that was because they are relying so much on that Fuse ult that they want to guarantee having those evac towers to enable the widespread of the mother load. But obviously, it comes at a cost.
It does, and that was just game number 1 on Stormpoint. We got one more game to go on Stormpoint before we transition onto World's Edge. Don't go anywhere. That's going to be on the other side of this break. Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series. We got EMEA Regional Finals, and Cybercats, well, they just wrapped up a massive victory in Genome. We had to give Vicky a break here because I really wanted to jump in on the action and see what's going to happen for the second map of Stormpoint.
Yeah, look, anything. That's my guess. I mean, that was such a fun first game in the way that it played out. I mean, the sort of cascading waterfall as teams trickle down from the top of the pylon as the circle moves in was really fun. And I thought the fight for the other side was going to be a little more impactful. I mean, you were saying in the chat, you know, Danish were in such a good position.
Yeah, they really were. And I was like, okay, look, they're staying out of a lot of those end game engagements. And I was really worried about them in terms of wrapping up those eliminations, because that was going to be one of their biggest issues, right? You think back to the prior match day, they did get a win, but they only had one elim. It was the final kill. But for Cybercats to really just drop on in, use the Gibby to their favor. Now that was their first ever Stormpoint win, Genome. They've only won one map, and it was a World's Edge.
Well, hopefully that's not their only win for today, because as we said, you know, they need that match point win to take this out, which means, yeah, it can't be the only one. They have to use this as a springboard for their confidence, for their play for the rest of the day, to come back and do it again once they're 50 plus.
Yeah, that's going to be the way to do it. But for now, you found yourself 20 out of 50. We're just getting to that halfway point. But a lot of those teams that may have already locked their chance in for Germany can get to that threshold quite quickly, as we've seen in general, and maybe just kind of nuke the chances for the majority of our teams looking to get to split 2 playoffs. But enough about that, guys, because we have more Storm Point. And honestly, maybe Pylon's not your end game. Maybe you want to see something a bit north. A lot of teams kind of just vying for, just focusing on that end game position, and maybe you're watching this and you're like, hey, you know, I think I can make a play for Apex Legends Global Series. Okay, prove it. We got Challenger Circuit number 3. You can go ahead and hit that registration. It closes in just 3 days, July 17th, to bring you there on July 20th, 22nd. I mean, Gino, do you want to make a team with me?
Oh, dude, I've been thinking about it, honestly.
Really?
Well, maybe not in your region. The ping might hurt me a little bit.
Okay,
Actually, no,
okay.
I've heard high ping's an advantage, so maybe we'll be fine.
I heard Canada's nice. You know, maybe follow in some of the footsteps. Maybe take a little vacation.
I mean, look, I'm here on the cast. You know, I'm already 1 foot over.
I'll take what I can get. But for now, guys, match number 2. And I am just itching to see where that circle is going to pull.
Where's it gonna head? Well, we get to find out a little bit sooner than we previously did, Tiff, right? Because obviously,
really?
no, well, there's no dropship anymore. You know, we don't have to wait for it to get all the way across, and you know, the teams drop in straight away. It's been you know, a more even distribution. One of the things I think that the POI draft has improved, as we get a fight straight up. Go Next versus Aurora. Devastated Coast just full sending it here at Launchpad.
Okay, but Dia's gonna be in full shambles when he realizes that Go Next was his pick, but Aurora understands what they need to do, and they're no stranger to these hyper-aggressive plays off drop. The Oirain, 9 Impulse, Kazakh. Oirain, though, kind of going in with the Pathfinder. A lot of people using this as that mobility pick, but just as easy as they got here, it's like they're already deciding, yeah, this wasn't good. You got Kai from Go Next up on the catwalk there, ready to hit that suppressive fire and just evict them on out.
Yeah, because if it's not a really decisive, quick victory, you don't really want to let it drag on in these kind of situations, because it really is just, you know, it's relying a lot on the element of surprise in one of those, you know, early advances, because the POI draft system, it's still pretty fresh, right? There's still a lot that people are sort of tinkering with and working out. And we saw in Apex South, there's a team called Grape Soda who were using this to their advantage. You know, they'd land South Siphon, and then they'd use the flight path to the max to go and fight Tree straight away and try and grab early KP. So really cool to see this popping up in more and more situations, because I know there's a lot of fans out there who miss those contests, Tiff.
I'm one of them. I am a fan that also misses it, because you think back to LAN where you had the Elevate, you've got the Nasky contest, then you had the Hardeki moments over at Sito. Regardless, we'll sure find some fun stuff for now. But Aurora has moved back to Devastated Coast. They've got that Survey Beacon and Ring console there. But a lot of our teams, since we didn't really get to talk about it, with that circle pulling towards that Cascade Falls, EXO is going to be one of those stellar teams that has such familiarity with this space.
Yep, and nice and early are they into that spot with Watson. That's exactly where you want to be. It just means that, you know, if you walk in here, you don't maybe have as many cells, as many bats as you might hope. You know, having a look through their backpacks here, they've got an okay amount, but they're still on white armor. But luckily, the interception pylon is something that can allow you to do a lot of poke damage and not have to worry about your shield economy quite as much.
Yeah, you can see right there, just locking in that level 2 Evo. Passion UA is going to move into that building just across from Case, Winnie, and Exo Clan. Now, we do see a lot of the fuses in play for the EMEA region, and this is where it's going to be really interesting, right? Especially if you don't have Watson, you're not getting those pylons up. Imagine all the knuckle clusters just coming through the most fine, like, cracks on the walls. It's a nuisance.
Yeah, you can sneak them in there sometimes. Sometimes you'll see people play on the buildings and you know, just be looking for that one very specific angle to get a couple of bullets in through the roof in Market, in Cascades. Can be a little bit troublesome sometimes.
I do like Troublesome though. Atlas right there, kind of still on the outside looking in, but for the majority of our teams, they've already rotated on in. But you've got this mountain lift here, and we've seen Uchako, Hyarka, and JMW kind of get into the mix early on in map number 1, but they're definitely gonna want to make a big play for match number 2, not necessarily get that leaderboard ahead of them, especially coming in with only 3 points. But here from a gatekeeping perspective, looking for a nice opening on the team just above them.
Yeah, that'll be Eternal sitting up in command center. No one else really coming this way just yet, but we may later see go next in Aurora. Obviously, they had their rotates delayed a little bit by that early skirmish. And, you know, Aurora probably don't mind that too much, right? That, you know, they're very happy with that lackadaisical sort of play style, taking their time, hitting the Evo Harvesters, you know, using the Tridents to just bum around and find as many objectives as they can before they pull up into the zone a lot later than most of these teams.
But that's a very typical strat that we've witnessed from Aurora doing that, but more on that later because Na'Vi is kind of in the midst of not only doing Prowlers, but we've got some action coming on in. So we're going to throw the evac tower, get the mother load in, and start getting some information on where that team is outlined. You can see Henchmen likely took the brunt of the damage, forcing Matafe and Kinda to hit the disengage.
Yeah, they're hitting the turbo button as well by the looks of it. Both teams, this is, well, we need to link some car chase music. We've got the Michael Bay screen shake going on here as there's a bang ult to stun us as well.
Yeah, players are there picking up 1 elimination onto Henchmen, and hopefully Na'Vi can hit the regain. Now, this is going to be pretty typical of Alliance, still lurking amongst the mill, but a couple isolated fights as your big frag leaderboard of the day is going to be affected. He goes down first. That's going to make things really tough for this squad.
Immediately pops the mother load there just to try and buy a little bit of space to get that res off. I think they're going to make it. There you go. Alliance back in, but Harkis has to pull out for the bat. This could be hard when his teammates are so low on health.
I mean, players, they weren't done with just Na'Vi. They kind of go straight north and run right into Alliance. One way or another, they're going to end up fighting their way out, but hopefully Effect can get back to full health. Only a few more seconds left on that med kit, and will likely look for angles. Now, I'm curious because this is something they do, right, Gino? They come out to mill, they wait, and they play for that next ring console after the circle closes. Thankfully, you know, that perk upgrade there for Fuse to allow him access to the ring console, bringing them all into the craziness.
Yeah, I mean, Ringmaster will help them out with that one, but, you know, they have to deal with players first here, and you can see that they're not necessarily willing to give up this space. They've even managed to get the first down onto Hackers here. Let's see if Unlucky can turn the tides with some of this ordnance.
Ooh, hack us down. Okay, but you gotta, the one thing about fighting in the ring is so difficult to manage. Not only that, but your meds, right? You have to keep on filtering those. So if you take too much damage, just like this, Jukes from the high ground, we get the trade, but too little, too late. We're not even focusing on healing. God. We would have enough time to get a syringe off. Actually, we might be good here.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think he's making that. And yeah, oh my, are you kidding me? That was pixel perfect.
I was like, no, we should have did syringe first, but I know they've got this. Unlucky could potentially throw down one of the biggest clutches of the day here. Just needs a few more bullets.
Oh my god. I'm in shock. I'm in awe. That was incredible. Not just the medkit timing, but the whole clutch, the whole sequence. Like,
don't do it.
Was that a 1v2? Was that a 1v3? That was amazing.
Unlucky versus the world. All right, now we're looking for a full regain for Alliance. Maybe they can grab banners, find a respawn, but we'll see. Turn your attention over to that command center where we saw a lot of teams already getting there early, and with more in particular, the way things have been pulling, it kind of centers up, right? But for Ninjas in Pajamas, we've got to get through this, and Eternal was the last team we saw here kind of being watched by Blacklist.
Yeah, 3 teams currently occupying the inside of Command Center. Ninjas don't have this all to themselves. Not necessarily going to be a clean fight. Lots of knuckle clusters, just a bit of a delaying tactic for the moment. And Blacklist have backed out, so maybe they can get a little clean effort against Eternal here. No, it looks like Eternal might be going out the other way. Ninjas in Pajamas just scaring everyone off here.
Look, I mean, they're very scary in general, right? You got Nasky, who's kind of put the Pathfinder to bed, locked back in on Bangalore, and I like this for them, right? Especially with everything that we saw in their final match day play. It was just not what they were wanting to see. And with a 7.2% chance on that Monte Carlo method of them being able to qualify to Germany, I just personally could not imagine a LAN without this team.
I know it is hard. I mean, Nasky's such a massive personality, and it feels like he really does take up a lot of space every time we're at LAN, just because of you know, how entertaining he is to watch. But well, you got to put in the hard work to get there, and it has been a rough and tumble split for these guys so far. I like this position from them. They're playing for this this ring console. It'll be just outside the zone, but if they can protect this space, and Eternal and Blacklist constantly are looking to come back in, and I think they want the same thing. Nasky, we saw how many times in that montage earlier on he went down first today. He can't keep doing that.
No, he really can't. And honestly, that double time just gives him the extra boost to get away. Throws down the smoke, starts regenning on that health, albeit minimally. But showing that presence just even by that second, Eternal's not done, right? They're still lurking amongst this. And with Mycee here on the Seer, kind of making sure that we've got our passive in check, ready to connect that focus of attention, because once you stun up that Bangalore or Fuse, like, you just freeze that ability of smokes and knuckle clusters, which makes laying siege into command center so much easier.
Yeah, if they can hit that, it might be the go button. But you know, with 2 out of those 3 teams, Blacklist, they've only got the Bloodhound. They don't have the Seer, so it's an active scan, not a passive one. But there is a lot of information just being exchanged between these 3 teams as they try and push them back and make sure that they have the safety to hit that ring console when they want to.
Ooh, okay. So Ninjas in Pajamas are going to be focusing straight onto that Blacklist international roster. You can see a nearby survey beacon scan come through. I just don't know if we're going to be able to hit this ring console unless Eternal and Blacklist just decide, you know, we're done and out. But Ninjas in Pajamas, we've definitely left that command center. We've got an evac tower that's just ahead of them. But knowing how small that circle is pulling indoor cascades with not a lot of buildings and playable space with good cover, this late rotation, you're going to have to battle your way in.
Yeah, well, it's good and it's bad, Tiff. It's good because if they win this next fight against Blacklist International below them, they have an awesome walk into the zone. They can sort of just hop down from the top of the waterfall here, and they'll just be able to keep going. They'll be in an awesome spot. But obviously, it's a little bit harder to do that. If they had gone the other way, where Eternal was, it would have been a slightly easier walk-in, less teams pressuring them, and less time pressure in which to do that.
Yeah, but you just got to get through this Blacklist or international roster. And look at Zane here on the right-hand side. Looks to take some angles and maybe make a play off this. It is found out quite quickly and loses the majority. But then the evac tower goes down. Here comes the mother load. We're basically going to get that information on that team, which is going to hopefully allow Nasky and Amphi to approach from the other side as soon as Zane gets them in his sights. A little hardcore parkour to the roof.
Yeah, I love this, having to dodge his own motherload there. And you can see he's got those full body scans on the other team. So helpful, so important. And that's why this motherload and this legend and this old combination is just so impactful in the current meta.
All right, Nasky looking for angles down below, but that Watson is going to make things really difficult to push. Nasky, though, is just going to keep on investing that. The swing comes in. He does enough damage. Hopefully, Amphi and Zane can capitalize on it. Can we get a knock here?
Not yet. They're chasing him down the stairs, but they've got to be quick. Na'Vi is on the other side of this. Ninjas in Pajamas may have waited too long, even if they get the fight win.
That was an utter breakdown. Unfortunately, still JMW last standing for Blacklist International, and Na'Vi is just down to Matafe and Kinda. We were not able to recover Henchman's banner from that initial engagement along side players. But for now, this should be a very easy cleanup crew. You just gotta lay sights on a JMW, and there it is. Not only does Ninjas in Pajamas fall, but also Blacklist International.
Man, you gotta love that if you're Na'Vi. You come into this as a two-man. It's very hard to win fights against any kind of full team, but luckily they get gifted the one remaining member. But that's probably all that they're gonna get here with Eternal pulling up on the other side of this. Oh, they actually get the knock and the full kill onto Bambino there.
That's the way to do it. Kind of opens things up with a well-placed frag grenade, cleans up the full, brings it to a 2v2. But a lot of teams, they are getting the signal flares of what is happening, and a team that can definitely play spoiler, that's pretty much going to Germany, is going to be that FaZe roster. We just lost ANC outplayed and Danish elsewhere, and we could be looking to lose Na'Vi.
Getting collapsed upon now. Both sides they have to worry about at the same time. FaZe, can they hear the bullets ringing out? As you can see, ooh, Gaming Gladiators also taking some losses here. Just some stray shots coming out from Cinetic.
I think that's actually a good idea, though. It should focus Gaming Gladiators on the reset and maybe say, okay, cool. But they still need to defend this area anyways, because from that northeastern side of things, all of these teams that are wrapped here around the rock are going to be the biggest threat. But what FaZe does is push Na'Vi into that Eternal roster, who clean up Na'Vi and stifle their journey here in map number 2. FaZe continuing on that wrap might run straight into Eternal, but some of our other squads that are looking to hit a rotate, it's going to be Alliance, and I'd love to hear from them. Let's jump into a listen in.
Last one. Pack you on. Pack shot. Dead. Keep it cracked.
Get your first. Keep gatekeeping. In front of us.
Yeah, we get. Yeah. They're so dead. 50.
Crack. Guns, we're pushing.
45. They're walking up. Pop dead.
Keep dead.
Last one. He's somewhere close. Right side. Go to right side, I think. Left side. Maybe left. Shoot him down. Nice, all dead. I'm biting.
Nice, left for the corner. We need to sip somewhere right here.
Okay.
Can we take space left somewhere? Go,
maybe
come to me. Let's get MP.
Okay. I'm ulting left.
You guys. Yeah, left for the corner.
I'm ulting left. I'm biting. I'm biting too. Yes. Enemy.
Try to dodge it. I'm on.
We're chilling. My Bengal coming down. I'm nading them. Crack. So much damage. Yes.
One. Nading him.
So much damage. Take angles, guys. Take angles. Shoot them. Just shoot them. Like, we're fine. You just shoot them down.
Yeah, no. Last guy one.
20. He got a bat off. Okay, I'm batting. Hold that. Nice. Killing.
Yeah,
someone just says.
Yeah, listen, we're
just right from us. Yeah, I'm playing up a bit.
Working on the headies.
They all now left, by the way. Can we take an angle?
Angle it. I don't see it.
Like, it should be close. They're on the building, I think.
Air roof.
I know. I'm looting. I had to move bats as well. Can you take bats?
Yeah. I'm trying to break the jump on roof. Broke it.
Can we peek? Can you smoke here? We peek here? Left, maybe? One sec. I have so many bats. I know.
I got
roof, careful. Purple. I smoked roof. Yeah, I don't think there's much to do. I looked already, but... All full teams look right. I'm looking right. One guy outside and open bottom floor.
Listen. Can we play for the headies right side? Can
already?
We walk in? No, late.
Okay.
We have this corner of the Ferris wheel, and then we play for the right side, okay?
Okay.
I think you guys play early.
They're fighting inside, I think.
Right.
Okay.
We don't care about the outside wins.
Okay.
Outside or roof. If we can kill roof, we can sit on it.
I can't really.
Like, we want roof or outside. Roof or outside.
I might gonna ult these guys.
Yeah, you need to get to the corner. You shoot the team. 140.
Yes, okay. Can we walk up after Excel? I'm popping two. I'm gonna have my Bengal.
Yeah, you get the pressure then.
I'm walking up now.
I die. You want me first, maybe?
Yeah, I'm coming. I can't. I will cross.
I can sip.
I have gold knock.
I can sip after.
Yeah. Just come to me after, okay?
Try to smoke at them,
No smokes.
Okay, I'll take a sip though.
I'm zipping, yeah. Me. I don't see right side. The right side team went up the building.
Shoot right.
They're up here. Complete safe for me, okay?
Yes. They are roof angles. Bang ulti. Dodging him.
Yeah, I'm dodging too. They are like up here or something, I don't know. Okay.
It's fine.
But they went down. I don't see them.
Take space on the outside.
Okay, I don't see them. They won't mark it, I think. They won't mark it.
They might be behind the rock. They might just be behind the rock.
They mark it. Okay, I'm gonna go right to them.
Space on the outside.
Yeah, come to me then. Yeah, go. Just looking. One guy dropped.
Listen, you gotta shoot roof.
So much damage outside, drop one. Yeah, for your left, like it. Yeah, I know.
All right, well, we lost the majority of our teams in this match, but one thing that's been consistent is Alliance's utter domination. Hack is there with the control on that IGL, making such good comms, and they're just picking up even more eliminations because there goes FaZe Clan.
Yeah, quite a few of them at the hands of Alliance, and you can see Unlucky, was that 8 kills as the kill leader right now in this game? They are just storming through this one. They said they wanted to play for the roof. Obviously, that's a little bit hard. As you can see with a Watson pylon up the top here, that means Passion UA don't have to worry about the Rolling Thunder coming through. Doesn't matter how many ultic cells you pop, you will be safe from that. Regardless, they've navigated their way through this game magnificently well.
Yeah, Passion UA, anytime you see Artie there kind of locking in the Watson, they are so amazing at playing with this legend comp. It's just very viable for them. So to lock down the roof, all the fences appropriately placed, and you just know, even though Alliance wanted to take this, there's no way that you're going to be able to knock this roster and then inevitably zip on up. Now, we just have to wait and play patiently to make sure that that drop down, when this zone inevitably closes, you get down there in the right spot. We saw Cybercats kind of do it over there in Pylon and map number 1. Can they recreate it?
Yeah, I mean, I can evac tower is probably the only way you could even possibly think about challenging them up there, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think Alliance is just going to have to try and, you know, cut off as many angles as they can. They need to be very judicious with their smokes, and as you can see, they pop both of them straight away, trying to go for the market roof. Oh, they just make it. That zipline Zen perk coming in so handy.
In effect, takes angle straight onto Max, gets the full as well. So even more eliminations for this roster and just challenging Passion UA. They didn't need their rooftop. They'll just take the neighboring one. And now playing up just above Trojan, who are going to try and come out at the right time. You can see they don't have a lot of space on that low ground and not a lot of cover for Alliance. So Passion UA is definitely going to be hitting them hard with a little bit of punishment for taking out their IGL. Unlucky. We saw a clutch once, but I don't know if we're going to be able to do that here. 1 HP and a dream, and I hear the shields cracking. Can we keep it alive?
Literally just trying to pop some shield cells to stay alive to this Rolling Thunder. He pops down. He's the only one still left alive on his team. Oh my god, there's no way he can do this, right?
Oh, but Aurora with Kazakh on the lifeline trying to make a big play. Do we see a clutch here, Gino? Do we?
Do we see it for yet another time? The Knuckle Cluster's popping up. Oh my god, he actually wins it.
Unlucky? I mean, what is this? I'm talking one of the best games that I have ever witnessed from that kid, because not only do you have the clutch that is outside in zone, I'm talking some of the most impressively timed med kits, and you do it again and let the Knuckle Clusters do the work for you. Unlucky and Fuse, I mean, I'm loving it. It's a firm handshake. Like, I love it.
I mean, when the other two went down on the roof, I was like, oh, look, they've got Gold Knocks. You know, maybe that'll keep him alive for an extra second to grab a KP or 2. I wasn't expecting him to pull the entire thing out. And yeah, as you mentioned, you know, going all the way back to that 1-tick med kit. I mean, like, you can die to ping sometimes on that, right? Like, if you mistime it and your ping's a little bit higher than you're used to, you will like straight up go down. That was an incredible sequence from Alliance. They deserve that win so much.
Oh yeah, I mean, for real. And we had people that predicted them. I mean, we never threw our predictions out, Gina. I stayed mums. I was like, I am not going to give any kind of predictions, because usually it ends up being a curse if I say something. I was writing teams' names down in my notebook, and then I was like, all of these teams are dead. Is this an actual death note? Should I be worried? I'm just not going to do that, though. So, regardless.
Yeah, look, they definitely didn't get Caster Cursed just yet. That was an incredible game. I'm really keen to see how many points they actually ended up on after all of that. I mean, wow, that last sequence as well. You know, I guess the other teams were just running and butting heads so much that you know, Unlucky managed to just avoid their attention till the last moment, and then you saw the Knuckle Cluster just going to town behind that knockdown shield. Oh my god.
28 points, Genome. 28, 16 eliminations. And then Trojan, who are playing underneath Alliance towards the end there in Cascade. Yes, they had great positioning, but unfortunately, we're only able to grab 2 eliminations, bringing them to 11. Now, Aurora, they were just on the inside of Alliance before some of those final zones, and they had to make a similar call on deciding on where they wanted to rotate. You heard Alliance because we were in them with the listening. Do we go roof? Do we play the right of Ferris wheel? Well, roof was pretty much really tough to get to, so they hang towards the right. Aurora goes underneath them and only walks away with 3. But on page number 2, a lot of point sponging at the top, but Cybercats, they win map number 1, and well, they walk away with 1 in map 2.
Ooh, yeah, where it's a little bit of a sad scene down here in our bottom 10. As you said, not a lot of points spread around. There were some big performances, and those teams just sort of rolling through 2 or 3 teams and just picking up most of the KP up top. What that means, of course, is that we're going to have some people very much in the lead, and you know, it can only be Alliance after such a massive game 2.
Well, you say Alliance, and I want to look at their team stats specifically from that, because Unlucky might just actually be him. Hits those double-digit eliminations with 10 and even gets 3 assists. 2,700 damage pretty much, and Hack and Effect do a really good job in kind of supporting that, because you know Hack is on path, is just going to be constantly looking for information, scouting for the team, and making viable calls, but also getting mixy. That is what I love about that Pathfinder pick. But we look at the series results, and after that dominating performance, it brings them to the top of the leaderboard with 34 points. Genome 16 away from 50.
Yeah, look, now I'm a little bit sad that, you know, our other talent didn't put a number to their prediction as well, because I would have loved to see someone come out and say, hey, you know, I believe Alliance in 4 games or something, because it's very possible if they keep playing like that, when the odds are against them, somehow, every time that game, they just came out ahead.
Yeah, but there's some of our squads that are on that must-win scenario, like Cybercats in 3rd place. I would love to see them bounce back when we move on over to World's Edge. But guys, that's it for now. Storm Point, we're going to be jumping on over to World's Edge after this break.
What a moment we just witnessed there. I think still recovering from Unlucky's clutch with Alliance to take game 2 on Storm Point, as we look to switch it up on World's Edge and see if they can maintain their momentum, certainly as the favorites in EMEA and for today. Rain Day here, joined by Vicky Kitty on the cast. We'll be bringing you that swap up. And Vicky, yeah, we could look back to Alliance and how well they've done. We could also look forward to what that means heading into World's Edge and what needs to happen for these other teams now, since the pace has currently been set.
Listen, when it it comes to Alliance, there are those consistent teams where it doesn't even matter. Stormpoint, World's Edge, this is a team that I definitely would have put my pick on if we also had our own talent picks. But unlucky, not only with this clutch, but then popping this medkit at the perfect time was actually insane. No luck necessary for this player, because not only that, he also had the time playing around that knockdown shield and then popping the medkit to prioritize whether it be health or try to get the KP first and foremost, to put Alliance up on this high ground, but then also to be the only member of Alliance to win this whole game was insane, Rain Day.
And the best thing about what Unlucky's done is carry that momentum from an early win. Some teams, they get that early win. It's not easy to do, but then they let it go. Unlucky was able to capitalize off of that and keep it going into a win. That confidence that you should get from 1v3 and 1v2ing. And this is the Knuckle Cluster. The ability of the spacing of this fight and the fuse means that there's nowhere to go. The zone is closing in. If they run to the right, our right, looking at that as a viewer, he's going to run into the Knuckle Cluster and die. If he runs to the left, he's got to run into the pill, and it's not enough time to jump over it, not expose himself, and so he dies to Ring. What an amazing showcase, not just of the power of fuse, but ultimately what happens when you gain momentum as a fragger like Unlucky, currently sitting 12 kills on the day. He's trying to catch up to Effect.
I mean, and you get to go to Sky West here as well. I mean, Rain Day, we've all been in those intense end game circles in Apex Legends where you've clutched up maybe not once, but twice looking at unlucky, money on the line, regional finals, and you have Germany around the corner. You know that you're already a stapled in here for Alliance with the amount of points that you were able to accumulate. But can you imagine his hand shaking, like at the very end, surviving by 1 pixel, the Knuckle Cluster being enough? I mean, I can't. Now you gotta reset here. GG, go next, because we are going on to World's Edge again, landing over there by Sky West. While we look at the other side here, where all of our other squads have decided to pick their POIs. And as Gino mentioned at the beginning of the show here, Rain Day, we do have a little bit of a different pace in terms of our POI drafts for this regional finals.
It is a definitely different element that's made a big impact on me. I was even checking on it heading into broadcast. The teams who have done so well to get into here have seeding picks. So Alliance typically in our original Snake draft, picking first would have picked 40th. Now, because of how well they've placed, putting themselves at first place heading into our regional finals, they pick first and then they pick 21st as the first pick again for the second round of picks after each team is gone. So it's a significant advantage, and that means we are transitioning to where they should have the most of it. Near Trials, near Skyhook West, you'll see Effect in them, hopefully splitting some of this area and moving on to continue. But as I look at Alliance and I consider, wow, yeah, pop-off performances, it's a lot of fun. Everyone in that game realized they were not the main character. Unlucky, just kind of showing them that, yeah, you are a part of a story, but people aren't really following you. I think Alliance has had that situation of being a side character as well, thinking they were the main character at LAN so often, and yet falling short of expectations, falling short of really providing the level of play we know they're up to, especially in those final days, those championship Sunday days. And I think that this still, despite them being favorites here in this, is the start of them continuing to prove to themselves and to the world that no, we are a world power. We are someone that in Germany you should expect to win. And so while yes, things look pretty nice and easy for them, Vicky, I still think that's a major part of the narrative that they're focused on disproving if people still doubt them as a world contender.
Okay, we talk about the little creative angles from production. Okay, showing us a little sneak peek inside of that bin after you're done with the Prowler Den, having the gold knockdown on top of it. But I definitely agree with you, Rain Day. Seeing the performance that we know a team like Alliance could do at LAN, and then actually having them execute it is something completely different when they're the best in the region alongside Gaming Gladiators to contest with everybody here in regional finals to really showcase what they have for us, especially after making the adjustments that they did have to go through in the midseason patch. Also, on top of that, taking Trials away from a team that wants to run the lifeline, that wants that gold knockdown, looking at Aurora, who are now going to have to take advantage of the Evil Harvesters to then get their lifeline up to purple, so that way they could get that perk to get the Evil Shield going down from the actual care package to then get the gold knockdown there too. So we got to see how Aurora's going to also try to counter-rotate this, because we are moving on top of Grandma's house here for this final circle. It is pulling outside the mouth of Skyhook Caves, and Blacklist are coming up right behind another team here in Landslide.
Tough spot to hold. And I think Blacklist have the advantage. They're going to push one off. Alternator with disruptors will miss most of those bullets. Hierarcha will find a few as they go into a little bit of a trailer. This will be tougher to push, and Hierarcha still working on whites. Has to be careful here. Chaco takes the high ground, so maybe a stalemate for now. But how do you get through? It's about resources, who has grenades, good weapons, and definitely most important, sights from the Hemlock at this point. Can threaten a little bit longer, especially if they start to run. The Blacklist seem like they push this team around. It's a matter of if JMW wants to get involved. Remember, this is the team that got involved in that skirmish with NIP last game, Vicky. And it ended nasty, and Navi was able to come up and kind of snake a few kills there and run off into the distance. And let's hope this fight doesn't go too long and put them in a similar situation.
Especially considering that Blacklist at the moment wanted to stay on top here. See what they could do, considering the fact that they're now in 16th overall with only 5 points to their name. But the fighting has not stopped. Now looking at the exhibit coming up from Trojan, gonna try to work around that. Stuck in the middle. Now Remix only stuck behind the knockdown shield from Atnum. But there's that vision here, even through that smoke. The third are gonna be able to wrap around them. Tyler, even though he had the shield and only one shot, was gonna be able to wrap behind and clean up what was left of Trojan. Very clean fight on the outskirts of Harvester, considering there is nobody here that's going to be able to try to third party this. So not only do they clear up that fight, but they also have a beacon over in Harvester before they transition their way probably through staging.
Trojan, 71% of their team points on the split come from Storm Point. And so that means they're working with 29% of their points. Maybe that was just a demonstration of why. Some teams, though, however, have a different approach to it. We talked in North America with RKN, a team that obviously had their struggles to split in native, but saying I prioritize the map I'm weakest on, and we try to make it somewhat viable there. And some maps, though, you know you're stronger on, and I think that's an element of it. The strategy to the POI draft has been just that. Do we kind of go towards our strengths, or do we try to perform our weaknesses and give the best chance that we have to make them even? I do like leaning into your strengths, but again, in a moment like this where Trojan currently sitting around 4th place overall now is out, you could see how that's starting to hurt them here. A lot of teams going to make some catch up as World's Edge twists, and we see a nice zip line here. DMS trying to make something happen.
Trying to come out of the mouth of the cave here too, right behind Blacklist now. And another isolated fight, even though a lot of these other teams are on the north side of Landslide, out in the open between these rocks. DMS having to be careful before dropping down. Has that grapple ready to go. If you're looking at Prestix, he's going to be able to get away in time. But taking this slowly is the way to go here, considering, once again, there are those teams over to the north side that could poke you from that sniper tower if they try to show face. But then you could also wrap around now, having that circle information that DMS currently have. They were able to get that ring console scan. And considering that this is one of the teams rocking the Caustic and the Pathfinder, they can get to these Evo Harvesters quicker, so that way they can bunker down as quickly as possible.
Taskmaster taking the HP heal inside of the smoke. It's kind of been, once that's been introduced, and Bangalore smoke's no longer an element of the max cooldown that you're traditionally used to. Going into that, is it necessary? Well, some people going, well, I think maybe just the healing inside the smoke is better, especially if you get into a situation where you're not alive. Also, have to play into the Caustic as well. That's a very dangerous combination. A lot of occlusion, a lot of damage, and now a little bit of healing as well gives Taskmaster some room. But look at this. We've got NIP in a fight. This is a big one. Zone closing in. It's not a Spencer around them as well. Danish around them as well, as DMS approaching in. This is going to be a tough one for NIP, and Vicky, you'd have to say a very important circle for them to make it out of.
Yeah, do you call in the evac? Do you take the jump tower right behind you here? Because not only is Danish on the other side of Countdown waiting for them at the edge of the circle, but so is DMS, who are wrapping around, who are waiting for them. The smoke has been called in. Nasty's gonna be able to navigate away from the long side, and DMS have just currently passed them, looking to try to take this fight versus Danish. Could be the green light that NIP needs. Okay, we got the angles, we got the walls and fences, but you overextend for that. Young Hong Kong pays with his life now, as DMS are looking to not only jump over these fence lines, but trying to take it very aggressively, and they have to finish this fight quickly.
Yeah, because who is this? It should be NIP around. Danish still alive. DMS are alive as well. So none of the teams have had a full drop there, despite tons of damage. But DMS taking control of the territory. NIP saying, maybe there was a chance, not enough knocks, no full wipe. We are not going to push that again. Still 2 teams in front as we transition over to Alliance, who are in the middle of fighting in Skyhook West. I believe this is not a Spencer above them, and it's gonna be a big kill on a Matafe. Kinda responds in kind, and it's just Alliance. Our leaders of the lobby are winners of game 2. And our guarantee qualifiers to Mannheim are out just like that. And Nodus Vincier have had a huge swing in momentum.
You got that dub off the knuckle cluster, then you lose your life from a knuckle cluster. Universe gives this, and then the universe takes it away here in this case with Navi winning that fight over on the north side of Skyhook. Also another isolated fight that we're seeing as Aurora, see, with that lifeline here, 9 Impulse losing out on his shield. Oi Ring gonna match that. He's got to drop down here, avoiding the Bangalore ult here too. Gonna take a little bit of damage, but at least they have the safety from inside of this building.
Gaming Gladiators, the one Aurora is fighting right here. Aurora inside the building as well. 17 squads left as survey camp ring starts to close in about 10 seconds. So this fight does have a time limit on it, but they're right by building. It's really just a matter of seeing what can happen. Aurora doing some work. Light goes down. The death note could have been the right call from Tiff earlier on, as that will be the end. He will take the L, and Gaming Gladiators will be eliminated.
Right, L here as Away Ring gonna be able to back away now. 9 Impulse have to split up. Now with Go Next coming in, Kashira being on that crypto. We got 2 cryptos, by the way, in this lobby, I believe. Passion UA with Artie being the other one. And with the amount of Wattons, the Caustic that we also saw, it's gonna be great here in terms of the EMP. But Kai can't get too comfy, even with that smoke coming out, and then desperately needing some of that extra loot. Do get pinged from a distance, but they got what they needed, and they got the cake key, so they're gonna be able to sit pretty here just for a little bit before they try to get that Evil Harvester on the high ground and then wrap behind them as Kashira also looking to reset.
Go Next Esports and Kashira. I love the moment where Dia asked us, do you remember he was one fight away from winning Split 1 playoffs? Well, Kashira's been a champion in our online broadcast as well. While we were doing separate regions in EMEA and NA, we were, during COVID times, unable to get the group together, get the gang together, the band, but at that time was able to, after I think about 11 wins, take the match point final that day. It was a big moment for Kashira. They would go through different iterations of the team, and Ascend would be last year in 2023, the moment in London where he had a chance against Imperial Hal, but there was something divine that intervened there. And now Go Next Esports, very similar, very appropriately named for his story, trying to do it again, different squad. And they've got a chance, but 5 points after 2 games. Going to look for at least 7 to 10 points here in this one. Hopefully a win. As this zone looks to close, Vicky, round 3 about to begin for players who are just getting their heels off and running in as well.
Especially for Aurora, who were able to get that res, by the way, on the mobile respawn that was over by survey camp. And with players wrapping around, they were looking to see if they can involve themselves, but feeling the pressure from the circle and looking at where Go Next positioning is, I do like the call to instead just prioritize the rotation and then maybe get the jump at the weakened Aurora, who are going to be slowly coming out of survey to get the loot that they need here. But they're not the only ones waiting for them. We know that FA kids are also around the corner on the other sides of where players is positioned. Do they want to overextend for this is the question.
You know, and it's actually a good question, because at this point you've not given yourself a lot of opportunities, and this is where I think a team, when you really look at it, is a little more conservative. I think players are playing in that conservative way where, you know, if you were to look at the map and see, well, Go Next Esports, we were talking about them, they were about in the same position. A team that we typically think has a conservative play style, and they have played Watson and Crypto before, actually got aggressive and pulled back very, very aggressively to go sit in a building. Now, sit in a building, that's conservative. Aggressively doing it, though, that's the thing. They have their game plan so on point that sometimes it helps them not be in situations like this. So now sitting in a great spot as FA Kids, Aurora, and even NIP and Nodus Vincier have to move into the building. But in the meanwhile, the building that we're focusing on in Fragment, stay healthy, having a little bit of a fight here, only on blues. This is gonna mean I need to hit my shots, otherwise we may go down, but they get what they came for. Eternal eliminated, and stay healthy will be able to reset.
Missy was kind of cooking a little bit right there. Unfortunately outnumbered, but absolute beaming with that Volt.
Should have been on Vantage.
Right? Just gotta get away as quickly as possible. But now that Seer with the vision is too crazy right now, especially in combination with the Bangalore and seeing the amount of different fuses that we also see making their way into this lobby. Danish team that's full on blues come up right behind another team. The 3-2-1 onto 7 Ozis, as he was unexpecting Danish to wrap around now with the circle closing in right behind them. Evil Harvester right ahead of them, but they know there's about maybe 2 other teams that are waiting for them right in front, and then DMS over to their right side on top of a zip line.
Oh, what a desperate push from Danish. It's the last effort, and it's just not going to be good enough. 14th squad, they'll stay down. There's going to be at least 2 that go down here as well. You can see Max Strafey and Artico trying to stay alive, but DMS, they fall. Blacklist International staying out of harm's way, maybe just out of the eye of terror here at the moment. Maybe going to apply a little bit of terror there as well as you jump into an alternator with Disruptors. It usually doesn't work out for you, and Hierarcha steps back, throws the hip fire up, and takes up a kill, but there's still more to be done.
Exactly, it's ExoClan now moving their way outside of the Vault Tunnel, and with Na'Vi tailing right behind them. Blacklist also has to focus on Cybercats, who are by the choke of where this circle is pulling, because it is going to be on the train tracks outside of Grandma's house that OP is currently playing at behind NIP. Nasky dropping down. The Arc Stars are sent as a barrage in their direction, but dropping down to get out of the line of sight of not just Aurora, but OP behind them too.
Need help. NIP, you could say that, take it any way that you want, but the way I'm referring to it is they need other teams to perform a little bit less than usual, and they also have to perform very, very well. Zidane on FA Kids as a solo, watch out. That could be a problem. Is it right now? Nasky takes a little bit of damage, and he's pointing out there is a player behind us. That is that Zidane. That is that FA Kids threat that I was mentioning, but they're still focusing on Aurora, who is up in front. Zidane gonna look for a peek. There he is. They see him out of the corner, and does it impact Zane? He goes down to about 10 health. He goes down, and Anthony goes down, and that's NIP eliminated, and that is it. Aurora, ANC Outplayed get involved as well, and they'll have to wait for yet another game as FA Kids stay alive. That peek from Zidane forced the movement as well, and that was just all she wrote.
It griefed them too because they felt the pressure on every side of that low ground underneath those train tracks. OP, who was able to have leeway over by Grandma's house, who dropped down. Nobody took them out of that building, while Na'Vi fighting on the other side of the mountain by this choke. Motherload already online here too, encapsulating this entire mouth of the cave, while Na'Vi now try to go around to the other side. They have the Seer ult. They are getting the tick damage off the Thermite. Metafi's gonna be able to pop this shield back. Taking this fight incredibly slow is gonna be risky with the third party being right to their side. Blacklist now make an appearance.
Goes down, had the healing in the smoke perk as well. Just something to note. Didn't really have an impact there in that fight as well, because look at how fast this is. The rush, the pace, is it enough? Given the fact that you've got to make these types of decisions to survive this amount of burst damage, clearly not, as they will go down. Fuda still alive with ExoClan. This has been the piece that Case Swinney and Slayers thought might be enough for them. They look like they're in qualification realm, but they've got to perform well today to secure it. Good shots from the Havoc from afar, and that will put ExoClan in a good position. They're staring down Cybercats as well as a member of Blacklist International, Vicky.
Literally juggling 2 at the same time, but Blacklist are in a way worse spot. Fuda does not miss with these Havoc shots, but he is lacking a lot on ammunition. Here comes a swing though. Case Swinney, he can't get the final hit with the melee, but it's fine. Being one-shot Slayers is right there with the backup, and the gold knuckle wrenches is right here to follow up.
Oh, he takes a little bit of damage from the zone. Is it going to be enough? Does it determine it? Ranches, he's already clutched one. This surely is Cybercats who clean up ExoClan. It is 4 squads left. That was no problem at all. And Exo losing Case Swinney, going down in that 1v1 might have been the difference in not being able to reset fast enough. It is ANC Outplayed. Go Next Esports, who we talked about, pulled back out of the fray and have just sat and waited for the lobby to come to them, as well as Agenthi and Mizuko on the opposite side, representing Stay Healthy.
Man, Cybercats are actually facing. They had a bow check. The Devo right here looking at Alonzi. Cybercats looking to replicate the success that we saw on Storm Point, now on World's Edge. After a huge first game here, Ranches with a beautiful angle, beautiful shots on the Hemlock. No follows just yet. They don't want to overextend here, but they have amazing angles, because on the other side, like you mentioned, Rainday, is Stay Healthy, waiting for them uncontested on the east side of the circle.
Stays alive as well. That is huge. Just the impact of Cleave. Ranches, Cleave, Maliwan, the original Aurora. They're so good at bringing in compositions that are different. We talked about, well, what happens when everyone's doing something different? They're bringing in the Fuse. They're doing something odd. Well, then they decide, well, let's bring in the Maggie. Cleave as well, supporting, while Elonzi with the Devotion and the Vocek, and Ranches with the Hemlock find so much efficacy. They've already won 1 game. Can they do do it again.
With 3 squads left here are Cybercats. We got outplayed. Stay healthy here. And Cybercats are going to be playing off the low ground, but it looks like right now Stay Healthy want to fully engage on OP. They see them torn apart. There is 2 knocks on the other side, and Stay Healthy now looking like chameleons have to make sure that Cybercats do not sneak up on the other side.
Stay Healthy, fighting antsy, outplayed. This just means Cybercats are gonna creep in and crawl and look to strike when they can. 118, Cleave, does he find enough? He will, he'll cleave through the lobby, and they will take game number 1 here on Stormpoint to put themselves well in the lead after 3.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Is the comeback story from Cybercats happening right now? Just to put into perspective, they have to finish today in first to make it to LAN, and this is where they're doing it. The Mad Maggie, the Cybercats way, the Gibby from Stormpoint that we saw before. They took the first game on Stormpoint, now taking the first game here on World's Edge.
Yep.
Crazy to see that Cybercats still consistently being able to dominate the lobby.
It's funny, I mean, saying that and going, oh, Stormpoint, it's World's Edge. I realized they did take the first game on Stormpoint. So even as that's coming out of my mouth, I'm realizing, you know, it's actually correct. And yet they just do it again. They have these great starts to this map. But also, one of the things is the timing that I'm noticing they're demonstrating. Yes, I love commenting on how these players, Cleve and Ranches specifically, because Alonzi wasn't a part of that team's identity in the earlier iterations of Aurora, but how they like to do something different than the lobby. And Stormpoint, we saw the Pathfinder, we saw the Gibraltar. And then which doesn't even make sense to me right now, especially with the Seer that we're seeing, because that shuts down so much. That was the real reason Gibraltar went away, albeit now he doesn't cancel revives. But still, you should be scared if you see a Seer in a Gibraltar bubble. It's such an easy queue. But now to do it with the Maggie, I just feel like this is such a great use of presence. It's such a great addendum, side note to what the Fuse is already bringing to the table. You already have people pinned down. Well, why not pin them down even more? This is a team that plays Apex their own way, Vicky, and it works out.
I wish to understand the minds of Cybercats, you know, like landing over by Frag East as their pick, leaving Epi open and then cycling around in a circle like that behind OP to hold the choke to gatekeep all the teams that are going to be moving in from the west side, secures them 13 KP on top of the dub. So they're sitting very close there to match point after 2 wins alone, and then leaving all the way looking down at Aurora with their 7 KP, Blacklist with 6 KP. It was a lot of that chaos that we saw from that west side of the map, Rende.
Well, here's the crazy part, too, because we have to stick with the story. Cybercats, let's set up the situation that they're in. They are currently in 18th place. So being in first right now means that they're on the track to win. You've still got to win games, but they've proven they can do it 2 out of 4. That's 50%. If they get a win, that's pretty much the only way they're going to make it, because even if they get second place, which is 21 points, it's not going to be enough to put them into the top 8, even as it stands, which is insane. They would not even be in the top 8 if they didn't play today. Like, that's just how far behind they are. 51 points, 8 is 75. So I'm really, really excited to see, Vicky, if they can keep this up, because this is starting to look like a story that would put a Cinderella team back at LAN.
It's just, again, it's so crazy. And with the different compositions that they've been rocking, right? Like, the fact that now they probably have 46 points, the 2 dubs on 2 different maps. And look how close they are to be sitting at match points already with a lead above Alliance after the performance that we just saw from Unlucky 2 on Stormpoint, falling early here, and for Stay Healthy to be right behind them. Look at these gaps from Cybercats and then comparing that to Stay Healthy in third.
Unlucky stays at 12 kills. Alonzi and Ranches move up into second and third place, respectively, with 9 and 8 kills as well. Cybercats, they are the story so far after 4. Stormpoint, World's Edge, Genome. 3 things that we all love in Apex Legends competitive. Give me your thoughts here on Cybercats taking the dub here.
Yeah, I mean, look, after that first game, you know, the second game, they dropped off a little bit, but honestly, it just kind of felt like Alliance was the only team in our second match. But yeah, look, a massive comeback now, sadly, just 4 points shy. I'm sure they're going to be kicking themselves that, you know, they weren't able to just chip a couple more in game 2. But look, sitting there, you know, way above the rest of the lobby, going into game 4, they don't have to do a lot to get onto match point now, right? So there's actually a lot of pressure off off them when you're like that close to 50. Just kind of one of the funny things about match points where there's this one game where it's like, yeah, we're fine. We can just chill. Just, you know, kind of, you know, we don't have to go nuclear. We've done that in game 1 and game 3. And now we wait until we get onto match point, and that's when we strike.
Well, we got somebody who can talk to us at a high level, both having been here before, but also having watched it with us on the sidelines at the desk and now online as well. Graceful, welcome back to the show, my friend. We've missed you. Thank you for spending some time. We know you're a little bit under the weather, but thanks again for giving us your time here for our halftime recap, buddy.
Thank you so much for having me here. And yeah, I'm happy to be here again.
You know, listen, normally at LAN, I'm telling you how good you're dressed, right? Because you always have these fly outfits that I'm just trying to compete with. You wore the black tee so that we can look good. I appreciate you for dressing down for us and our confidence. But at the end of the day, jokes aside, I wanted to just say, like, how is this first 3 games? It's been crazy. Cybercats, 66% of the wins. Is it as simple as that? Or are there other stories that we should be paying attention to with teams that are underperforming or overperforming in your eyes?
So I think the way I see it is that the level of Apex is at the highest it's ever been across all teams, like all regions combined, the highest level it's ever been, because you can see now that games play out very differently from how we are used to seeing it. When we see Zone 4, Zone 5, normally what we're used to been seeing for the past 3 years is that Zone closes very shortly, teams that we expect to win because the games play out how we assume them to play out. But seeing, you know, Cybercats playing so strong is that you see teams are now taking advantage of, you hear a gunshot, you know, in game 1, they heard that they were split because they heard somebody was trying to finish off 2 downs and they climbed on it and they made a play and that won them the game. Last game, we see them once again make plays. Like everybody's just looking to make plays now across all teams, not just the teams that are reigning at the top currently. But I think that the level difference being so high is what makes teams stand out, really. And the teams that are great at fighting, specifically Cybercats, have always been known at great as fighting. Now that they have, you know, with the new drafting system as well, you know, enabling them to play from POIs how they want to play, are standing out. Yeah.
I love how you described risk and reward and how a lot of these teams are going forward with that decision making. I mean, talking about teams like Cybercats that are trying out something new, they also like land frag East here on World's Edge, and then we're able to make that rotate. I mean, from your experience on Nessie and playing in lobbies like this, what do you think changes up a lot for these regional finals, aside from that risk and reward that a lot of these teams are willing to make, considering what a team like Cybercats needs to do to even qualify for Split 2 LAN?
Yeah, it becomes very different because you can have different approaches in a way that you can mix up comps. And I think, you know, we've seen great success from Cybercats currently, but as you go into later stages of match point finals, it becomes way harder because now if you're playing, the moment you see either Wraith or Maggie or Ash, you know, they know which team to int for match point. So it becomes a lot harder to close out games later on. But as you go with, you know, early into the stage, people don't really care. They're just like, oh, it's that team, but they're not going to throw their game to stop them, right? But as you get later, people are going to be throwing their games, especially if they're not on match point, to not end the tournament. So closing out will be a lot harder, but I think that as you navigate through the lobbies, you already recognize people's macro, comp or not, you know, which teams are playing early zone, which teams are playing a lot edge, and that will open up more for teams to, you know, prioritize differently depending on objectives, because in the end, we also have to think about, are you spawning with a ring console or not, UAVs or objective points to rotate early. Because there's been times, you know, even for me in Pro League, where, you know, you don't have any objective points, you don't get blue, you can't really, if you play Fuse, you don't play the typical ring console characters, you don't even have beacon knowledge. Like, you can't rotate early with no beacon, it's going to be really hard. You have to play gatekeep, and then it becomes messy, yeah.
Well, look, you were there with me in LA, Graceful, and we saw, you know, a final zone where they were playing for $1 million, and they still didn't, you know, int that team on match points. So, you know, thinking about how these final circles play out and, you know, what the teams are sort of considering when they go into those situations, I want to take you through the first 3 games we've got here and get your thoughts on how these finished up. This was the first one down at the pylon. We had a couple of teams inside, and then we had Danish on the outside, but somehow Cybercats leveraged the Gibby utility to come out here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying here. Cybercats heard them thirst above that. They were trying to thirst these 2 bodies specifically up top, and then they get, you know, engaged on, essentially. They got climbed on and bubbled on. And And that's what I'm saying. People are hungry in these lobbies. The level is so high, all teams are always looking to make plays, but they get the same thing on them. They get actually re-engaged on top for trying to thirst the 2 down for no reason. Actually, this clutch is crazy because this played out perfectly because FaZe ended up also swinging the teams on the bottom and clearing out and trading, and it comes down to a 1v1 versus FaZe, I believe, here. And yeah, he just ends up taking the win. And, you know, MEK versus MEK. If Arctic was a roller here, he wins for sure. But yeah,
well, look, you know I'm on the same team there when it comes to MNK, Graceful. Now, going into our second game here, we had Alliance. I mean, they had a beautiful start and a mid-game run. Honestly, the whole thing was just a movie, but this last clutch by Unlucky. Look at that. Literally 1 HP. How did he win this?
Yeah, the fact that I saw the early clutch as well. He's been playing phenomenally throughout the whole day, and you know, he's just playing so how should I say it, calm. He's not stressed. His ice in his veins. He's just clearing out sides, deciding, you know, armor swapping, still playing knockdown. This late into the game, the fact that, you know, he's still playing knockdowns and playing cover like this shows how calm he is, and he, you know, cleans up with the Fuse Q, which is people's debate for today, how strong Fuse is.
Yeah, I love that. He just popping a shield cell and the winning you know, graphic comes up. Well, they switch compositions again going into World's Edge, always leaving us with something a little bit fun. This time it's Bloodhound, Maggie, and Path. How did they use those legends to come out on top in game 3?
This is the coolest one. Look at this here. He gets that down and he immediately disengages because they're already aware that they're gonna get thirded, right? So they actually just get 1 down, disengage, reposition to get, like, to not be pinched, reposition on the outside to pinch them on this rock where they have a 2-way angle on this rock, and they just close out. It's literally perfect macro, like perfect macro from the team to get this. Not only that, they're still not aping the rock, even if they could third as a 3v2, they're still playing it super calmly by taking head glitches. Look at this from Cleve. It's still holding his teammates on an angle here, re-peeking, and they're all like taking aggro and taking damage off of each other and re-peeking as a trio. It's literally impossible to win that 2v3 because they're sharing the damage and then reapplying as a triple peak. There's nothing they can do. Perfect play, 10 out of 10.
10-10. Well, if Graceful gives it a 10-10, you know, it's got to be good as well, my man. Hey, listen, before we let you go, any predictions? We got most of the talent, but, you know, we consider you talent as well. What's your prediction for who's going to win today?
I think that it's unlikely that a team that is not normally in top 5 will close out the tournament. I think, however, that there will be more people on match point than we expect, but I always have to trust my boy Hakis to close out the game.
Okay, another Alliance vote as well. Graceful, thank you so much. We hope to see you very, very soon.
Thank you so much for having me, like always, and take care.
All right, Graceful. If it goes to 6, he may come back with us as well as we look to head into more games. And more games, they are upon us. Vicky and Genome, amazing that you guys have been working. Vic, you're going to take a break. We're going to swap in Tiff and Genome. You guys are going to get ready for the cast or a second game on Stormpoint here.
Yep, it's going to be fun.
Let's do it. I'm back. All right. Look, they were trying to lock me away, but they could not keep me away from the action for long. But another one on World's Edge. Genome, got to full send it.
Yeah, well, look, it was great fun on Stormpoint before, but as you can see, even more interesting, fun compositions coming out there. And the fact that Cybercats have now won with 2 different comps already gives me, honestly, a lot of hope for them coming into the next few maps.
Yeah, it's kind of wild as we look at the map rotation, right? We're going to jump onto Stormpoint after we finalize this onto World's Edge. But prior to the regional finals day, Cybercats had only won 2 matches, one on World's Edge. And like, that's just so tough when you kind of come in here and you're like, all right, we are full sending. We are getting 2 of the 3 victories. But what Graceful had to say, he's like, you know, teams that are typically top 5 are going to be the ones that are going to be closing this out. But honestly, I think Cybercats have something to say about that.
Yeah, well, it seems like it so far, doesn't it? I think the most important part about what he said there was highlighting just how different these regional finals lobbies are to what we've seen in the rest of Pro League, and different teams tend to do better or worse depending on what kind of situations you put in them. And as you can see, Cybercats are absolutely thriving.
They are definitely thriving, but can they hold on to it, knowing that they're just a few points away from that 50-point threshold? Now, I would love to see them go ahead and get to that threshold and maybe have a game or two in pocket to see if that'll work. But let's just go ahead and figure what that's going to look like, because Alliance are so close to hitting that 50-point threshold. And if Graceful says it's true that we're going to have multiple teams that are hitting that match point finals threshold, Genome, we could be in for a rather interesting day, and it's just getting started.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as we said, it's a minimum of 6 games, even if Cybercats came out and won the next 2 and just blew it away. But yeah, you know, there's so many strong teams. We've already seen, you know, how good both Alliance and Cybercats look, but there's plenty of other teams, I think, that have got some gas left in the tank. You know, FaZe looked really good in that first game, picking up quite a few kills. And yeah, look, I honestly don't think we're going to get a short series here. I would have to agree with Graceful.
Yeah, let's lock it in for the long time. And I love that you bring up FaZe Clan, right? They're sitting at 23 points, which is kind of just at that halfway point. But honestly, that squad can put down some bangers and get to the 50 relatively quickly. Now, I do have some people that did predict FaZe to go ahead and take it on that 6th to 7th map. So it'll be interesting how they acquire some points from here on out, especially in the next World's Edge and then kind of jumping over to Storm Point. But the teams that are better at Storm Point, if they can go ahead and hit that match point threshold now on World's Edge, it gives you kind of 2 opportunities to lock it in.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that I had in my mind when I was thinking about the POI draft coming into the regional finals, Tiff, is like, strategically, I think you should be thinking about when are we most likely to hit match point, and therefore, you know, should we be prioritizing our Storm Point pick or our World's Edge pick, so that when we do get to that point and we're ready to take the dub, are we on the stronger POI?
And I love that you kind of bring that up, and thanks to production for showing us the map points comparison and where they're able to acquire those. And since we still have one more map on World's Edge, kind of look around here. You got Go Next down on the 5th place position. 60% of their points, they do come from World's Edge. So let's look at where they are in particular towards that threshold. They're a little bit further down than maybe Dia would like for now. They're sitting at 14 points. So we're still 36 points away, which it seems a little too much to be able to get to that threshold after this one map. So maybe look for them to hit 50 if they have some banger games over towards those next iterations of Storm Point, Genome.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the interesting things when we look at this graphic and we think about the spread of points across both maps now is that it's not as clear cut as it used to be, because previously a team would only have the one POI essentially on both maps, and therefore it was rather predictable how they'd be playing, how strong they were on either map. Now, you know, they're drafting across both. Maybe they prioritize Storm Point one week in the POI draft, and maybe they prioritize World's Edge the next. So, you know, it definitely still does come down to their play style a little bit, obviously with both maps playing out a little differently. But yeah, it's interesting that you've still got some teams like Trojan with 70% on Storm Point, when we have those factors that I just mentioned kicking about in the POI draft.
Yeah, speaking of POI draft, I'd love to go ahead and look at the points per World's Edge POI, and it kind of just shows us all over the place. Now, the majority of our teams do love that Sky West, which is going to be over there to the furthest right, because it is oftentimes, if not the first pick, it'll go second. And if it goes second, well, someone threw in that first pick. They wanted something completely different. And typically the best teams will do the best from Sky West. It's such a good POI. We love talking about that, but it's not the only one that you can be successful from.
No, absolutely not. I mean, when you look at this, there's, yeah, other ones that are even higher. This is just in EMEA, I believe. And if you take the data from all over the ALGS circuit, honestly, it becomes a lot harder to read, right? Like, it almost feels like all the complaining that teams did in previous years about, oh, well, we can never win because, you know, we have to land Geyser. Look at this. It doesn't matter that much. It's got almost the same average points as Sky West. It's been such a great sort of way to say that really it is just about you. It's about the teams. You know, stop crutching and saying, you know, no Johns, don't give me these excuses about POIs. Like, anyone can do it.
Gino doesn't want to hear your excuses, okay? He's just got no time for that. But you bring up Big Mud, and honestly, people have won from that 3 different times. Survey Camp, twice. So it really just matters on what your timing looks like and that pathing at the end of the day. And whatever you get, maybe you get a ring console, survey beacon, who knows? May those things be in your favor on getting the goods spawning into your POI drop spots.
Yeah, look, we haven't eliminated the RNG completely from Apex Legends. It is still a battle royale after all, but gosh, if the POI draft system hasn't shown us that this game really is skill, and the best teams continue to shine no matter whether they're playing from Sky West or from Dome.
Ooh, but guys, if you want to watch Apex your way, FaceIt Watch is the official multi-view streaming platform for the ALGS. Get in on those team comms. I mean, we got to show Ninja is in pajamas at the top of the show. Those are just things that you don't want to miss out on. You get such valuable information, and honestly, you get the vibes, you get the chaos, and I love to see it this way. And also a lot of teams, people out there that are kind of hosting their own watch parties all across the realm, whether it's on Twitch or wherever your streaming platform of choice is. That is such a good way to bring up the map view to really help bolster your watch parties.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know, you know how you consume a Twitch, but usually, Tiff, on Twitch, usually when you're not on the broadcast. But for me, it's usually a mix, right? You know, I'll be tuning into the casters. I'll be having a little bit of team comms here and there to see what the vibes are like from all the different teams. There's just so many options in Apex, and it's a really fun esport to watch in that way.
I'm not gonna lie, I do a lot of different things. I have like 17 tabs open because I'm one of those kind of people. I'll usually have Wig, sometimes I'll have Greek. It just really depends. And then I've got main over here. But for now, you know what I've got? Map number 4, we got some World's Edge, and your team that has taken 2 wins out of 3 so far, a nice win rate. Landing out in Fragment, still keeping things interesting. I love that we're like very well in tune with the Bloodhound and the Mad Maggie. And then honestly, I'm still not over the fact that people are playing Pathfinder.
Oh man, I'm loving it. Oh yeah, I like, you know, I'm a big Pathy player from way back. You can see here, actually, this is one of the interesting things I noticed on the map, just pulling in here, Tiff, is that we do have Cybercats pulling out to Ghost Town here. 2 of them actually starting off and looting there. Might even be heading in towards the tunnel where Stay Healthy currently are as well. I wonder if we'll see an early skirmish. That could be rough. Their other teammate very, very far away from them.
Yeah, but knowing that they're only 4 points away. Now, okay, no. So they're going into the tunnel because they used the drone, and inside that drone, they got the vault key. So there's a lot of things that we usually don't talk on main because we don't normally catch it, right? So when you see someone having not only Fragment, but you get No Name in the picture and you know the drone pathings, you can just shoot it down, grab that vault key, go get even better loot from there. You'll typically find maybe like a gold knockdown, gold bag, all of the goods. But as we look towards where that circle is pulling, it's actually going to be quite favorable, not only just for Cybercats, but for teams like Gaming Gladiators, FaZe, ANC Outplayed.
Moving up towards Survey Camp, but will it keep pulling? That's the, you know, the $1 million question. Well, no, that'll be when we get to LAN, I suppose. But this is the what's first place here? 20K question or something like that.
You know, it's a good one, but weren't we just talking about how Survey Camp has 2 wins from that POI from the regular season? So, I mean, look, this is the way to go, right? Go Next Esports poised. They've got that ring console. They're going to know that they need to stay up in that general area. But Aurora, who lands in that Sky East, yeah, they're not getting Skyhook West, even with Kazakh on the lifeline. They're not going to be getting the gold knockdowns from there. But what they can do is gatekeep. And Eternal, well, they've got a job to do here, kind of working towards that Harvester area. They're catching a team rotating, likely from tree.
Yeah, Southern teams not really worrying about their spot too much more worrying about the placement of Evo Harvesters around the map and where their friendly competitors are also slipping in past, because you've got Trojan, you've got Ninjas, and you've got DMS as well in the area. It's actually getting a little bit, you know, a little bit clustered down here towards Harvester.
Ooh. Honestly, DMS, quite a scary fighting team. And something that's been really fun this area since we had all of those changes in that mid-season is just who is coming out to play, right? We've got a Caustic locked in from DMS, which has been very typical of what they've been running, opening it up, grabbing that knock onto Micey. But here goes the Cybercats, right? 3 points away from 50 because they've grabbed a rogue elimination as they've returned to frag. Now you've turned yourself into that player advantage. And unfortunately, it's onto that Danish roster. Now, mind you, I did talk to Young Hong Kong prior to this. They were making some changes onto their legend comp for Storm Point, but they just haven't been able to get things moving. Their only goal, finish better than EXO, DMS, and free agent kids or FA kids because of the fact that if you want to lock in LAN, you've got to perform better than them. And DMS, they're already on that rotation.
They are moving around. It's a great point, Tiff. I was just laughing at the jump scare there from Ranches when he went up the zip line and realized that there was still a rogue Watson fence up the top and had to.
That's the worst.
And had to dip off. But yeah, look, these Southern teams certainly taking their time. NIP here going past staging. Now, they are playing from Thermal Station, right? We noted that very far down the draft, somehow them and Cybercats, honestly, you know, I think it was something like 13th and 18th pick that they were, have still landed very, very good POIs considering that position. And Ninjas was saying they had the option to go Thermal. They've been trying to, you know, put their name on that all split. And they actually decided, sorry, Siphon, and have decided to go Thermal instead because they were saying they think it's a lot easier to play for, right? Like it's a very straightforward play style, whereas Siphon, you've got so many other teams around you that are playing in a very late rotate style. If you get a Northern Circle like this, then it's very hard to make those decisions. And it was interesting to hear Nasky sort of not backing himself and just in that way and saying, no, I'd rather, you know, just sort of, you know, keep it simple this week because we know we have to get that first spot.
I really want to see what Stay Healthy is going to do here alongside Navi, but I'm going to double back on that point with Ninjas, right? You know they have a lot of experience landing Lava Fissure out prior towards that move towards Lava Siphon. We do know that based on all of the rings that we've seen throughout this entire split that they do not pull Thermal. They are just avoiding Thermal in general, but allowing Ninjas a free and clear rotate up towards the north, whether it's Mirage Etoile and kind of into Lava Fissure where they're used to those rotates. It's very typical to what they're experiencing. But for Stay Healthy, hey, you got to find that information over here at Grandma's, which typically boasts a survey beacon, but on the minimap, I don't necessarily see if one actually spawned in here.
Yeah, looking on the roof there, I can't quite see one. So yeah, perhaps not, but you know, Ninjas did get one down towards Landslide. They've got both the ring console and the survey beacon down there, so they're just sort of holding around that area. Actually, DMS chasing them through the tunnel right now. This could be an interesting one. Aurora trying to take a position. This will be important much later on in the game, I would say. So as long as they don't get pulled up on by Gaming Gladiators right now, they should be fine. It looks like Ninjas were okay dipping out of that. And they should be able to very safely get that next ring information, which is pulling further and further into survey camp.
Which one of these guys doesn't have a backpack if we're pinging level 1 backpacks? Because that's some pretty bad RNG. Regardless, we're going to go ahead and get that level 1 backpack on. And that just goes to show you guys, Skyhook West greater than Skyhook East. Now, Aurora, very familiar with playing from Climatizer, and this is a typical position that they will lock into play on similar zones if they land in Clima. However, they're coming from Skyhook East, so you saw that evac tower into that play. Now, granted, where this circle is continuing to pull, a lot of those teams are going to look for that high ground rock position, Genome. So if you're already locking those spaces in early and we're going to have some really tough areas, what do you recommend for teams like FA Kids, Danish players kind of coming down from that southeast?
Yeah, it's a genuinely a tough one, right? Because as you say, the power positions, depending on where that circle pulls, will either be on the northern side of the tracks, or it'll be on the rocks, as you said. It just depends on how far north that circle goes. I think those teams need to be playing for that late survey beacon scan, so that they get to see which spots are open and take a late evac into there. There's really no other way to go about it, I think.
Ooh, definitely not. But for Danish, just trying to get out if they can. You can see Jukes has already ripped Fritz down, and Zanya, Troom, Jukes trying to clean up the remnants of it. With only 5 points, every elimination is going to do wonders for their overall leaderboard. They found themselves in one of those must-win regional finals positions and have already found too much pressure from the pokes coming across, so we have to disengage and maybe decide to wrap up towards the north through Climatizer.
Yeah, they'll find probably that free for themselves if they continue to go that way. Actually, no one holding the bridges that they're looking for at the moment. A late fly in by Alliance, and they've come directly into contact here with Aurora. Whoa, getting absolutely battened down by this Rolling Thunder here as well.
Yeah, but to be able to make a play off this kind of crevice that we found in the high north, they play off that ring 3 information. They know where they want to position themselves and chow Aurora for it. But since Aurora took the brunt of the damage, they didn't actually capitalize on anything that they've done. I saw a Rolling Thunder. I've seen a Mother Load get expended. And here comes Gaming Gladiators, right? A lot of teams thinking this was a squad that was going to be able to perform exceptionally well here in the regional finals, but hasn't really been able to get the amount of points that we would be used to them for now. They've only got 2 points.
Oh my, yeah, that is an insanely bad start to the day here. And not a great start to this fight either for Alliance there. You can see 2 of them now getting knocked. All right, we need the unlucky special again. That's the only way they're getting out of this one.
I think they're just like falling to see what Unlucky can do here, but no, that's a wrap. Go next for Alliance, a 28-point game kind of carrying them in this series, but they'll actually fall in 19th, which is going to be a boon to Aurora, right? Immediately investing that drone to get their meds back on up, but we're going to have this big fight between them and Gaming Gladiators. It's only a matter of time, and you can see Blast, Light, Lufka kind of already looking for positioning. Here comes the exhibit. There goes the Arc Stars. This is a great way to open it up, and Aurora is on an aggressive comp with no real amount of defenses available.
Yeah, has the upgrade as well. You can see that allows Blast to throw the exhibit further and make an aggressive move with the Seer ultimate, just constantly scanning with his heartbeat sensor there, and they've actually pushed Aurora all the way out into the ring. I mean, Aurora's usually an aggressive team. I don't know why they're giving them so much respect and ground here. I guess they didn't want to take them on while the exhibit was up.
Yeah, that's an extension to chase them on out and bait their resources. In the meantime, Ninjas in Pajamas, this is their chance to make a play for this position on zone, right? We're already kind of getting those knuckle clusters out as we see there from Zane. But Gaming Gladiators, knowing that they pushed Aurora, are not necessarily in the position that they would want to be able to take this. They're not going to have that exhibit up unless they've changed those ult excels together. But peep the angles coming on in. They've got the rock, and that's going to be tough to play around, right?
Oh, did Gaming Gladiators, did they give up a little bit too much room chasing Aurora out here as we see Nip, Ninjas in Pajamas here falling into that same crevice that Alliance went down in. Now they're getting pushed into the zone as well, and GG are just putting so much pressure on all of the teams around them.
Yeah, well, Nasty's gonna open it up, drops Lufka there, puts it into a 3v2. Maybe we grab the full. That'll be a nice shield swap for later. But in the meantime, we lose Amphi, but Zane, we've seen him go big. We've seen him clutch up on land, but we also need to see them clutch in the regional finals to make it to next playoffs. Aurora, though, they've decided to come back into the fray.
Yeah, just the right time too. I mean, we thought, wow, that was a very passive play by Aurora, but perhaps it was perfectly timed by them because Ninjas here, they've dropped Nasky. Let's see if they've learned their lesson. If there's a Moby somewhere around, they might not even get time, Tiff.
Well, Ninjas in Pajamas have been wrapped in that swing straight in from Impulse, but Kazakh locking in the lifeline is going to be able to hit that reset. Now, that's just crazy, but more people still looking for their gateway to the north as you get that nice overlook of Survey Camp. Stay healthy, flies on in, and what good here? We've got a brilliant Watson prepped and ready to get that Jenny down.
Spark of Genius using that passive there to make sure there's another gen ready to go if anything happens to the one they've just put up. And Circle pulls and continues to go north. Aurora definitely in God spot.
Look, this is one of those ones they can convert on. Honestly, we did lose Cats on that kind of migration. They fell without hitting 50 points, so no one's going to be on match point as of right now, and stay healthy, just trying to keep up with that namesake, right? 28 points coming in, looking for 22, but we just lost out on one member. Now we turn over to Blacklist International, Uchako Mastiff in hand, trying to connect around, but unfortunately gets flanked.
Oh, okay. Just gonna play the knockdown shield, but doesn't account for the high ground angle there from Trojan. All right, the gold block comes in. Can they get the res off in time before FA Kids come in and finish them off?
We just keep on with the chaos. Jay Savage, last standing, a one chow over the straight, and we don't keep it. Trojan, who just keep warming on up, hit a reset. Unless we get another third party, fifth party, seventh party. Nah, for real, we get a moment of reprieve in the chaos that is this ring.
Yes, Trojan. Luckily, every team around them has decided they need to start getting their skates on and making a move up towards Survey Cam. You can see here, there's a caustic in the lobby, I guess. Yep, we can see it here on DMS, using that to try and hide inside the gas, inside the caravan, and try and make a little bit of space for them, as every team apparently is just unloading grenades to try and uproot their position.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one, right? Caustic is great to be able to trap that off, but usually you'll see Watson teams kind of lock it into the truck position. That's why Passion UA has the opposing truck just north of them, because you can really put that Jenny on in and then kind of fence as well, especially with fuses and knuckle clusters galore. It's been tough. For Atlas, though, on the outside looking in, we got another Mad Maggie pick, right? So we're going to keep putting that riot drill straight into the trucks and punish Passion UA. We do have the Wrecking Ball kind of locked and ready to save. Not sure when we're gonna break that one out, probably in game. For now, we've just got really good layers here as Exo Clan has started to move, they're starting to chow, and DMS have already lost out on 2.
Oh, they were just, it felt like they were constantly trying to reset there. Very hard position to play from. You often take so much aggro within the RV that it can be hard to ever feel like you're in a position to make a play yourself. You're always sort of at the mercy of everybody else.
Oh, but look at it. All the disruptors are singing a song, and Black Venom here trying to clean out the other one. Atlas have taken down Passion UA, and they've won themselves a truck. We just have 50 seconds left before we have to hit that rotate, and we've already burned the majority of our utility. So we're gonna have to start chaining those ultic cells if we even get that chance to. But look where FaZe has positioned themselves on kind of the northeastern side of Survey Camp. They'll have a quick rotation in, but the space that Aurora has set up while everyone else collapses. My only qualm with this, Genome, is how many eliminations are we going to be able to pull? Position's going to have to speak for itself. Let those elims come later.
Yeah, I've been keeping my eye on Aurora. They have been moving around, moving and shaking all the way. Just making sure they can keep as much space as possible, putting pressure on anyone who even looks in their direction. Because as we noted, they're up on the top of those rocks. They're the only team in the ring currently. All the other 6 squads, they have to make their way in, and at the moment, as you can see, they're just too busy fighting each other to even think about that next move.
Yeah, for real. Exo Clan trying to make a move, and well, it's just going to be K-Swinny last standing, grabs one, but unfortunately not going to make it out on that rotate. Mosin trying to get on out. FaZe challenging Aurora for the high ground. You knew this one was going to come through, and Kazakh, they've been evicted.
They have pushed them off. That was the evac jump up play there from FaZe Clan. The one weakness of Aurora's game plan is that they were very split. So a concerted 3-man effort there from FaZe Clan is enough to take that spot away from them.
I told you, my friend. Tom over there writes a lot of really great articles, had decided it was going to be FaZe in 6 or 7. And now sitting with 6 eliminations and a top 3 position with 36 points. They are inching closer towards that 50-point threshold. They have this power position that they stole from Aurora. They've got fences down. So you have Go Next on the opposing rocks, and Aurora playing from the train cart. Now the biggest threat here is who is going to send who first.
Yeah, and with where the final circle finishes, it's actually a little bit closer to Go Next and Aurora, but FaZe have a little bit more cover on their rock. So honestly, very hard one to call in terms of, sort of who's going to lose that cover first. But as you say, it's a crucial part of this last fight. Which ultimates are available is often the most important part of these final fights. We don't have all of that information, but as the teams start pulling in here, FaZe Clan are going to get aggro first.
What? Kashera down. Slab makes the trade. Arctic with the PK trying to stuff him straight in the face. But this is going to full send Aurora. They're going to make a play. You know they've got the movement on their side. And here we go. G7 scout from the top. This should be an easy cleanup for them. And they take it. Aurora get that match for the last one on World's Edge for now.
Well, I think you have to give it to FaZe Clan as well there, because they made the first move, essentially saying, all right, we'll give it to Aurora. We're playing for second. They get second. They got what they wanted. And so did Aurora. I suppose that, even though they lost that high ground to FaZe of the evac play, they managed to pull away and then come back when the time was right.
There's a lot of teams that are exploiting the weaknesses of this Aurora roster, right? You got the Bangalore, the Lifeline, the Path. They don't have a lot of defenses outside from the Bangalore smoke. And when you're up close, with the changes, you kind of get that white outline, right? So everyone that just really gets the space closed between Aurora, they just kind of run away, which I'm really shocked that they didn't lose anyone on those two disengages, especially when FaZe popped up to the top of the rock. We still managed to retreat to the train line and keep everyone intact.
Yeah, and you've just got to also think about how important those early couple of fights were as well, right? I mean, when Alliance flew in, I was surprised that their feet even hit the ground, to be honest. Usually when you're up there on those train tracks, the only thing you are looking out for is someone flying in on top of you, and you should be laser focused on that, like burning them out of the sky as soon as you can. Somehow they actually managed to land there, and it was the fight happened a little bit later. They still lost, but it was interesting they even made it into that position. But the really smart choice by Aurora, and not something you see a lot, of them deciding to go well out into the zone and just say, look, you guys take this for the moment, and then come back in when the moment was right, when Ninjas in Pajamas had complicated things a little bit. That turned out to be essentially a match-winning play.
I mean, look, they wrap away with 19 points from that game. 7 eliminations, probably one of the best games I've seen from Aurora this split in general. And FaZe Clan, 19 points. Look, 10 eliminations, pretty strong. And honestly, you look down, Trojan was able to grab 10 also. So that's pretty impressive throughout their rotation.
I mean, yeah, they were tied, I believe, with FaZe Clan before FaZe Clan eliminated them. So they're doing pretty solidly. I think they're, somewhere up in the mid-30s. I'm sure we'll get to that later. But yeah, look, a big game there for those top 4, which does leave a few KP down here for the bottom teams.
Well, also, the bottom teams here, Cybercats out in 17th, only able to grab 1 elimination, 1 point, which brings them to 47 points. So just shy of that 50 threshold. But you talked about it. You got Navi, who died relatively early on. Alliance trying to make that rotate for the power position, just kind of gets that cut out from them. So let's go ahead and bring up some stats from that match, because those are the 2 teams that looked so wildly good. Your top 2 teams, Aurora and FaZe Clan.
Look at this. FaZe Clan with almost 4k damage there. Aurora, as we noted, playing a little passively at times, and that meant that they didn't have quite as much damage overall, because they were able to control the space without having to, lift a finger sometimes.
Ooh, now let's look at those series results. I kind of did the math for y'all on the Cybercats, so they were just shy of 50. But FaZe Clan really doing a lot to breach that distance, sitting at 41 points. And then Aurora, after that win, have found themselves at 36. Alliance and Trojan kind of wrapping on up there and stay healthy in the 30s as well. Now I'm starting to think about what Graceful said in that, right? How many teams are we going to get on that inevitable match point, Genome?
It's a question that's still to be answered, and I think Cybercat's going to be asking some questions of themselves, because you get 5 or 6 points in an average game. They needed 4 below average to grab that match point eligibility, and they couldn't do it.
Well, look, you know what they have done? They've shown us they can win on World's Edge. They've shown us they can win on Storm Point. But we are going to cut to a quick break. And after this, we're going back to Storm Point. Cybercats, can you get to 50? Can you wrap it on up, or do we keep going?
Welcome back to the ALGS Match 5. About to get underway. Here's myself, Rain Day, joined by Spider Tiff. We'll be taking you through the action. We were just talking some anime, some fun things. Last week, you set me off with Set Your Heart Ablaze, which is obviously from I Can't Believe I'm in this new fantasy land with all these new best friends. Just kidding. No, obviously from our amazing Demon Slayer. But, you know, let's see who can keep slaying demons here, because Alliance, I think they've been #1, so to speak, as well. And honestly, there's been a lot of teams who have stepped up to the plate and said, we are going to challenge that authority. FaZe Clan Aurora, very, very specifically here.
Hey, look, it was pretty clean, especially on that south side. I was very shocked that those two full sent each other, because I was just curious. I was like, what is that going to look like, and why are we already kicking things off, especially with Go Next losing a lot of that space. But Arctic does so much work there with the PK to eliminate Go Next, but it was just too little too late. Aurora then tasked with such an easy cleanup from the high ground that they re-zipped back up on, and then just get behind enemy lines and clean things up. I honestly believe that was their first map win of Split 2 in general, Rain Day.
Yeah, and that was a big moment for them as well. Puts them in the position to have a chance to vie for a match point. But Graceful said it was very difficult to expect a team that's not in our top 5, our usual winners, to win a match point. He brought it up in a specific way, though, and it's something that I always like thinking about, theorizing about, because, you know, everything going to plan as it should is rarely what ends up happening in the ALGS, especially when you put the stakes of match point on. A lot of teams in that moment, if they see a Mad Maggie, like he was saying, where, you know, a team like Cybercats would be in that position, oh, they just all int them. But is that really what happens in a it's me or you kind of situation? Is that how people actually behave? Do they think more about themselves? Do they think about, well, I can't win this game, I have a chance, I need to get a good game, let me just get second and get some KP? Do they forget about the big scheme sometimes and get caught up in the action? All of those are the interesting human elements to me that I think, you know, we can't quite count out that we might have a unique winner here, even though, yeah, more than likely we'll get one of our staples taking home the W.
Yeah, I guess it all really comes down to the wire, especially when no one's hit that match point threshold just yet. And now we're kind of bringing back to Storm Point. So it's going to be interesting considering Cybercats, they got 21 points from their first maps on Storm Point. Alliance, well, they got 34. They didn't really acquire many points, if any, from World's Edge, and it's going to be tough. Can they grab the last 16 points they need now that we've moved back here to put them in that win condition here? Well, we saw this in earlier maps of Storm Point. An aggressive Aurora looking for any opening there from the team at Launchpad.
Kazakh has had some big shoes to fill, taking over the role of Grim Reaper. If you have missed some of our earlier or later match days where we talked about this story, Hardeki, a big member of Aurora, no longer a part of it in this split, and the change kind of sent waves through what was in LA probably our #1 team in EMEA that we thought had a chance to win the trophy. They've shifted, and Kazakh has taken that role on well, but getting back to LAN is obviously the goal. There's a lot at stake. A win would guarantee it for a team like Aurora. They're closing in with 36 points, currently sitting in third at the match point threshold of 50. So will they be able to push it through this game? Let's find out. Things becoming a little clearer, though, Vicky. What they'll have to do is we've now got an eye on our first circle.
Of course.
Tiff,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's totally fine. I will be Vicky.
Well,
let me go dye my hair red and try to get some of those epic.
You're both so good.
Weapon sounds.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Nah, I could never be like Vicky. But hey, enough about that. Let's look at this circle, right? Because we're pulling towards that Cenote Cave where players, they do land there. Not only do they have the ring console, they've got a survey beacon. So a team that's really good from Cenote Cave would be Aurora. They're going to be experienced with those zones. My question is, over in Devastated Coast, do they read this? Do they know where they want to play? Because yes, they are so fun to have end games in Cenote. I say fun. Players probably don't agree with me in general because of how chaotic they get, because of the choke points that are required to get into Cenote. It can be one of the most difficult end games to play.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the geometry of who has to fit into that zone right there, I mean, you're taking like maybe 1 or 2 main choke points, possibly 3, and you're funneling mostly 75% of the lobby through them. We've already got about 8 teams so far there, Not As Sincere being one of them. A shout out to the squad we're watching here, Matafe on the temporary blue, and of course soon to be up there with just 66 Evo before, as Prowlers will give you some of that Evo charge. Not As Sincere gladly will take advantage of that, hop back in the Trident and try to find the spot of choice. Of course, there's some ring consoles and a survey beacon right here, so hopefully playing off of that information, just seeing where the next zone will be, and also making sure they get an eye on who's in what building so far, because it is starting to get a little crowded even this early.
See, that's exactly what happens. And when you think of all the buildings that get taken up, you can already see Passion UA. They've got theirs fenced up. Then you've got Gaming Gladiators kind of just to the north of them. Navi's going to bring up the rear. Jukes from Players is bringing the Trident back towards the teammates. And FA Kids are starting to walk in on that south side where Navi has found themselves. But teams like Cybercats, FaZe Clan, ANC Outplayed, they're still approaching down from that southeastern side of things. And they'll likely all run into Barometer where there is a survey beacon. But for Gaimin, well, you just got to anchor down and use kind of these crevices to your advantage.
95% pick rate for Bangalore, as you see on the top. Just an overview of what choices our teams have made. It's widely been considered the most open meta in the ALGS in a long time, and you can see it right there. Even Crypto and Gibraltar being picked. The second highest, though, will be Fuse. So if you look at something that is the staple, it's Bang. If you look at something that's probably rotating right around it, it's the Fuse. Pathfinder, Seer, and surprisingly the Bloodhound here. Cybercats, Alonzi adding to that pick alongside the Gibraltar. One pick here from Cleve, throwing down the Dome Shield and fighting away. They are one team fight away from getting on a match point. I think they know it. Tiffany, they're trying to push forward. They've got one down. They do not want to risk dying this early.
No, and I was saying there's multiple teams that are going to be approaching from this angle. If you've got one down, we need the swing. You're investing the Beast of the Hunt. We get a full. It brings us up to about 48 if we can clear out Andy Jax. But where does FaZe Clan go? They were going to be the team that was rotating in behind them, but they're actually largely in Barometer itself. Have the evac tower in play, and maybe they're focusing on just getting into Cenote, knowing how difficult it is, and they're still 8 points away, so it's going to be more for them. But FA Kids found themselves a home, and that's going to be Stay Healthy's building.
They'd lose the biggest firepower there in Zidane, but Kiner and Jay Savage do the work that's required, and they get the job done with a full wipe and a reset potentially. The banner hopefully getting recovered soon, but at least they're up as a 2. It's starting to get a little dangerous in there. ExoClan, Fuda, Slayers, Case Winnie, they don't have the shield advantage, but they've got the numbers advantage, and that's going to be a major element to it. There is a res beacon nearby too, so does somebody try to smoke off? Do they try to basically play a little tricky? Do they have a mobile respawn beacon they can play safely behind themselves? As you can see, nothing could be safe here, as from the top channel, there are teams looking down at ExoClan. So even if they peek their head out a little bit, they are getting gate-kept from really pushing Zidane and squad.
It's kind of interesting, right? Because there's still a ring console in play, but we always talk about the risk versus reward. But it looks like Zidane might actually be getting brought back in with a mobile there as well. But Eternal on your screen here with Blacklist International just ahead of them. Go Next Esports in the fray as well. Could be a big issue here. If a fight breaks out, there's going to likelihood be a third and fourth party, which I don't know. A lot of these teams do need as many points as possible, knowing that Eternal alone are 36 points away from 50. And if they want to get moving, now is the chance, because the likelihood of two teams going on to match point after this game are very real.
In a little bit of a way, you can call this the battle for the North, as ANC outplayed and Eternal really vying just for the position to be able to show up to the circle late and play the top side of it. Although they're chasing each other. ANC outplayed, currently a man down, and Eternal on the hunt. Bambino, Tyler FPS, Mizey. I made that Vantage joke as well, because I won't forget the cruel trick that they played on us. They even tweeted us afterwards as well. Just teasing the casters that we might see advantage in pro play.
He got us so good, Rain Day. He was like, oh no, joke's on you, no Vantage, and well, no more ANC outplayed here as Alliance, seeking themselves to get as many points as they can. Now, mind you, they had a 28-point game earlier, and largely that would be attributed to unlucky. And I saw the timeline go absolutely crazy. That clip just going everywhere, and it's just hopefully they can double it down and make that rotation. And as you can see, they're on that western side, so we're gaming Gladiators, maybe Na'Vi. Those are the teams that are going to have to worry about that Alliance threat, but teams that are still working their way on in. Aurora, Ninjas in pajamas, but look who's made it in. Cybercats, we're still looking for 50 though.
Cats, I love this position. They've got the zip line there, a little bit of retreat if they need it, but pressure, sights galore, ammo as well. Things are looking good in the Cybercats house. 2 points away. So I think the conversation is play confident, but don't get too aggressive. They got the Gibraltar in case they need to back off as well. They've gone for the Gibraltar perk. The Dome of Fortitude essentially is what I'm calling it. I don't know if that's the exact name or not, but it's not Baby Bubble, which would give you two choices of that Gibraltar shield, albeit they would have faster cooldowns and be just a little bit smaller. But this one is +4 duration on the shield, so having a little extra stall time in case things do go awry, as Zone 3 is starting to become its time to shine.
But a lot of the cenote caves pulling out towards like center areas away from buildings. I think that Gibby Dome is going to come in so clutch for endgame. So be curious to see where they've positioned themselves as of right now in that next circle. They're anchoring down in the northeast. They've managed to take hold of a choke, and they've got a main building. Now they're just outside of this tunnel position, which the likelihood of teams looking to play from tunnel and rotate in from there are very real. And the team that's actually doing it, Aurora, and they just got scanned.
And they did get scanned right there. They said, you know, we see you in so many different ways. If you want to come over here, you will have to pay. The Pied Piper, Alonzi, currently sitting in that role, gets maybe a little bit of tax as well for staying too long without paying his due. A nice shot from away will be 50 damage. He'll heal that up with some shield cells. No need to rush or utilize a battery there, as we get a bit of an overview from Eternal. Where have they met? They found themselves chasing ANC outplayed, finished that off, and now running into NIP. Still, the battle for the North continues as Go Next Esports find themselves on the better side of this, sitting ahead of both of these teams. So pay attention to that call out. We'll see if that has a difference, as Alliance, our number 3rd squad, our first so far in EMEA, try to make an entrance on the southwest side of Cenote Cave.
You see, the issue here is this would have been difficult if Na'Vi hadn't full wiped Gaming Gladiators, because Gaming Gladiators would have been the biggest threat to Alliance pushing in from this side. So I don't know if you want to go thank kinda personally, but you probably need to. Now Na'Vi has found themselves in the building, and Effect is kind of playing forward, right? Scouting for those positions. Unlucky just behind him. And Effect seems to have found himself in the building, getting Mixy earlier with that turbocharged Havoc. And, you know, he's running on back, double time kicking in, like, Unlucky, I need you, come clutch. No, I'm just kidding.
Such good cover fire. And the double time is perfect as well. Just kind of saw what could they get. That's the difficulty in sieging and holding these buildings, because you fight so much, you use a lot of resources. If you win the fight, great. You get to reset, you get the shields, you get the resources from the enemies you took down. But how do you hold again and again, especially when you're dealing with a fuse? And that's the thing that they've got to work on. They were very, very vulnerable there. I think Hockey's was calling just the anchor shots from the IGL position and saying, you know, let's check in. Is there an opening? If not, pull back. But if they had all pushed there, that was definitely an opportunity for Navi to lose that building, and it could have been Alliance sitting there pretty as well. So Navi maybe get a little lucky. NIP maybe get a little lucky as well, as they take down a Thernal right there and pick Zane back up, adding 3 desperately needed points to their tally.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a team wipe there. We're not into Snote just yet, but maybe this is the time where we start chaining those ult excels together. You got Amphi, who has 2 to get that exhibit back into the mix once it comes off cooldown, and it'll be cool to see if they can just hit a rotate. Now, the question is, where do you want to go from here? Do you go towards the closest checkpoint or choke point to you? That's where Cybercats are. And if you kind of hang out towards the west, GoNext Esports is on the bridge, taking a lot of that space. And if they want to hang to the right and go tunnel where Aurora was positioned, well, you've got Blacklist in their sights, JMW and Uchako still taking fire because they're looking to make a play for that tunnel. But with all the eliminations that Ninjas in Pajamas needs, you might need to take the more aggressive way in and just eliminate them all, especially if you want to live up to that Nasky tweet where you're winning Sunday.
I hear that. But this zone just feels like it's predeterminative for them, Tiff. I don't know why. This is not a place that I've seen NIP succeed from often lately. It's not that they can't, but it is going to be a lot, because they've got to get through GoNext and Cybercats. Then they're going to have to get through Aurora, Danish, DMS. Then they're going to have to deal with the teams who've just been sitting in Snote Cave. So there's just so much to do. It's not that it can't be done, but gosh, I wouldn't want, you know, that big of a word count before I turn in my essay the next day. As a professional procrastinator in school, I love the late moments to get it done. That's when inspiration strikes, but that's just a lot of workload.
It's gonna be tough, and yeah, they take some shots to Blacklist, but honestly, what that does is make Blacklist go towards that tunnel where Ninjas in Pajamas can focus on that Cybercats choke point. They've already known that Cybercats have a building there, and they're likely going to look to retreat. But for Blacklist, we've got a tall order here through the tunnel, and yeah, I guess that's a good way to open things up. We can still double and go back, but once you get caught out here, and with just over a minute to go, you don't really have a lot of options.
Yeah, this is it. Blacklist trying to siege through this very, very small, very open corridor with Aurora. FaZe Clan realize it. Cinetic, they'll be on the other side of this, and they just want the points as well. So this is tough for Blacklist. Nag, Cinetic, Hierarcha, the 2 and 1 players involved in this. Stuck between a rock and a Hemlock. Oh. It's enough to cluster back. Cinetic will pull off from that. It's a good move. Still a tough spot for Blacklist to get out of.
In FaZe Clan, they're being a little more conservative here, right?
Yeah, they are.
And they have to be. They're 8 points away. If they can hit match point on 50 this game, this is going to set them up for success, because we know that Cybercats still has not hit it, albeit they're still alive. So there goes that focus of attention. You're right, does not connect, but does it do enough to scare off Blacklist International so we can focus on our rotation at hand?
Weirdly enough, Aurora gives it up, so Blacklist can move forward. I think that was just a good play of showing force. Blacklist, I don't think they wanted to rotate to the left. FaZe Clan made sure they couldn't, and that clears things up for FaZe Clan. So FaZe Clan doing what they need. No one's playing at their back, but Aurora give it up, and I think they just see a better spot to hold, especially with the zone becoming clearer. They may not have been able to hit a beacon at that point and seen where the zone would pull, and so now they know it's pulling far, far west, at least for now. So they've got a position even more west. Cybercats, though, really, is this the story? 2 points away, even just from KP. There should be a lot in this zone if they can find themselves in it, but currently, I think they're just right outside of it. And so, Cybercats, will they be safe here? I don't know, but certainly 2 KP seem possible.
They're one away. They need one.
Don't die here. You can't die here.
We hit the zip. We throw the Gibby bubble down. We are safe for now. We love those energized zip lines. And there's the knock. Is that the 50? Okay, our first team on match point, Cybercats. We don't care if they win here because they just need to win a different game outside this. And knowing that they have 5 teams to their north, the next minute of this game is going to be wild. And Blacklist International, they're kicking off the chaos in the north.
That could have gone so badly. If they run into a team in a building, they have to clutch up and they find a way. Blacklist, they were struggling earlier on. They'll struggle some more and they will go down as well. 10 squads left as we see go next fall. Kashira and squad. Trojan will be eliminated and Atenum will fall too. 8 squads now. Every squad here falling to the dangers of trying to make it to the circle so late. It was a terrible pull to the southwest for a lot of these teams, and you're seeing why. DMS goes down as well, Tiff, and 7 squads left as we maybe, just maybe, start to have some stabilization here with round 5 approaching.
And we're looking for more teams to hit match point, right? And Aurora on 41 points. FaZe Clan, they died with 42, so they're not going to be able to make match point here. They'll have to give it a go in the next storm point. But Aurora, keep your eyes on them. Now, mind you, think of all the times they've spent landing in Cenote and their familiarity with every inch of this space. Now, they found themselves on the far east with not a lot of good buildings. They're going to wait for that rotate, but knowing that they need 9 more points, 3 full team wipes or a win, whatever that's going to make happen for them, they need to play it safe. And Alliance, man, they've rotated in on the perfect side. They've taken the space of this next circle, and it's only a matter of time before they look to clutch this up. 11 points away as well.
It'll be obvious by now. If anyone saw it, that Gibraltar bubble on the outside of that building, giving people a pretty good indication that the team that died was not the Gibraltar team, because then they would have been able to see that name fall in the kill feed. They would have seen Cybercats go down. And so if it's not the Gibraltar team, well, that's 2 points. They were only 3 points away. I'm pretty sure people are aware that match point was hit. 53 now for Cybercats. It's all just extra goodies in the bag that they can bring home. But Alliance, they want to join them. Aurora wants to join them as well. There's actually 2 teams who could somehow find their way onto match point as well here, but Aurora are falling. 9 Impulse is so close to going down. He's going to shield swap quickly. He gets an extra 25. Aurora, 1 man alive. And I just don't know if this is going to be enough for them.
No, I mean, look, when you're down to this many squads, you need eliminations with a win. And ExoClan, they're on 31. They would need a massive game here, and I don't see any eliminations. Therefore, it's not likely going to happen here, even into the top 5. And there comes the first eliminations for them, 2 so far. Knowing that Navi is just sharing the building upstairs with them, that'll be quite interesting. I hear some zips coming through. Cats down there on that southeastern side have the attention here from Alliance.
Yeah. Oh, they try to make a move. Cybercats eliminated those. Just too many guns. And here's where Alliance starts to take shape. 44 points on top of the rock. Effect. Unlucky. Hockeys, it feels like they've just been biding their time, but they lose 1 quickly. Hockeys goes down. And this is Unlucky. Trying to get him back up alive. Effect hits the shots, but it's on the energized zip line, only does half the damage. And that saves a life right there.
It does, and Navi has moved themselves on top of Alliance and Impulse. Oirein down to a duo. There goes Impulse, and they're gonna keep on trying to hit this res if they can, and no one pushes them. But Alliance with 6 points, keeping them away from that match point. Now 47, 3 away. Aurora has fallen. Alliance could clutch up and hit match point this game.
Very interesting. Obviously going to have 50% less damage from explosives as well. That could be a big difference. Trying to bait out the zip. See what they do. Can they get a poke? Who's going to make this play, though? Is it maybe Hockeys to swing up? There's a smoke now. All Alliance need to do is win. They do not really need to worry about anything, any kills here. But ExoClan, they need it just as badly. A team that's currently sitting around that kind of 8th position has to have a performance to secure land. To go to Germany, it would be terrible if K-Swinny was not able to go back. One of our longest standing pro players in EMEA. Alliance, they lose another one. And Tiff, it's just balancing on a knife's edge here with 3 squads left.
We're focusing on the res here for effect. Futa down from ExoClan with Na'Vi from the high ground. They're able to put so much pressure on not only Alliance, but ExoClan. They're poised to potentially win this. And if they can stop Alliance from hitting 50 points, this would be so tragic. Once again, trying to stick that res, but ExoClan, they're making their move now.
Wow, and that's it. They're not going to do it. Unbelievable. ExoClan stop Alliance from hitting match point. And it is just Exo and Na'Vi in a 3v3 to try to find the win. Not a Spinseer. Can they clutch it up? It's Matafe. He's been trying to do it, and now at this point, he's got to make some type of gamble. Does he try to heal this off? Does he have a med kit in tow? I'm not sure he does. And so we might just have to go down and make a play or hope that the circle closes in on them. It's not going to be a difference, Tiff. This certainly will be a heal off. And will Matafe and Na'Vi win? They will!
What? What?
What?
Okay. Yeah, no.
Again.
Woo! It's been a minute. It has been a minute since we have seen something of that nature. Matafe does not join the teammates on the low ground. Instead, you're right, goes for outlasting, outplaying from the high ground.
And I think, you know, when you really look at it, it must have just been on that tree, no space underneath. You know, some of the trees, they do have space underneath. There's the large overcropping where you saw Hawkeyes and them playing, but the way the zone pulled, there was just no choice. And unbelievable from ExoClan to go ahead and take down Alliance to stop another team being on match point. That benefits Cybercats, but not a Spinseer. They get the extra win with, you know, not getting that KP. However, it is a big boon for them. A team led by Matafe, who's got so many fans in EMEA, certainly wants to make a statement, and who I think a lot of people have thought could win today, Tiff.
I mean, that's very true. They have a good possibility of doing so, but I can't wait to see what that series results is looking like, because we know that Alliance was, you're right, they stopped them. They were one full team wipe away from match point, which is so close, because then you have to hit match point in your next game and you wouldn't go on eligibility till the game after. And if we already had Cybercats on match point eligibility, which they are, they locked it in that game. Like, that's a lot of time to allow Cybercats to look to take it.
And the truth is, for the rest of the lobby, it's the best thing possible, because, you know, we go back to that situation. What happens when, if you switch to World's Edge, or you see a Gibraltar, or you see a Maggie, you start to int that team. But if Alliance is there too, you can't int that team. And so that makes it more dangerous for the rest of the lobby when you have two. Now that situation where nobody can win except Cybercats, if we see this team and we probably can't win either, we're just going to throw everything we can at them. That starts to make sense. But it's a whole different thing to actually do it, Tiff. The mental's got to be there. Teams are starting to feel the stress. Not a Spinseer taking 22 points in that game. ExoClan was 17, Alliance right behind. But that 8 from Cybercats is enough to push them over and be our first team on match point in EMEA.
It really is. Now let's jump on over to that second page to see where, like, FaZe had wound up, right? In 16th place, 1 point. Now, mind you, that was a team that was making conservative calls, looking to hit 50, knowing that they were just 9 points away coming into this game. But unfortunately, they're not gonna hit it. We have to GG go again for them. But Ninjas in Pajamas, look, they were the one that got really unlucky with that late arrival into Cenote. Not really sure which way they were going to approach, and it just kind of fell apart from there.
It was a great game from Henchman, and Kinda, you could see 3 kills from Kinda, 6 from Henchman on the Pathfinder. And it was really the retake of the high ground that probably sealed the deal and could have been the difference maker. Alliance will be looking back at to say why they got a second and aren't on match point, and maybe if next game Cybercats win, why they didn't take first place in regional finals, because going down, losing Hawkeyes early meant that Not a Spinseer could zip up with Henchman on the Pathfinder and take the winning position. Cybercats, 55 total points. A lot of other stories, but that's the most important one, Tiff. It could end next game.
It very well could, but for Alliance, Aurora, FaZe Clan, EXO, even Na'Vi and Trojan, those are the squads that are within striking distance to be able to go on to that match point threshold in the next map. So keep your eyes all on them. Stay healthy. I mean, 19 points, it's very viable that they could do it, but it would just be a little more difficult.
I mean, it's a big deal for a lot of these teams as well. So many of these spots are not available, really. You would have to win or go home. There's still hope, and especially for a team in 18th place right now to do the unthinkable, be that Cinderella story, and make it to land by getting a W. All of that coming up here in our next game right after this.
Welcome back, everyone. One team at match point, 4 other squads that could easily hit match point this upcoming game. I'm Vicky Kitty, I'm back, and I'm joined with Genome, and we got game number 6 coming around the corner. I don't think this is going to be it, Genome. If there's anything match point has ever taught us, it's that this is far from over. But you know what these teams are fighting for? Why it's getting so close at the top? It's because they're fighting for their opportunity to play in Mannheim, Germany. Guys, you do not want to miss your chance at attending another one of these amazing lands. Year 4, you guys can check us out obviously at twitch.tv/playapex currently right now, but make sure to scan that QR code on your screen. You don't want to miss it. Bookmark all the things and information that you need because this is going to be insane. Make sure to go to algs.ea.com to take care of all the information that you need to also attend in Mannheim, Germany. It's going to be absolutely insane. I cannot wait. It is literally around the corner, Genome, and currently Cybercats sitting in first place with the Gibby composition nonetheless on Stormpoint again.
I mean, there's a couple of throwbacks going on here. Like, you know, the heel-off finish we have, as Tiff was saying. I haven't seen one of those in a hot minute. And the compositions as well, seeing Gibraltar, seeing Pathfinder back in the meta. It's like the good old days, Vicky.
I love it. I love it. This is the best Apex that we've seen in a very long time in terms of not only the legend diversity, but then in a situation like this, Metafe being on the high ground. EXO, they, after that game, are currently sitting with 42 points. Every point counts now that we have 3 other teams aside from EXO that are within that 40-point range. Look at this. I mean, what year is
Jumping for joy is how I would put that. Metafe just bouncing around happily like, yeah, what are they going to do? I'm up here alone.
Actually crazy. It's now being able to see Cybercats taking 2 games, but now the dub coming up now, Gino, that's where it matters as we go back over to Stormpoint, where Cybercats has already taken a dub both on Stormpoint and World's Edge. But can that consistency stay true when you're the only team in this lobby that stands out like a sore thumb? And what I mean by that is that you're the only team rocking a Gibby. And for those of you guys that tuned into our halftime show, Graceful worded it perfectly. That is literally the indicator for other squads to know, oh, this team's at match point. We can int this squad so that way we can make sure we get even more points and keep these games going.
Yeah, and I guess that's the question now is the teams are picking their legends as we speak, and we're getting a good view of where all these teams are landing, of course, coming over back again, you know, to Stormpoint. The fact that they've won games on both maps when they were 18th seed. I mean, how did they even get Echo HQ from 18th seed? That's my other question, Vicky. There's a lot going on here with Cybercats, which is honestly hard to believe, but if you're a fan of them, you know, I'm sure there are some true believers out there who think that they can come away with a third win and be one of the first teams in a very long time to pick up a match point win from the bottom of the barrel.
You have to put emphasis on that. Like, that is insane. Like, they need to win first to be able to qualify to Germany. That's how low they are in the overall standings, even with these additional points. That is crazy to say. And I do want to highlight, while we are watching Na'Vi right now, the winners of our previous game, it is nice to note that Cybercats have indeed changed their composition to something that we have been seeing throughout this lobby, and they are on the Fuse, Bloodhound, and Pathfinder.
Super smart. I love this. Having a look around, I think they're actually the only team on that, which is kind of funny, right? Because, you know, in one way, it's sort of similar to what we talked about, like they're the only team on that composition. But will any of the other teams actually recognize that they're the only team playing that composition? Because, as you said, it's different to what they were playing in the last game.
It's a little suspicious not seeing a Bangalore, the only team to not have a Bangalore on their squad, as we take a look at where this circle is pulling, as Alliance are going to be thriving here on this north side of the zone. Not only do they have two Evil Harvesters, they got positioning advantage. They're going to be able to sit in a better spot looking at the teams that are probably going to get ahead of the curve and trying to go for these quick rotates like we are currently seeing with Danish.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was pretty vocal about, you know, that you know, Designful and Disguise using the Wraith instead of a Bangalore was honestly a non-optimal play. So I am surprised to see Cybercats are running without it here. But, you know, I'm surprised and I'm not surprised because it's Cybercats and they just seem to do what they want. And today it's absolutely working. But, I mean, there's a reason that she is at a 95% pick rate right now in this lobby, Vicky. And that's because her kit is just so versatile. The rotational options that the smokes give you are almost unbeatable. And of course, the aggressive and defensive potential of her ultimate is, yeah, it's just so versatile.
That's why I like the creative strategies that we've seen from a team like Cybercats when they had utilized the Gibby. But in this case, and looking at their POI, it's going to be quite a trek here, as Gaming Gladiators now looking like they're in a lot of trouble. Still on whites, as Danish now moves in with the blue Evos, considering there's an Evo Harvester over to their left. But they got the jump on Gaming Gladiators while they were on their way to that Evo Harvester.
I think teams are starting to pick up on that more and more, right? Incorporating that into their game plans. You need to have your wits about you whenever you find yourself near an Evo Harvester, because you know that other teams are going to be prioritizing those and their position as well.
And we're gonna have a lot of areas go as this, but Hockeys gets taken out, and now Alliance down to a duo. Not what you want to see when you have 47 points at the moment. I love these cracks. He's essentially sending off effect to be able to claim that banner at the very least and then dip away. And it's smart, sending out your Bangalore there. He does get caught with his friendly Motherload, so he's going to be able to get out of the fray, but also have some insurance too. That was great. That was huge there for Alliance.
It's a hard position. I mean, I'm just trying to go through the thought process. Like, you're 3 points away. You can see them calling in a Moby there, so extremely important. But yeah, look, all right, we'll go into this fight and we can dip into that thought a little bit later.
Got a lot going on here on multiple sides of this map, as FA kids get the crack, get the beam here. Kyner's gonna be able to pop this shield bat in time, taking this a little bit slower. It's the Beast of the Hunt now. I'm gonna just try to hold this off angle. They don't like the way that this fight is going on, and I do like this call here, considering the circle is gonna continuously pull over to that northwest side. So maybe calling it quits for right now. That was FaZe Clan inside of that tunnel, and on the other side of FaZe, exiting it towards Cascade, is gonna be Go next. So hear that fighting going on, but the action has still not stopped over by this north pad side. I don't expect it to, Genome, as they are able to get that res.
Exactly. Hackers has been respawned. Extremely important. Because, yeah, as I was saying, it's like, you know, the thought process, do you go, you're 3 points away. Do you think you can get those 3 points as just a duo, or do you make a risky play in order to get your third back and give you a much better chance of grabbing those 3 points? It's genuinely a hard decision, but considering they've got him back in and they're good for now, it seems like it was the right play from Alliance.
Yeah, you're basically essentially trying to call for playing it safe there for the placement points. And, you know, a one whole squad wipe will put you at match point if you're looking at Alliance, but you also don't want to get griefed in the middle of a fight if you can't finish all 3 members of that one team. While Blacklist have already claimed 1 member of the opposing squad here as they reach right around this choke on the other side of checkpoint. Holding this door here as JMW had popped that Beast of the Hunt, tries to catch him, but he was caught in the animation of scanning. Still, though, was able to get the crack on the Nemesis.
Ooh. Blacklist trying to chase his team down, and there we go. Passion UA is eliminated in 19th place. Blacklist got, you know, control over those buildings that will come into play a little bit later as, you know, the other sort of 5 to 8 teams who are still rotating in from the southwest and southeast sides of the map might come past their position.
Now looking at teams like FaZe, Cinetic. A good bit of damage here. Got the shield cells ready to go. But it was for a fight by the Evil Harvester, where they wanted to get some extra information on that beacon. Talking about a little bit of a trek. They're still in front of FA Kids, by the way, who are trailing right behind them. So that way they also have access to that beacon to their south side downhill. But as they go through Command Center, a team like Atlas is waiting on the other side here. There is a survey beacon there, as well as an Evil Harvester. And I keep highlighting this because this is where you could expect the pathing for some of these teams that do have a far enough POI that they have to make this trek to then get that information on their way over, as well as Evo charge.
A lot of things to consider, and whoa, Ninjas in pajamas. They're considering their next move. Want to just play by the nuts here, but you can see they're trying to scan, work out if there's anyone sitting around. They see the ring, and it shifts away from them. A little bit sad, but it will be there's a half-decent position to stage from here. They are worrying about Eternal, though, who is still sitting out behind those rocks in the sea.
Definitely agree there, especially when you're coming from this side, although there is that bit of an open ground through the waters, but you know that your backs are cleared from any of the teams that may rotate from the wall. As we tune into FaZe here and they get on the other side of Command Center, let's jump into a listening with FaZe as they make their next move.
This is the wall team.
They don't want to hit UAV?
They're netting in Cascade.
Do you want to hit UAV?
Yes, yes.
We should.
I just don't have fucking heavy, man. Oh shit.
We should not grab the heavier side.
They're shooting on the left.
I grabbed most of it, but I didn't see any. I got like 40. I'm gonna smoke 3.
What do you want from me?
Mangled it, they might fight.
Maybe. Wait for the UAV, look at the UAV.
One of you look at the map as well, okay?
I'm looking.
We could maybe get in or we can fight.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we just get in, no?
Do you know
it's not about 3P, it's not about 3P.
Our side is free, yeah.
Yeah.
We can walk up.
There's a team Cito though.
I'm walking up.
Are they fighting though?
We should walk up hard left now.
Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna fight though. They are. No, they're not. Wait, the team, they're in Spider Choke, I think. Watch out.
Wait, what now?
Yeah,
in front of me,
Okay.
We just go back, It's dead.
Yeah, fuck this.
Okay. Is anything free, like, on this side for the walking?
Yeah, the buildings.
Yes, the building is free.
What, everything's free?
Yeah,
everything's free on this side.
Okay. How many bats do we have?
Evac from Cito.
They're all.
Cito.
Thought process for FaZe here while they've planned where they want to rotate to, just being able to clear out where some of these buildings are going to be at, while on the other side waiting for them on that choke, it's going to be Blacklist currently, who have popped Beast of the Hunt, trying to engage on NIP that we saw earlier inside of those DBZ dome buildings. But on the other side of the edge of the circle is Eternal, who are essentially pinching NIP. Look at the positioning they have out in the waters by those rocks. Natural landscape here to play off of an angle, but they're going to back away now instead. They don't want to overextend because in the distance they know that Trojan DMS inside of those tunnels could easily try to get a poke at them.
Yeah, it was a back and forth before Blacklist International pulled up, and then as you said, they sort of formed the other pincer that was wrapping around the ninjas over here, but round is closing, Vicky, and it looks like Blacklist International are in the They're in the nuts that are inside the zone, and Ninjas are not, so they will have to make a move sometime in the next minute. You can see Zane just trying to find a spot now to put that Evo down, but taking so much damage in the process of doing it. Do you think they'll even be able to get onto this?
This is gonna be really hard. Like, they've even used the smoke already preemptively. Look at the mother load on top of that there too, with the evac tower being right next to them, highlighting exactly where they are. No time as the ring is closing in. It is round 2 closing, so you could at least kind of coexist a bit in that circle, but you're also lacking on meds after a quick rotation. So we got to see a Cybercats, another team on that evac tower, going to be able to try to find a spot here. Let's not forget, this is a team that is looking for the dub, not trying to be at match points, since they're already beyond that 50-point threshold.
Yeah, look, you know, don't get it wrong. They are getting besieged from every side right now. We do get the Nokia DMS trying to help out the rest of the lobby and keep this one going. Cleve has already fallen. Oh my god. Corstical, bang on.
Literally toss everything. You're juggling like you're in the circus right now. And Alonzi can't even reset. He didn't even have health to begin with here. Now forced to pop the shield back. Ranch is right there. Man, it would be a shame if a knuckle cluster just hurtled in their direction, but at least they have a little bit of time to breathe. There's 2 teams looking at them with hockeys also just sharking around behind them.
Yeah, a couple of other teams definitely looking for those kills, wanting to finish them off. I mean, of course, we do have, you know, the players and the teams can't see the names in the kill feed, so they won't be certain that it is Cybercats that they've killed. And as we mentioned, they have made a composition change, so yet another wrench in the works of other teams identifying that. But certainly they've done a lot of the hard work so far of getting them down and out, but still 2 of them left. You never know.
Lucky had claimed the kill earlier on too, and with Cybercats being so close to Alliance, currently Alliance just need 2 more KP to be qualifying right now in match points. They lose out on Ranches though from behind them. That is Go next right now, going to be able to get that first knock. Lunzi going to be able to try to get this res here, but there's somebody right in front of them. Again, Alliance was right there looking at them. Cybercats now just trying to stay alive. Alonzi could only do so much off this low ground.
It's not to be. Pops the bat at just the wrong time there, and the peak over the top will be the end of Cybercats. Apex Legends enjoyers rejoice. We go to match 7.
We go next, and guess what? Alliance meets Cybercats at match point. That was the kill that they needed. They are currently sitting at 50 points. Now they have to win a game that isn't this one to be the winners of the regional finals. The fighting has not stopped now. Genome FaZe now looking at a different angle, looking at Blackhand, looking to approach.
Yeah, look, not just match point, but also Godspot, honestly, over there. These teams down on the south side have got a lot more fighting to do before they get in a good spot like Alliance. And FaZe Clan has got a lot to do to come back from this rough position that Synetic finds himself in.
And it's not just them here, too, that Blacklist was trying to engage on. Atlas is coming in. Aurora want a piece of the action. Little late to the party here as the invite got lost in the mail, but with 12 squads left and Synetic, the last one alive for FaZe, looking to run. Sitting at 45 KP, they were able to at least get the extra credit from Blacklist on that initial knock, but with Synetic being the last one alive, he's literally stuck between the rocks.
He wants as many points as he can, even if he can just eke out some placement points, that helps. But yeah, it's got to feel rough when, you know, you've got that pressure to get, you know, let's say between 5 and 10 points to get up onto match point. You put that pressure on yourself, and FaZe, they don't manage to get there.
Not yet. He's still alive here. Let's see if he can even third party this, because right now Night Impulse looks like he's in trouble. He gets a melee, but the circle doesn't help him in the way that he intended. Aurora get eliminated, and here comes FaZe, though. Synetic, the last one alive. He sees 2 that are up, and he cannot clutch the extra points that they needed. They end their run at 46 points, and the third party doesn't end here. The fourth party has now rolled in from Trojan.
Yeah, they're pushing up onto Atlas, who, as you can see, are in shambles on the side there. But we've also got Exo Clan. Remember, these guys were, I believe, 8th in the very last spot available going into today. And that's even assuming that a team in the top 8 runs out with it and wins the match point finals. So Exo need a good day. And unfortunately, we do see them removed here by Na'Vi, who inch ever closer to a match point eligible status of their own.
inching their way at the edge of the circle here too, based off of their spot currently in where the circle's pulling, which is right above Alliance, with Unlucky being on the top. Can they do it again?
Oh, really?
This time trying to get 2 Alliance. No way. Go next, just let this happen. I mean, what can they do here? I guess at this point, they felt some pressure from Eternal in the distance, but Alliance get the res, Genome.
How? Like, there's no one else around. What are you doing? Go next. Go finish off the kill. Like, do you not have the Kashera drone to tell you what is going on here? Wow. Okay. Oh, that's an opportunity just gone begging for go next. That would have been like they could have easily won the game from that spot. But you can see they're playing down the bottom, playing it very safe, playing their own game. But now they've just given time for Alliance to reset, and as you can see, turn their attention back onto Kashera and friends.
For free? They got the rest for free. They really did. That's... Wow, well, can I see how they're going to be able to coexist here while teams like Na'Vi continuing on clearing off the south side of the circle. They're trying to get as much KP as possible because they're the team also sitting at 47 points, still alive in third place overall, right behind Alliance and Cybercats, and they're looking at Atlas and DMS fully engaged on each other.
Okay, Atlas are the ones who have to make the move. Na'Vi just watching, and they will take the enhanced zipline there to try and third party this, and just as they get above the lip of this, they're going to meet their maker here with Na'Vi, yeah, very quickly taking out Atlas, but DMS, they managed to get out. Are they going to come back in, try and, you know, recommit on top of this?
Oh, this is huge. Na'Vi did what they needed to do here. Even if they died, they did exactly what was intended when they knew that they were going to hold forward and try to end this third party, and that is get to match point. They now have 50 points after coming in for that third party. Can kind of clutch this out here, though, if he could get this res and the reset, since Matafe has the gold knock.
Yeah, well, you know, it looks like DMS were trying to push the other team away here. Does get one res, but as soon as that comes out, they say it's time to get in. The Havoc, though, is wreaking havoc.
Oh my god. He's going for the shield swap. He's still alive. The Prowlers are also briefing them from behind. The grapple comes in. Kinda. Can he clutch? He cannot. The knockdown shields do not help them. Very close. Prestis is still alive to reset for DMS.
Meanwhile, the two teams sitting in the building that will decide the game realistically, Alliance and Go Next, have not really run into each other just yet. So, as you can see, Alliance have been keeping a watchful eye on this bottom level position here. And DMS are going to have one of the freest walk into like a round 6 circle that I've pretty much ever seen, Vicky, because both of the other two teams are very much, you know, just worrying about each other. DMS are just going to zip straight up onto the catwalk. Let's go. What a play.
But it cost Taskmaster's life in the process. You know, although, you know, you take that zip line, you zip away up on the high ground, now you lose out on Taskmaster. See, maybe they could get the reset here. Unlucky trying to get the grief on the 4 arc shards that he's got ready to go if he could send it towards their way, but also wants to hold on to it, considering that this circle is closing in right behind them.
Yeah, they won't be able to sit up there for too long once the next circle begins to close. And as we saw, Taskmaster back up, notably. And yeah, look, as we saw just before, Knuckle Class is definitely going to wreak havoc there. It's the gift that keeps on giving, Vicky. You know, you might have 4 Arc Stars in the backpack, which is not too bad, but he can save those and just keep the pressure up with the tactical, which of course does not ever run out.
Beautiful. It's like Christmas out here. Christmas coming early in the summertime. Now with the Lions being on this height, they got 2 resets, all right? They got Hockey's back the first time. Then we see the double reds coming in from Alliance. Uncontested is insane here, and they still have all the loot to work with too, despite that. So now playing off this rooftop, knowing that Gonex are right below them. You know, Kashera is zooming around with that crypto drone to get information on where DMS's spot is. But once the circle closes in the next 10 seconds, this is where Alliance is going to be able to shine as DMS may in on Gonex.
They move early, and Unlucky, he hasn't even realized that. The scope is still on the catwalk, but DMS are already somewhere within this building. Hard to see on the map view where exactly that is. I presume they're in the building and not underneath in the sewers. Yeah, okay, so they've gone for first level. Alliance trying to block off some entrances with the Trident. Love that. And Go Next have actually made their move to try and set up a better cross angle and position looking at Alliance and DMS.
This is big for Go Next, standing at 42 points in total. Kai has 3 KP, Slab with 2 at the moment, and they're looking to get this dub, get closer here to match point. Alliance, you already know, have hit match point, and trying to get extra points on top of this. Even if they win this game, it doesn't matter. We still go on to another game. Kashira loses on his shield, but the gen right next to them is going to allow them to just wait patiently for these 2 squads to engage.
They've moved closer to where this circle will finish than the other 2 teams. That's what Go Next is banking on here. But as you can see, they don't have a lot of cover to play behind. And once Alliance realizes this, EMP going out. It's just such a small amount of cover. They all have to sit in the same place. A well-placed, gas grenade from the Caustic here could completely ruin their day. It all depends on that Watson generator.
They definitely are holding on to that one here, too. Nicely placed mother load as well as they drop down. They still have the balcony to work with here. Can we make some plays off the zip line before dropping down? They're going to take their time. Do you not want to find themselves pinched in between DMS and Go Next on the other side?
All right, they're going to have to drop Alliance. They go on top of DMS here. All 3 teams now getting into it at the same time. Who's going to come out on top?
Oh, they get the double knock. They let DMS take the dub. That was a huge play, though, from Alliance. They know that it doesn't matter. Even if they won, they were sitting at match point. Allowing DMS to win, a team that isn't as close to match point versus Go Next is even bigger. They knew it was Go Next because Kashira, one of the few cryptos in this entire lobby. They knew that they were going to be playing patiently, so Alliance decided prioritize Go Next before DMS underneath us, as DMS is the only Casa squad, so they knew that it was them playing underneath them.
Yeah, you can tell a lot by the legend compositions now. It's much easier than it used to be. When everyone is playing Bang and Blood, it becomes a lot more difficult to tell these teams apart, Vicky. But all of a sudden, Crypto, a big indicator, a Caustic is out of the ordinary all of a sudden.
Yeah, and that's why, even though they knew DMS was going to be behind them, even though they knew that they were going to fall in second place, even if they just fully sent it onto Go Next, DMS sitting, I believe it was at 38 points overall before that game. Winning that game still allows Alliance to have a lot more leeway to take their time in getting the dub for the next game after hitting match point.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to be so focused on. Yeah, I mean, did we get anyone else who crept up towards match point at the end there? I was so interested in the sort of positioning of those final few teams. I wasn't keeping my eye on the top bar quite as much.
I believe we had Na'Vi currently now at match point. We have Cybercats like we already saw before, and now Alliance. So it was Na'Vi and Alliance that hit match point after that game. As we take a look at the match 6 results, Alliance with 10 KP. Let's not forget, they got 2 reses in Northpad. That is also their POI advantage, but they held it down. And DMS take the dub with 4 KP. Go Next right behind Alliance with 5 KP to add on to their overall points.
Yeah, look, 9 Lives may not have made it to the regional finals, but their spirit lives on in Alliance, who were basically being their feline friends there with the amount of times that they got, the amount of chances they had here in our match. But yeah, DMS with the win, mainly off placement points. That'll still be a happy 16 points for their total. But yeah, some other teams, clans especially, like FaZe Clan, going disappointingly short of making that 50 points.
Yeah, they were so close too, with Synetic being the last one alive in that game with 46 total points. He tried to time the third party. Unfortunately, there were still 2 members up and alive from that opposing squad. While looking at the second page, though, Blacklist with the 8 KP, Danish with 5 KP. Still trying to share that up a little bit, as Blacklist are currently sitting in 11th with 27 total points. So that's something to take note of as we go on to our next game.
All right, let's get into the series results, Vicky, and see where everyone stands overall. 3 teams have made it to match point. Alliance and Cybercats definitely look like the 2 best teams on, here today. I think Graceful was saying he was, Na'Vi was his pick, so they're certainly showing up as well. He wasn't too far wrong with those 3 teams out ahead. Everyone else now playing catch up, and another 5 teams on 40+ points.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy to see how many more teams are going to be facing off against our match point squads, because it's like what you said and what we heard from Graceful. It's about the consistency and getting the dub,
Yeah, exactly. You really need to come back in. And I mean, look, Cybercats have had 2 wins already. Is it too much to ask? Is that too much consistency to hope to get a 3rd win for them?
Gotta see. We're gonna bring in Rain Day Tip. I'm gonna take a step down real quick, Genome, and you're gonna be able to take it home here to see which of our squads in the next game will be at match point.
Thank you so much, Vicky. Great ending that has set us up for a even better finish. 3 teams on match point, 2 teams really in the mix who are favorites, Tiff and Genome. 1 team that is kind of waiting to see if they can do the unthinkable. 3 match wins, 18th position, qualify for Germany. What a story that would be, but we're still waiting to get there. And I want to bring in our second halftime analyst here, Graceful, who will be joining us to make it forward to talk about the setting that this ALGS regional finals has already gone into. We are waiting to see, and I'll also just point out, he was pretty correct, as you guys had mentioned too, before Vicky was able to leave. Not a Sincere would have a move, and they've made that move. I'm excited to see if Matafe can start his trip to Germany well. Of course, Kinda and Henchman. Also, Henchman, to me, having a great day. Kinda also in that moment. Woo, almost clutched up. Graceful, he's back with us. Obviously, a member of our talent team when he's available, a member of the Pro League when he's competing. Graceful back here after 6. I want to get your thoughts right off the gate. You were kind of right on with Na'Vi. They've now crossed over match point to join Alliance in Cybercats. How you feeling about it?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling great about it. Kind of to be expected because, seeing all the experienced players pull out ahead, which is almost always what I'm guessing at. Some falling short though, NIP and even I would say Blacklist are also all OG players. I feel like though the teams that are ahead are more established in a way that they have a game plan they've been working on for so long. Like Alliance been working on their game plan for so many years. Like Mataf have been in the game as an IGL for so long. And they're just disciplined. Like regardless if they're on match point or not, they will play the same way. If it's a zone or they know how to play every single zone. Like they see zone 1 or 2 and they go, this is what we do. And there's no, there's not much that can go wrong. Whereas teams that haven't established this tend to, they don't really know what to do and it becomes a lot messier and more room for errors, it seems.
Ooh, and I love that you're kind of already bringing that into, obviously everyone knows the rotations, they know the end games, but you say there's not a lot of room for error. Well, I look down the leaderboard, right? And in 20th place, Gaming Gladiators. They've only acquired 5 points throughout our entire series. Now, granted, this is a roster that's probably locked in their ticket to LAN, of course. What do you think's kind of going on over in that wheelhouse right now?
So they're a very unique team. I know, especially since we conned them off of stacks when I played Pro League before as well. They are a team that thrives when, I would say, not necessarily zone-wise, but I would say depending on which teams are in the lobby. And I think this final specifically is hard on them because a lot of teams have the same macro they do. But when they are uncontested or potentially have 1 or only 2 teams that are on their pathing, they tend to dominate. But right now, as we can see, especially on that C-Note game, everybody's getting gate kept by 5-6 teams, and it's just impossible. Even if you win the 3v3, you're bound to go down by the 2nd, the 3rd, 4th team that come in from the same side. So for them to pull it out, they would have to they gotta do something. They would have to throw a Hail Mary. That's the only way I would say.
Hail Mary.
Yeah, well, look, it's been pretty fun so far. We've had 6 games now. Graceful. Look, why don't we get back into some more fun stuff and look through the circles from games 4 to 6 here. This was match 4 where we saw that circle pull all the way up past Survey Camp, and I feel like this one's pretty cut and dried in sort of what the win conditions are for this one.
Yeah, this one is really hard for FaZe because they're the team that's the furthest away from the zone ending. I am not too sure about this one, though, that they're trying to push up on Go Next, trying to finish it off, which they end up doing, by the way, for 2nd place, guaranteed plus kills. But I'm just still wondering whether or not they could have wrapped all the way from the right side up north to guarantee maybe push the other teams into each other for the squish and potentially the win rather than this. But I completely agree with the guaranteed placement and Aurora take home the free 3P win.
All right, well, this is going to be a fun one to break down because, you know, after this fight happens down the bottom here where Matafe says, hey, guys, go just lock him down there. Just make sure they don't even have time to get up. What else can he do?
Yeah, I mean, it's guaranteed win. He could have gone off the heal off and he probably still would have taken home the win. I think it all started from earlier when it was so messy with the Alliance not being able to go up and Na'Vi just securing the height and getting the free dub, essentially.
Yeah. As we said, a little bit of a throwback here. Now, this one was much more interesting. You know, Go Next trying to play from such a tiny little position, having to play so small, and then the timing of the other two teams with their ultimates coming out also, you know, quite interesting.
Yeah, I think Alliance made the right play here. If they are aware of the points, the leaderboard currently, they definitely made the right play on jumping on a team that's, you know, closest in terms of the points. But I think that this is a hard scenario regardless to win for Neverside, and the DMS playing this perfectly because they're playing space with gas. Climbing up for the 3P to just finish the game is really solid, but I think they've been playing great the whole game because you've been seeing them inch in every fight and always taking space properly and, you know, playing together really. And they've showcased really well, coming all the way up to Pro League and now in finals how good they are.
Well, you called it before, not as sincere. They're in a great spot. Obviously, Alliance, we expected that. Maturity tends to win out the longer this goes. That's a summary of what you've been saying to us. But we'll see. There's a part of me that's still hoping. I know a lot of fans probably out there, too, for that miracle. It would be fun to see a few teams on the rise. Can they capitalize as we head towards World's Edge? We'll find out. We know you'll be watching. Thank you so much for joining us at halftime after Game 6 as well, Graceful. We won't ask much more from you today, so sit back and relax and enjoy how this one turns out. Thanks, buddy.
Bye. Thank you so much for having me.
Graceful, immaculate as always with his answers. Tiff, giving us a good insight to it. And what do you think? I mean, I'm saying I am kind of rooting for the underdog story. I think it'd be fun. All these other teams are still going to land. Alliance and Na'Vi, they'll probably still be there. What do you really think is going to happen as we transition into Game 6 now, going back?
I don't know.
Game 7, I think, actually.
Yeah, no, we're moving on over to Game 7. It's still going to be World's Edge, right? But
yeah,
I don't know. Like, I want it to be someone that needs a must-win situation, Randy. That is really, I want that to happen.
All right, well, it's going to be exciting. Either way, do not leave because the match is about to begin. Genome and I are going to take a little break. We're going to bring back Vicky, and you, Tiff, are going to take it over here for Game 7 as we transition into World's Edge yet again.
Oh, let's do it. Hey, Vicky, look at us. We get to cast again. And of course, the regional finals, match number 7. Who knows? It could end here.
It's crazy to see how many teams now are sitting at match point and vying for that dub here too. And it's like what Graceful was saying prior. It's about the consistency aside from the teams that can easily hit match point. The point here of match point format is you have to win after you hit that 50-point threshold. Cannot wait to see if that goes down as we are transitioning from Storm Point onto World's Edge here for game number 7. Can they do it again? Will Alliance be able to take a dub here? We're gonna have to see now that they're sitting now at match point.
Yeah, as you can see kind of back on that first page, it showed us the prior iteration winners. But if this keeps going, we will still carry on that 2-2-2. For now, 2 maps on World's Edge to see if we can get through it. Now, you've got 3 teams on match point, which we've already discussed. And the question is, who can convert over? We've seen Cybercats win World's Edge, and I was trying to look to see how many Alliance had won throughout the prior split, and well, honestly, I don't see a single World's Edge map. That's for today. Let me hit the overview. My stats go crazy over here. I get deep in this, Vicky, and I'm like, okay, they've won 2 throughout the entire split 2. So there's odds. They're there.
Okay, so then it would be actually crazy to see how they could do here on a map like World's Edge, because earlier on, like you mentioned, we saw them take the dub on Storm Point with the craziest clutch that you and Gina were able to see with Unlucky being on that fuse. But now with more teams sitting at match point, and by more, it is 3 teams, but after this game, if we don't see the dub for this time, we still have FaZe that have 46 points. Aurora, we saw take the dub earlier on, I believe on World's Edge, has 45 points. X are behind with 44. Every point counts right now when it is 8 teams from the EMEA region that have a chance to qualify for Split 2 land.
Yeah, and if it were to end right now, the 4 teams kind of moving into that would be Na'Vi, Trojan, EXO, and Go Next. Now, if CyberCats decides to go ahead and stop everything right now, knowing that they were kind of in that must-win scenario to go to Mannheim, then Go Next would be the roster to fall out of that top 8. But we drop into match number 7. Anything can happen, Vicky.
That's crazy to think. Maybe a possible Netherland without Kashara just doesn't feel real. I mean, I could say that about so many other teams though. NIP, I think the same thing with Nasky, especially looking at how they've been doing thus far. But I do want to highlight one thing that I pointed out very early on with CyberCats on Stormpoint. They wanted to try to fit in, but they were the only team with no Bangalore. Now, going on to World's Edge, they're still probably the only team with no Bangalore. But what they do have, and the only team that is rocking this, is the Mad Maggie. They are sticking to the Mad Maggie, so other teams are going to be able to tell it is CyberCats simply with that off-meta pick.
See, I was a little worried if they start changing things up too much, right? Now, granted, you gotta do what you gotta do. And if you feel comfortable with that legend composition and you think it's going to be able to allow you to convert into that map win, it really just depends. But you think back towards that Stormpoint rotation that CyberCats had. As soon as you saw that circle pull towards the north, you're like, CyberCats are gonna have one of the most atrocious times getting all the way from the south side towards the north. On World's Edge, it really depends on where we're pulling in perspective to where CyberCats start. Now, we knew that was in Fragment. They've been kind of locking it down there, and we don't usually see too many southern zones. But what I do see in that mini map is Lava Siphon is fully included here for Eternal, and a large portion of the south is still included.
That is... It's been 50 years since I've seen a circle like this. It's been a bit here. And being able to see that this circle is pulling south, is this the freedom that NIP need right now to kind of get some momentum going here? Because Alliance do have a little bit of a trek landing over by Trial, something we don't really see very often, but they will have the Evil Harvester there. You mentioned CyberCats. I have a Survey Beacon. Could even fight OP for the ring console by Monument here. See what they have to work with. But this circle is pulling toward the north side of Tree. You could even see the likes of DMS, your winners of last game, having that information probably themselves here too. They have a Survey Beacon. They don't have a ring console, but they at least have the Evil Harvester. And if they did split the loot over by Dome, since nobody lands there, they will also have that ring console there too.
That's true, but Trojan, who Lantry, they have that ring console and they've already set themselves up in their specific building. Danish and Eternal. Now Danish, really not necessarily their best day, currently sitting in around 13th place, and that's tough for them. They needed to focus on their rotations, and well, Passion UA, first team out. Uchako goes crazy.
Wow, he blinked and you missed the fight. Uchaku actually, with the motherload there too to control so much space here. Now, Blacklist have exactly the loot that they need to work off of here. Passion UA currently sitting in 12th with 26 points, but before today, they were sitting in 4th. They basically guaranteed their way into land with their performance throughout the course of this split, so I'm not too worried here. As DMS, a team that definitely needs to perform, looking at the fight happening above them on the platform that exits out of Lava Siphon.
Yeah, look, 12 points away from that 50-point threshold. It could very well be the game that turns the tide for them and gets them to where they need to be. And if the circle does play favor in where they need to rotate from, it'll be interesting to see how they hold this south area of Lava Siphon, knowing that there's so many teams that are going to want to rotate for the ring console in Lava Siphon. But as you can see, you got Micey, Tyler FPS, and Bambino kind of playing from that catwalk and taking space on the low ground. Navi, in the meantime, is hitting a rotation. We've already thrown out that mother load, and the G7 scout is definitely scouting. Just one more bullet to take Uchako down.
That's so satisfying when you know that's that last bullet that you need in your G7 before you have to reload there too, just so that way you could keep peppering them, including the knuckle cluster, just to get that finishing blow onto Uchaku. Better look for Navi, as they are going to be able to keep holding this high ground position. Blacklist is still alive, and Alliance are wrapping around the corner as they take their time to get into that next circle. But I also want to point out something that you mentioned, Tiff, that was so important. The ring beacon being in the middle of Lava Siphon, you could absolutely expect more traffic to head in that direction when it comes to trying to rotate from the tree side, leaving a bit more of that northern rotation that comes from thermal through the tracks into tree, a lot more open for these teams to see where they want to be. Because honestly, thermal station's also got a ring console and a survey beacon if you are on that west side.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Cybercat starting on that rotation from Fragment down towards Harvester, which honestly, I get why they picked Fragment considering, you know, how many times they landed Harvester. They're well in depth with those rotations out of this area. So to hit a southern zone, they're going to be like, okay, let's go ahead, take our time, fight our way. Now, granted, they just have to net a win. We don't care how many eliminations they have, so long as they're the last one standing towards the end of this map. And that'll go for Alliance and Na'Vi. Teams like FaZe Clan, Aurora, EXO, Go Next, even Trojan, who are within striking distance of that 50, are going to have to focus on taking those very smart engagements. And I'm like looking, Aurora, knowing Skyhook East, a big journey to get down here to Tree, but Alliance have found themselves in Landslide looking for that information from the ring console.
So maybe that timing here from Aurora actually may pay dividends to the way that they're going to be coming right behind Alliance and Blacklist International from Landslide, as they're going to start rotating from Skyhook West through Countdown eventually. Lions trying to claim another head to add to their stakes here. They're gonna be able to wrap around on the other side, but they could take this isolated fight. It's not like they're gonna get third partied anytime soon unless this fight takes way too long, and Aurora are gonna be able to start poking at them from Countdown.
Yeah, but Blacklist, I mean, you saw Uchako down earlier, and it was very unfortunate for them, and now Alliance is kind of starting to swarm them. We're laying the trap in effect, looking for angles. Thermite's going straight into the truck, wants to watch them burn. We're hitting for flesh, and here comes the swing. One goes down. This should be the end of Blacklist International. It's only a matter of time.
And they cleaned them up inside that truck, funneled them in there, and GG to Blacklist. They'll be sent right back to the lobby, and that was in a good amount of time too, because that's what I was worried about, right? With Aurora being right there. Now Aurora calling an evac, and they're just going to be flying right over Alliance where nobody's going to be bothering them. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, though, from Harvester side, are coming across Cybercats. Let's jump into a listen with Na'Vi.
One side, Blood, you can use zero. You can use zero if you want. I'm around left. I'm around left. Okay, not with you.
Yeah.
On me. Running.
Yeah.
I'm chasing him.
Whereabouts is he?
He's close.
Yeah, on the outside.
Yeah, on the bells.
Can we kill him or is he out?
He's out.
In the ping. Where?
Yeah, but
his teammates at the middle. His teammates in the middle.
Kill
Going
him
for
on the way
banner.
up. Yeah.
Run for banner. He's running right here.
Let's go over there.
He's all the way up.
Flash.
I don't know if I said that was that teammate.
That is him.
Yeah,
He might be running from a new team, bro. He was flash.
Okay, just chillin'. Let's play our side of fucking Harvester, like that. Let's play cyber.
Right.
It's good.
Come with me.
No, go left. Just go left. Fuck right.
Go left.
Our guy. Where is our guy?
He's
Bottom
on the right.
front.
Yeah, just find him and touch him.
Right in the open.
Oh, here. Yes.
Right here.
What is happening?
I don't know what's happening. We're just getting freebies. Smoke here. Find the vault, please, if you find.
No vault.
I need energy mag.
There's a vault evac. Fuck, bro. I can't get my words out.
Yeah, I'll drop one balloon here and then go.
I'm going below for blood.
Yeah, he had fuck all, to be fair.
He has nothing.
I'm going down for the balloon though, okay?
Crafting ammo.
Go.
We're all below right now. Or like, kinda.
Yeah, I'm not.
I love the comms. I love listening to kinda just share his thoughts here too for Na'Vi, but it's so stressful hearing out like the stakes and Na'Vi understanding that, even with them being able to claim Harvester right now and looking at where the other squads may be, but they're pretty frantic in trying to get the leftover loot that they need to gatekeep other squads like Alliance making their way into Harvester.
FA Kids has fallen. You saw there in that free cam shot, Alonzi trying to roam free, look for a reset if able, but Gaming Gladiators here in 20th place, 8 points over in launch site. We're just kind of extending out. You see that focus of attention really wreaking havoc here on Atlas. Now, not a big rotation from here, but we're going to get some KP on 4 eliminations. Maybe I just had to ask Graceful what was going wrong with this team to start to see a comeback.
It's the habits here. Graceful calling it how it is, and now the exhibit is up from the Seer Alliance involved in a fight, and they are right around the corner from Na'Vi, the team who is also sitting at match point, and Alliance lose out an effect in the chaos.
Look, if there's a squad that you don't want in an isolated 3v3 with Alliance, it's going to be Ninjas in Pajamas. Amphi, Zane, such insane fragging potential, but there's the third party. Here comes the motherload. Here's the chaos. There's no way Ninjas in Pajamas are going to get out of this. Henchman here, focused underneath the catwalk to get the shield bat. He'll be back in the fight in about 8 seconds, but kind of staying there with the suppress, looking for angles. And honestly, with all the utility that's been expended throughout this, it is smart for Na'Vi to look on that retreat when you just got to focus on winning.
Henchman in the Matrix too, just jumping around after getting slowed down by that bang ult. Gonna be able to pop the shield back in safety, and IP get eliminated. Tiff, you called it. You were pinched. Players meet them back in the lobby, but there was so much action happening on the north side of these tracks, and it has not stopped too. With Alliance playing inside the buildings, here comes Na'Vi to make an appearance.
Oh, this is a big one. One of our match point teams will fall here. I cannot imagine, but Na'Vi once again kind of bunkers into the snake building outside and starts putting pressure and decidedly backs on up. We throw the bang ult. So if they do decide to leave the building, they will hit it. But Alliance, they are so quick. They've already put themselves into the tunnel outside of Lava Siphon.
They're not in the next circle just yet. They can kind of inch their way through that tunnel, but as a duo, this is going to be hard unless they have a Moby to work off of. We got to tune into them later as Na'Vi, 57 points, have already been at match point since the last game, looking to see if they could get the dub. They're in the next circle too on top of it all, but OP is a team that looks to be on high on top of the train tracks that overlooks Lava Siphon, while Lonzy from Cybercats, the last one alive. The solo to keep their dreams up for Cybercats.
That is so wild. I don't know if they got any of the banners. Like, you gotta think about it, that, right? No one's really running support legends anymore. Wait, did they lock in Gibby? Because I know they were running Gibby on Stormpoint. If we hit Gibby, they could potentially look for a replicator and craft, get those banners back, and make a full-on regain, which would be magnificent considering where that circle is pulling. It will favor ExoClan, ANC outplayed, looking for kind of that top of the bridge positioning, and if Alliance can watch their backside coming out of Lava Siphon, this could be magnificent for them too.
Oh man, that'd be crazy. I know Cybercats did not think it'd be this time around, as we see it usually sometimes on Stormpoint here, but so they don't have a support legend. The dream isn't here to get these teammates back up. OP. Another team that has not moved from this high ground position are looking in multiple directions. They are looking currently at Na'Vi on the other side. We know Alliance are in the side tunnel that exits out of Lava Siphon. I think they were able to get the third back up. Alliance fully up as a 3-man, currently looking at FaZe inside of the command center of Lava Siphon. But a lot of these teams are scattered as there's a lot of space to actually coexist in with the natural formation of where the circle's pulling.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be a crazy one. Imagine Alonzi just comes out swinging for a 1v3, but unfortunately, he's been found out. People have got him in their sights, and he's in so low. Has 3 shield cells. We're about to use the majority of the healing potential in the backpack. We're just trying to keep it together. Now, mind you, Cybercats, they are a team that must win the regional finals to go to Split 2 playoffs. Alliance, Na'Vi, just placing well. They're gonna go. Like, they're gonna be just fine.
Especially with the way that they've been playing, it's just so crazy. And then Cybercats just literally on the sticks, like playing for their lives. No shields from Alonzi. DMS playing right on top of them. Look at this circle, Tiff. It is pulling over by the spaghetti building closer to Na'Vi, but they're playing this safe. They're gonna be able to back away in time, play more so deep into Harvester without the possibility of maybe another team jumping on top of them, trying to go in to either fight for that space, or they don't feel confident just trying to play control and hold it down with teams like Alliance that are gonna be right above them.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is pretty powerful. We're sitting triple red. We've got vibes. We've got gold knockdowns. We're sharing the gold helm to farm ults here, and we're coming from the tunnel of Lava Siphon. There's not a lot of teams that are going to be able to really full send this without getting decimated by Alliance, so they've got a good rotation. You think towards the end of it, where it's pulling towards that building, you just drop on down once you've cleared out the high ground, which the high ground from Lava Siphon that they're already kind of pinging towards, that's going to be a rotation in from FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan not on match point just yet, 3 points away from it. So they're going to want to be cautious in all of their engagements, or maybe just wait to fight till endgame and let the placement points do the match pointing for them.
They're so close. So is EXO with 48 points, just 2 points away, as Aurora now make their full commitment off of that evac, are going to be able to now try to find space in this building. And luckily, to their surprise, they're going to be very happy. They don't know it just yet. They don't have a Seer or a Bloodhound, obviously, but this building is completely free. There is nobody to take this space. And while Na'Vi was there originally, they had backed out to hang out by Harvester because I don't believe they also had a ring console available to them. They didn't have the information that that spaghetti Noodle building was in the next circle. They will find out though in the next 25 seconds.
Oh, but the high ground, DMS over here as they kind of just start to rotate out. We have Danish, we have Gaming Gladiators, Eternal, and FaZe Clan have made the wrap around to try to make a play. Unfortunately, Alonzi falls. One of our teams is out, but DMS, 7 points needed in order for them to hit match point, and it's all going to fall onto Taskmaster.
This is such an important fight right here too from FaZe now trying to contest DMS. Gaming Gladiators are right next to them. So is Danish. Alliance looking at this fight, looking to get involved. DMS get eliminated. So does Trojan with 9 squads left. Effect is going crazy. He has to look to his back. No shield swap available, but don't worry. The insurance policy that is unlucky is right there to help you out.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a nearby Jenny. That's going to start it. We grab the banner for Hackis, but now down to a duo. Danish and Gaming Gladiators has fallen, and with 6 squads left in the lobby, Na'Vi still in play, Alliance still in play. Aurora, though, have taken so much space. You've got Kazakh and Oirein there on the high ground, looking for teams to kind of rotate out of there. They could be the threat to Alliance here, and those eliminations could be enough for Aurora to go on to match point. This needs to be a full send.
Let's see if they can get the timing for it. It is though nice to note too, with that previous fight, FaZe Clan have now been welcomed into the match point club. They have 53 total points now as Alliance are looking to try to take this dub now and close it out here. Aurora, like you mentioned on the other side, have now dropped down into that building that is in that next circle.
So we're focusing on the long game here for Aurora. They do not push Alliance, even though we are signaling all the flares with the res back onto Hackis. And here comes their rotation. There goes the Rolling Thunder. We're already taking angles. Na'Vi will have to rotate out of Harvester when this circle is beginning to close. And that's going to put them straight into a fight against Aurora. But if Alliance can procure this high ground, it could be so crazy for them.
See what they could do with Na'Vi. Also probably going to wrap up behind Aurora. They had been in that building originally, but Alliance looking to try to take this high ground, looking at Outplayed, who, by the way, have to also worry about 2 teams right behind them. But are they playing off this low ground as Effect? Take the entry frag. He gets the crack originally. He's got the turbocharger on the Havoc, and they have a gold PK here to work off of.
Okay, Unlucky. There it is. Will goes down to the Knuckle Cluster, and now Alliance is just 1 elimination. There it goes. ANC Outplayed, done and dusted, but ExoClan, they make the move straight towards the high ground. They look to third-party Alliance. Unlucky, no shield. Hackis gets the shield swap, and ExoClan has fallen. We're down to the final 4.
And the only team that's right now below Alliance is Stay Healthy. They have cleared out the bottom end of the bridge. Look at the plethoras of Watson fences that are just circling around them. Aurora are looking directly at them currently, with Na'Vi being right behind them. Tiff, it may end here. Na'Vi and Alliance, the last 2 match point teams that could take this win and end it for regional finals, are now facing off in the last 4 squads left.
Look, there's a 50% chance that it ends here with 2 of the teams on match point right now. Na'Vi on the low ground, Alliance controlling the height. If Alliance pops down at the wrong space, Stay Healthy would have free shots towards them on that rotation. But Na'Vi was not able to rip Aurora out of the inside of the building. Kinda though, does get the mother load off of cooldown. We're focusing on healing, but this is gonna get drawn out, and we've got to move from here towards the bridge.
With the placement, Aurora also find themselves at 50 points here, so the number keeps climbing up here, Tiff. Aurora, FaZe, both teams have now officially hit match points, with Na'Vi sharing this rooftop. Can they stay alive with Alliance having the positional advantage?
As much as I want another one, Vicky, it might end here. Alliance have dropped down. They're whittling away at the fences. You've already got 1 down. Stay Healthy eliminated. The only team that can change their fate here is Aurora.
To see how they try to play this, they know that there's 2 teams in this building. They already called in the Cyril, and Alliance aren't even stepping a toe inside that exhibit. Waiting for the Bangalore ult here too. Motherload also not online, which is going to be huge. He had the evac tower. Now they have to slide down in the line of sight of Aurora.
Okay, Na'Vi down off the building. Now Alliance, if Na'Vi and Alliance fight here, then Aurora thirds parties. This could be totally different, kinda. He's getting annihilated. You see Matafe go down first. Henchman to follow, kinda. What are you gonna do here? Alliance is weak. Effect is down. Unlucky gets a well-needed shield swap. But when you have 1 each, it's Aurora. They change their fate. They hit match point, and we go again.
We get more Apex Legends, everyone. We go next. Welcome to the Match Point Club, Aurora, and taking the dub, keeping the dreams alive. Are you kidding me? The ending to that.
Can you believe that? I don't know where the script is. I don't know who has it. I know we had that whole thing with like at LAN, the whole script writers. I don't know who got cast in this, but I was not expecting this. The fact that Aurora stays inside the building. There are so many decision-making abilities in that, Vicky, that if you just go back to where Alliance had played from the tunnel, right? And instead of dropping down to take that building, they third party all of the teams across the way. Yes, they get a res back onto Hackis, and that's great. But what they lost was the positioning that inevitably won the game, and Aurora took that.
That is insane. And that was also the spot that Na'Vi originally held before they left the building. It was completely open. Literally, Aurora flew in from an evac tower and the building was free. Like that it was just on a silver platter. Like, here you go. Na'Vi didn't have the next circle information. They backed towards Harvester because that was in the circle before they saw it close next and it pulled away from them. By that point, it was too late. Aurora was already there. What an insane way to show how this type of information is so important to make your decision. And Alliance, they didn't even need the kills, Tiff, and they finish it off in second place with 19 KP.
Dude, they 28 points. They matched their highest points of the game in match number 2 with that crazy Storm Point Cascade ending, right? It doesn't even matter. But then you got Na'Vi going on 14 points. Now, granted, those two teams on match point, we don't care how many points they get so long as they net a win, which they weren't able to do in match 7. For teams that are still looking to get on match point, you've got Exo Clan, hit 54. FaZe Clan did great, but let's jump on over to the back half of this Trojan Eternal. And honestly, what was really sad for me was watching Ninjas in Pajamas take the building that would have inevitably won them the game, but could not withstand all of the pressure from the two teams going for it.
It was very difficult. You also have to imagine the mental of NIP currently and where they're sitting in as Alliance. Okay, 5.2k total damage for this team. Unlucky, you could leave some for the rest of the lobby. Actually, don't. You don't want more teams to be sitting at match point with 12 total KP. Unlucky has just been having an insane day on this fuse. Even looking at Na'Vi right now, cleaning up a lot of the lobby, but it is Aurora who take the dub. And guess who they welcome in that match point club, Tiff? It is FaZe, EXO, now sitting alongside the big dogs here after Aurora won that game to also sit at match point.
It's so wild because oh my god, the roster mania, right? Unlucky fills in for Yuki there on Alliance, and he came from Na'Vi. So to see those two rosters there in 1 and 2, it is wild. But Aurora now to hit match point as well. Like, dude, Vicky, it has to end in 8, right?
You would think, right? You would think with this amount of teams now, we have 6 teams at match point. Any of these 6 teams can win and end it all here. But we still have match day 8 here ready to go. Match number 8. I cannot believe it here on World's Edge. Don't go anywhere, because maybe we'll be able to see a winner at the other side of this break and the next game.
Welcome back to Apex Legends Global Series. It's match day finals, guys, regional finals at EMEA. And honestly, we were in for a long haul, Genome. I was not expecting this. I saw predictions of 6 games, 7 games. I don't remember yours, but it had to have been a good one.
Well, look, with how Alliance were playing in that last game, I don't know how much longer we've got left. Like, surely at some point, they just have to do it, right? Like, they have this feeling that like no one can stop them. There's just this feeling of invincibility about them, and you know, right at the post they get pipped this time, but I don't know how much longer the rest of the lobby can withstand their might.
I honestly don't know either as we look back at some of our previous match highlights from match 7, and this was wild, and y'all were sitting there just kind of watching this, and who would have thought that Na'Vi kind of jumps off this, but they look for the only cover that they could play behind those boxes, right? Which puts them into an engagement with Alliance, and both of them take down so much health off each other that Aurora just has to wait, hide in smokes, and then hit the cleanup crew wrap for what is quite possibly the Hail Mary play that Graceful was talking about. If they don't win there, they don't get to live that dream to potentially go to Germany.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think those teams need to look back at that fight and analyze every single second that they could have kept a smoke for, or, you know, put it out a little bit late, a little bit further. Because every single second in a fight like that matters when you need to not be the first team to engage. Because if you are, as you can see, Aurora will just walk away with it without a second thought.
Honestly, big shouts to Kazakh kind of coming in here after that prior match day and stepping in for the regional finals and picking up the lifeline as well. You think back to Kazakh's days on Red Dragon and Players, and you oftentimes see him play, whether it's Bangalore or even Caustic, but I hadn't really seen too much of that stepping into the lifeline role, which is very vastly different, right? Because you have to be so much more cautious playing lifeline and being that support for your team versus being the aggressor. But you can see that they're stepping in, they're doing what they need to do, and honestly, trying to keep it together coming from that Skyhook East, knowing that they can still win a relatively southern zone there, Genome. Do we bounce back and see another one pull to the north now?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a couple already, and yeah, look, I mean, I think that was a great point about Lifeline as well there, Tiff, honestly, because I think if you go back and look at Hardeki's play, that was one of the big criticisms that was levied against him, right? Was that he was going down first as Lifeline very often, and that's just something you can't afford to do when you're taking gold-plated as an upgrade, and you've guaranteed yourself, you know, the gold knock reses.
I mean, that's very valuable, right? Like, we just have to see what that can look like for Kazakh. You got to keep on going, and it would be really cool to see Aurora yet again on land. It's also weird seeing them in this situation where it is must win for that roster, considering that they were at the top of our picks to lock in Split 1 playoffs, be that fan favorite winner. But now to even get to that threshold again for Split 2 playoffs, you've got to win regional finals. But at the top of the show, Genome, I said I haven't cast regional finals in a minute, and the last time I did it, it was the Fire Beavers who won. Oidrain and Impulse playing alongside Taskmaster were that, but it was 5 games, and it ended on Storm Point. So maybe we just change a little bit of the script here, and we make it 8 on World's Edge?
Ooh, well, okay, so I'm just having a look at some of these picks, and Aurora going straight for Alliance down here in Skyhook. Okay, they are definitely trying to make this as spicy as possible.
Look, I mean, they've been doing that on Storm Point, right? We've kind of considerably seen them move into the launch pad area. And if you're willing to split Skyhook, knowing that the other match point team is in Skyhook West, you full send it, because they have not done this throughout any of World's Edge. And it matters now because you know that loot path for Alliance includes someone solo doing trials and someone else looking for the Evo cache in the north. They are so split, and if Aurora decides to move in on the remainder of Alliance, that would end it as they know.
Yeah, you got to keep your wits about you. It's an omnipresent threat, and a lot of it comes down to oftentimes, you know, players from Skyhook West having that sort of aura about them. When you think about teams like Falcons that have been playing there from the longest time, you know, you're a little bit scared of them. But I mean, who's Aurora scared of, really? Like, nobody.
Not with the way they approach things. They just have that aura about them, plus 500. But honestly, we'll just have to see. I wouldn't be surprised if they went for banner immediately and try very hardly to get their player back in. But honestly, I'm gonna have to crank my volume up because I think we're ratting. Is this where we're quiet now? Do we just whisper?
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of movement out of these guys. Oh, okay. I don't know if Aurora, just having a look at them, sorry, looking at Alliance on the map, they're not that close. So maybe they got a whiff of this. Either way, Aurora, they've said, okay, look, that's enough. If they're not coming by now, then maybe they're just not coming at all. We, you know, we can't spend our entire game plan waiting for these 2 kills. They don't really matter to us at this point, honestly. Like, apart from removing one more match point team from the lobby, Aurora have got to be worried about their own win conditions now, not trying to remove others.
No, but what they did was they denied them the ability to get the banner back on Unlucky, who has just been having one of the most star-studded days of his career. And you don't give them the ring console capability because they don't get the ring master perk, and Pathfinder on Hackis had already locked in the survey beacon.
You know what? I wonder if they actually timed that, because like, obviously, you know, you can kill someone, there's a certain amount of time you have to come back and get the banner. I wonder if Aurora know that exact timing and they literally just waited until that time had passed and said, okay, cool, job done, let's keep going.
That's respectable. Honestly, I would not put it past them to have that all kind of in their game plan. For Passion UA, though, 13th place overall on the day, 26 points. Now, granted, this is a squad that coming into today, I had already pretty much locked in for Germany, but a team that has that must-win condition alongside Aurora is going to be Cybercats, right? And they had their chances stifled on rotation, but something they changed up is we haven't necessarily seen a conduit in a minute, and the Radiant transfer goes through, the Bolt connects, and the Thermite. It's going to do work to really suppress that push that Cybercats was looking to make.
Yeah, it's a legend that's been picked exclusively for contests in the recent period. You know, when she came out, amazing legend, got picked a lot, and then essentially after the nerfs, not so much. But yeah, this is, once again, Cybercats just, I don't know, man, playing legend roulette and keeping it interesting for everyone at home.
Please keep it, because I love it. I am a huge fan of Conduit. The biggest issue with Conduit is going to be managing the cooldown on that Radiant transfer. And depending on what perk you select for that upgrade, we'll have to see. But for Passion UA, they've ran into a little bit of a mix. We seem to get stunned up on the fences, and the Jenny goes down. Sonya as well, already to follow. Max Strafe last alive, but ExoClan has fallen.
Yeah, not expecting Passion UA to get out of this one alive either, though, because there are many teams in their vicinity. DMS, Cybercats, Go Next, Danish. There is, look at this. Teams just pulling up left, right, and center.
Ooh, but DMS 4 points away from match point threshold. Would be really good to see them here, but Danish, they needed a really epic day, but players have fallen, and DMS might join them as well. 3 points shy. Or do we get the reset? Because leaving the Caustic last standing alone inside a building where you can gas trap all the entryways might be the worst thing they've done.
ExoClan going to be shattered with that at 54 points, having a chance to push up ahead and take that match point win, but now they leave it up to their contemporaries in Aurora, in Na'Vi, Cybercats, and Alliance. The FaZe Clan as well. So we got 5 left in TIFF.
5 and 17. I mean, it's very possible we end here, and all the nades that are being committed into that DMS roster on the inside are doing work, but Cybercats are still conservative on the swing here, especially when you know how many teams have moved into this area. And hey, we do seem to have that other southern zone with a large majority of the North Lava Siphon being available into the next zone here. And honestly, this would not be a bad place to play from, but not in the open, not until endgame. You need a building, you need cover.
Yeah, you do. The fences sometimes can help, but yeah, as you say, that's probably a little bit later on. At the moment, the fences, you know, are a bit too one-directional. You're probably going to get hit from one side of the ditch or the other. Teams are reading this circle relatively well, I must say. You know, a lot of them sitting in the sort of northern siphon area, Grandma's house, and within the siphon area as well. Some who are banking on something a little bit different, or maybe even just looking for some KP. FaZe Clan and Gaming Gladiators over here.
They've got the exhibit up. We've already burned through a mother load, and playing from this geyser rotate, I like it. I honestly wish they could secure the farthest building on the outskirts of geyser, but for Gaming Gladiators, Blast is getting lit up. I think he might be able to just barely get away. No, actually, this is like skeet shooting. What?
I think he might have already been down by the look of it. It looked like he was prone as he went into the geyser there, unfortunately, on his last legs. But FaZe Clan kind of hoping that it's not their last hurrah. It's taken them a little bit longer to get to match point than perhaps they would have hoped, but now that they're there, they've got just a good chance as the other teams looking to take out match 8 here.
Ooh, and a squad that is super close to sealing their ticket to Germany, have been looking so exceptional throughout Split 2, just kind of ramping up match day after match day. Yes, they haven't hit that 50 points just yet, but it very well could come from this game. 8 points away. Honestly, EMEA starting to give me APAC North vibes, and I would love to see someone that is not on match point finals take a win and put themselves and more teams onto that eligibility.
Yeah, I mean, look, Trojan's an interesting one, right? And as you say, they've been ramping up, doing better and better throughout the season. I do wonder with some of these newer teams if, you know, they're so excited. They're so locked in every game day because it's all new, it's all fresh, it's all exciting for them that they play really well. But when they're not used to this crazy intense level that comes out during regional finals when every other single team is exhibiting exactly the same. A team like Alliance, like, I mean, you know, let's be honest, they were just in cruise control for most of this split. And, you know, they pop up when they need to, and that's why they're so far ahead at the moment in this finals.
Ooh, I was gonna say good focus of attention over there for Henchmen, but we've thrown the mother load out. The evac was a little bit too late, but they do get a shield crack onto the Pathfinder from Blacklist International. All the nades that are being committed, and Matafe kind of looking for a cross angle there, doesn't quite get it, and it seems like Na'Vi will have to make this last stand because they're the ones doing the gatekeeping. But if this takes entirely too long, there's a very possibility that some other team is going to come roaming in, but it's Matafe who gets ripped out first.
Oh no! Amazing R99 spray there from a henchman, but look at that! The 2 remaining members of Alliance have come in, and they're going to be a factor in this fight for sure.
Yeah, but did you look to the north? Aurora, they're finally showing up from Skyhook East, and they want a piece of this. But Alliance are a duo. This is going to be very scary for 3 of our squads that are on match point.
Yeah, it's very likely only one of them comes out of this, and you'd have to say it's most likely to be Aurora. As you said, obviously, the trio, Na'Vi, I think, took too much damage at the start of that fight, and now Aurora just trying to dance around here. Oirain, he needs some support.
Oh, but Alliance done and dusted. Aurora have stayed relatively healthy, and now we just look to see where did Na'Vi retreat to from that. But with the ring at their back, we've got to keep that rotation moving forward. Will Aurora commit to the side that Na'Vi pushed in on, or will we full wrap for that ultimate choke where we had last saw ANC outplayed in Atlas?
Yeah, it's a good question. Aurora have been playing a lot of, or making a lot of important decisions in the zone so far this series. Can they make the right one yet again? 2 of our match point teams here, Aurora and Cybercats, as we've noted, they need the first place. They can't both make it. Could be a really crucial fight at some point here if they push in towards them.
Still 4 teams alive that have the capability of shutting this series down here. ANC outplayed or about to deal with one of the teams that are match point eligible. It's gonna be Na'Vi knocking at their doors. Shex took so much damage on that initial push, but we can see no Jenny available. We gotta start putting those fences up, but the cooldown, that's gonna be tough to manage here, especially when you've got knuckle clusters at your door.
Okay, the 2 remaining members of Na'Vi just trying to keep it together here. Aurora have gone back towards the Harvester side and are just moving into the zone now. Na'Vi, oh no, I think kind of got caught by that focus of attention. And that's Atlas in the building ahead of them there. That's trying to keep them at bay. Of course, the zone has actually shifted quite far south. Often it'll be, you know, sort of over the top of where that ditch is, Tiff. But this one heading straight towards the northern building in Siphon.
As I say, we've seen it end where DMS was, but okay, so what Kinda tried to do was he was looking to hit the beacon res onto Matafe, get him back in. Unfortunately, Henchman, last standing for the Na'Vi roster, hits the focus of attention, connects, silences for a minute, and now we're just running for our life. We do still have one banner, but honestly, we're delaying the inevitable, and Na'Vi does fall. Aurora, the last we saw of them was in the choke point. They dropped an evac tower, and they committed to that low ground, and here we see 9 Impulse falling. Kazakh on the lifeline though, knocks the drone down but cannot get Impulse back. Voidrain trying to get back up to full health. We just need the banner. Now there are replicators around, there's still respawn beacons, but knowing how Na'Vi failed to pull back in, Kazakh has the Moby. This makes it so different.
Okay, they've got the Moby. Yeah, as you said, those replicators not really in a position that you could get to them, I don't think. But, I mean, the first problem is even getting the banner. And as you can see, they are wedged in a corner with an Arc Star right next to them. That's a tough spot to play from. Cybercats, the other match point team we haven't talked a lot about so far this game. They're in a much better position than these other teams. You can see here Aurora just getting full sent on, and Kazakh does not win that skirmish against Danish. Cybercats move closer and closer to the ring. If they can take a spot away from, say, Ninjas in Pajamas or Ethernal in the main Siphon building, they might be the ones pulling off the unthinkable.
Yeah, that's absolutely wild, but Danish needs as many points as they can. Mind you, they had to beat certain teams on the leaderboard to lock their ticket into Germany. So the fact that this hasn't ended just yet and we're still getting warmed up is brilliant for them. Albeit, Sherbs brought a Devo to the fight and Aurora fell. For Cybercats, they're making all the right choices, right? They were holding down the main building of Lava Siphon and have rotated in to join Ninjas in Pajamas and Ethernal. Now, granted, there's going to be a collapse on these rosters. It's just a matter of time, but Cats do one thing right. They lock into the low ground.
Okay, sharing the building now with two other teams. We've got... what is that? 5 teams up on the north side here that are just about to have to make their next move. FaZe Clan sitting underneath Stay Healthy. They might be able to go around though, Tiff. This might be a little bit of the low ground potentially that they can play outside of Siphon. I think that might be FaZe's best bet.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Remind you guys, FaZe is on match point eligibility. And with 10 squads remaining, there are only 2 teams that have the power to stop this series. And now, like you called it, they've got the low ground rotation. We've got to see if they're going to be able to get it. Obviously, we are found out. We have knuckle clusters coming our way and Arctic kind of stapling alongside with the fences. People doing crazy Cirque du Soleil stuff off the evac towers, but it's fine.
FaZe Clan obviously been practicing their tracking, hitting a couple of those shots. Incredible. Now they've got the Watson to play down the bottom there. Having a look up the top, we're going to FA Kids and Go Next Esports. They occupy the buildings that will have some presence in the next zone. Synectic, yeah, he's just trying to put down those smokes up the top just to give them a little bit of space as they fight down the bottom here versus Danish.
Okay, Sherbert. Use that Devo to your ability to rip down more members standing in your way. You are the catalyst to our match point teams. But however, Synetic stops the bleeding, stops Danish, and now grabs both of those banners. The question is, can we get our team back to a full 3-stack?
You might have a little bit of time. It depends how this team Stay Healthy above him decides to play aggressively. Do they, have the scan? They have enough information to make that sort of push? Only time will tell. Cybercats, of course, the other remaining match point team eligible in this lobby. They make a really quick move here. Free agent kids, they were in this building, but they gave it up to try and put some pressure on the other teams. I don't know if that's been a great move as they kind of hermit crab in there and grab their spot.
Hear me out though, cats, they're rogue. They've got wild-like instincts, and the moment you leave your home, they are going to step in with massive murderous intent. So FA kids need to watch out for the Cyber Cats. FaZe, however, get a full reset onto their roster, and here comes FA kids looking to make a play again.
6 squads left. The FA kids are going up against Cybercats. This is such an important fight. FaZe are down the bottom here, but they are in a really tough spot. As you can see, they have to just stick to this corner. That fight that's happening up the top, very, very important here. Okay, the Cats, have they managed to repel FA kids? They still seem to be locked into a battle with each other.
And they really don't want to fight right now. Cats just want to fight at the very end as the rest of the lobby is collapsing. Arctic still alive for now, but you can see the Fools come in and Falcon jumps down to try and finish it out, but Arctic with 5 HP stays alive. We do have our banners, but do we get another reset? We have 4 squads left, 2 teams on match point, and Alonzi down, Cleve is down, Ranches is going to be last standing, and we are just full sending with the grapple across the fence line.
I don't know if we're ending here. Feels like a game 9 to me, Tiff. Arctic, he does actually find another Moby. Obviously, they used one already, but apparently teams just want to keep donating death boxes to FaZe, and we've got a second mobile respawn beacon. Surely they don't let him get this off.
There's no way Kashera's team is going to allow this regain again. It's just not going to happen. Slab's making the callouts. We're looking for the angles, and that Hemlock's gonna rip him out. But
Cybercats are gone.
Cybercats.
They do go next in this great position up top. 1 bullet left in the Kraber, trying to focus down this evac tower. They do destroy it. That's important. They don't want teams from the low ground to be able to decide to come up and contest against them. Go next have found match point now, but obviously it doesn't come into play until next game. They actually got it.
FaZe gets another free reset. This is not real. This is not real. And you know FA kids are going to send the position that Go Next is on.
This is crazy. I mean, if FaZe come out of this with... how many respawns have they had this series in total, honestly? This is just getting ridiculous by this point.
It really is, but here comes FaZe from the low ground. We're waltzing right up into it. Nags, Cinetic, but just like that, Cinetic's getting ripped down. Arctic and Nags trying to hold on, but Arctic, what are you gonna do? We have 20 HP, Nags down. Arctic last standing for this roster, and Go Next, they take map number 8.
I thought FaZe had that for a second. I thought they'd hit the timing on the third party perfectly. But it was just one of those moments where you're like, oh, you know, you're rubbing your hands together. Surely we can creep up and get the roguelike stab in the back there. But no, they just get turned on immediately.
And Go Next needed a massive game, right? They were so close to hitting that 50-point threshold. But I don't know. This is wild. The fact is we're going to 9 for EMEA. This is wild.
It's been a big day here, and yeah, as you say, even more teams now rocking up to match point, joining the party, and the chaos is just going to get even crazier moving on to our next game.
My thing is, how many is it? Do we have half the lobby on match point? Is it just a couple? We moved from what, 5 to 7? Who knows? Regardless, we'll have to talk about it and break things down, because if FaZe Clan managed to pull that off, they deserve it. They 100% deserve it, because they got 2 full resets there, which is just, I don't have any words, Genome. Honestly, I've seen crazier things, but I don't know. That would have been one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about, you know, Alliance. There's been a couple of teams actually so far this series who have managed to pull off some ridiculous respawns. That trend continues, and Yeah, FaZe Clan was so close there. I think Cybercats also had a very good chance. I think they needed to close out that fight a little bit faster. If they had, they would have had a similar position to go next, like a very strong high ground stronghold, which they could have really started to impose their will upon the other teams. From that position, you know, looking down at teams like FaZe Clan below them, and maybe it would have become a more of a jockeying match between Go Next and Cybercats. But I think they played just a tiny bit scared there at the end, and ultimately that cost them.
I mean, I don't blame them for being a little scared. FA Kids coming in with Zidon, who's been a heavy hitter fragger for that roster, but you're right. They needed to deal with FA Kids sooner, but as we look at the match 8 results, Go Next, not only they take the win, but they do it with double-digit eliminations and get 23 points. I know we could talk about FaZe Clan, FA Kids, and Cybercats, but can we turn our attention over to Stay Healthy?
What's that 16 doing down halfway down the scoreboard there? You don't see that every day, Tiff.
What they doing over there? I don't know, but 20 points is massive. And honestly, they were one of the teams that was kind of outside the running. So that had to have done wonders for their ability to hit match point, but Aurora fell in 12th, Navi in 13th, Alliance in 16th. That was tough, right? Because they all kind of hail from the same area on World's Edge in regards to their POI drops. So of course, going down towards the south, they're going to have a lot of those same rotations, and obviously they just kind of took each other out.
Yeah, Alliance got to be really watching for that push early on next time. Having a look at our top 3 teams from that last game. Go Next pop off. Kashira on the crypto, the one putting the damage in. That's an interesting stat line.
That is massive. Farming the EMPs for sure. But let's go ahead and pull up the series results and see just what we're looking at before match number 9. We have 8 teams on match point. Oh my glob.
It's not even that many, Tiff. What do you mean? We had 16 in APAC North. We're only halfway there. Who knows how many matches we've got left?
Yeah, anytime it's an APAC North Regional Finals, I will watch it at the very beginning at like 2 a.m. for me, and then I'll go to bed and I'll wake up and I'll be like, oh my God, we're still going. Yeah, well now we're starting to get that here in EMEA. Stay Healthy, EXO Clan, just are able to do it. Now DMS, they were really close to being able to hit that 50, but unfortunately 1 point away. If we go again, Genome, there is a likely chance that DMS and Trojan roll up to the 50. But the biggest issue with the fact that this is taking so long are the teams that were on the fringe, that were so close to making it to Germany, to Split 2 playoffs, without actually needing to win this. They're kind of getting hung up in this long series.
Yeah, there's definitely less and less chance for anyone who's not just grabbing that number 1 spot. That's definitely a storyline that we have to keep thinking about as we edge closer and closer to the end of this series and the end of the split here in EMEA.
Well, I guess it's only a matter of time, right? But before that, we're going to cut to a quick break, and when we come back, more ALGS action.
Welcome back, everybody. We go next. Literally. Genome. I cannot believe Go Next take the dub. FaZe with 2 reses on the low ground cannot clutch it out. It was a really difficult situation, but to see Alliance go out early like that with what happened to Na'Vi, I mean, we have 8 teams now sitting at match point, and we are moving right back over to Storm Point.
Yeah, look, I don't know how many chances, how many lives that FaZe Clan need, but apparently, what was it, like 7 or something was not enough.
I can't.
Yeah, look, that was a nuts result. I'm surprised that you know, there was that many Mobies around. I'm surprised that people let them get away with it that many times. There's a lot of surprising things happening at the end of that game, but I am. If I am surprised, I'm happy that we're going to yet another game where it just gets so exciting at this end of a match point series because there's so many teams that can walk away with it.
Yeah, maybe we need just half the lobby. Let's get 2 more teams up in this with match point, right? So that way we can literally have half the lobby possibly qualify into split 2 playoffs. But I do want to highlight something that Tip mentioned before too. This was absolutely huge for Go Next because before this game, before this dub, they did have 43 points. They were close, but they were behind DMS originally, waiting patiently on the high ground. Even when FaZe was getting that res on the low ground, they knew if they gave up that high ground, that was going to be the opposing team to easily just walk in and then take the game after that. So patience wears off here and pays off rather for Go Next getting that dub for match 8. Now we do move on to Storm Point for our 9th game. EMEA taking a little bit longer than I was expecting originally, Gino, but this is what I like to see. This is why being consistent in getting these dubs, aside from the KP that we know that these teams are capable of, is so important when it comes to match point regional finals.
Oh yeah, I mean, the 16 from Stay Healthy in the last game. I mean, yeah, look, there's still there's quite a big gap between the top 10 and the bottom 10 at the moment, though, because I think, talking about 16, I think it's a 16-point jump from 11th place to getting up to 50, sitting at 34 at the moment. So there's still plenty of teams down the bottom that could play spoiler here, that could keep going. I mean, there was some people on Reddit trying to do the calculations of what is like the theoretical maximum of how long a match point series can go in the ALGS, and it's very high. I can tell you, right? I mean, you know, obviously very unrealistic conditions, but like you can have like 60 games. It's possible, Vicky.
Hold on here. Before I sit on the edge of my seat, 60 games, you say, would
you ready?
I mean, we got all the time in the world. I'm always ready for some more Apex Legends, especially when the competition is as tight as we're currently seeing it right now in EMEA. I really like the point that you just brought up, too, with the big gap there is with the bottom-end teams. You're thinking about maybe even Danish here with 34 points, right behind Trojan, who have 43 points. So that 10-point gap means that, hey, there's all these chances to get as many points as possible so that way you could at least stay in the top 8. So now that opportunity being presented to you, you got another game to go, and that gap is slowly starting to close for the teams that love to play for End Circle like Go Next.
Yeah, I mean, look, talking about gaps, the one between the first place team and the second place team overall, Alliance and Gaming Gladiators, is pretty stark right now, Vicky. I mean, Alliance is sitting up at 94 points, and Gaming Gladiators, who a lot of the other talent actually picked as the potential winners for today, are sitting down with 15 points only. That's a crazy difference between those two. And yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen a team, I think, going all the way back to one of the lands where we've seen a team get like over 100 points and not walk away as the winner of a match point series. I'm thinking of when NRG came second with Sweet on it at one point, and I think old DZ stole it away.
And Alliance are slowly approaching that threshold too, right? With 94 total points, they hit match point earlier on. I believe it was right after Cybercats. So now looking at where the circle is pulling, very similar look, but slightly different. It's not going to be pulling hard north of Pylon, maybe possibly out by the choke, but this benefits the likes of FaZe, which Pylon is their POI because they have a ring console right there on top of it all.
Yeah, do we see this one, you know, maybe even go further out towards launch pad? FaZe Clan certainly seem to think so, or at least they're, you know, potentially even just hedging their bets, sitting on that sort of area, that fence line as you move out from pylon towards launch pad. You know, they're not sitting on the high ground like they did last time when we saw that initial pylon circle today, Vicky.
Yeah, oh, and actually making the call to rotate by bridge side instead, closer to Devastated Coast. They're predicting this circle to pull by the outskirts north side of Devastated Coast like we've actually seen before in the past. Nags took a little bit of damage, though, on that rotate from the evac tower, but they have been able to find some space to coexist on the high ground here.
Okay, yeah, getting into it very early. The Cybercats with only the white armors, and you can see there's still some damage away from that. Playing this fight slowly, perhaps even just, you know, getting some chip damage in could be to their advantage. If they can do that in a way that allows them to tick up to blue armor before they fully commit, this might be a lot better for them.
And considering the fact that Cybercats are by Echo HQ, Aurora by Devastated Coast, FaZe already made their rotate here. We have so many of our match point teams already waiting to see where the circle is going to be pulling. You know that Kashiro's around the corner with that drone. Noting that here too, because they made their rotate from launch pad. So many squads have already made that early positioning play in holding underneath these bridges, or at least coexisting by north side of Devastated.
Lots of teams definitely thinking along those lines. And as you can see, the conduit still in play. We've got the energy barricade out there. We've got a drone flying around too. It's a nice little showcase of some legend abilities going on down here at Devastated Coast.
Especially with the amount of Watsons that we usually see here too. Go next. Get the finisher though on Oi Rain. That's something to keep your eye on to see if maybe Aurora could get Oi Rain back, but it's going to be very difficult with the amount of teams already here. Khalif taking a good amount of pressure now from the fused knuckle clusters, forcing him to get out of position. Right back to the safety of both branches, and Alonso, you know he was clenching right there too. At least we're able to get the reset here.
Oh, I hate this for Cybercats. I mean,
yeah.
They've been putting themselves in some very good positions so far today, Vicky, but I don't know about this one. This one looks like it's going to be very tough to play as FaZe eliminate Aurora, who have come so close a couple of times to taking out this series, but they won't be doing it in match 9.
Nice decision to fully send it on to the last member of Aurora too, right? Because Aurora essentially suffer from the same issues that Cybercat suffers from, which in this case, Cybercats being the only conduit, Aurora having the only lifeline, but now FaZe losing out on a member, while DMS also are feeling some pressure from afar. It looks like Navi's also shooting at them from the distance, and FaZe seeing if maybe they can reset here. Cinetic losing out on his life. They get the dirty on him too. Can they get the banner is the question.
That's a good question. They've had a lot of practice already in this series at doing just that, Vicky. So if anyone can, it's going to be FaZe Clan.
Alliance taking some notes here too, right? Just see how many reses we can try to get in a regional finals. We're trying to break records out here with the amount of Mobies that have been spawned in from EMEA. While Prestis is still on the low ground, Arctic is trying to take a different angle here while still trying to remain out of the line of sight of Navi, who are looking at them from those crates that you currently see on the left hand of your screen. Here comes the Moby. Prestis having to back away. The Motherload putting in some pressure here while Nags is giving him suppressed fire.
Cybercats down now in 6th place. That actually surprises me. You know, they had a couple of good games, but incredible how so many other teams have been so consistent to be able to reel them in and actually get ahead. I guess we are into match 9. There's been quite a few winners so far. FaZe Clan still trying to make this respawn happen, and there we go. Cinetic is back in.
They are in such a good spot too. The least contested spot, because it's going to be one of the hardest spots unless you have a team flying in with a Hail Mary or evac to really contest them in their position. That's why it was really good for them to make that rotation very early on from Pylon. When we take a look at the teams that are going to be rotating from the Echo HQ side of things, Danish, fighting off, I believe, against Gaming Gladiators, FA Kids, and there was a survey beacon by Echo too, so and a ring beacon. So that was for all that information. Well, kinda, and only 2 members left here from Na'Vi. They got the resonance in the tappy. He's gonna be able to pop the syringe in time. It's gonna be just that early circle damage to deal with, but it's gonna have to allow Na'Vi to now reposition out in the open.
Okay, yeah, Na'Vi trying to move north as the circle goes east. Very much moving over the top of launch pad. So, yeah, really all the teams reading that correctly. They either, you know, decided to stay on the south side, hanging around near Devo and Echo HQ, or you've got them sitting up towards launch pad. Ninjas in pajamas actually in a fairly good spot towards the main building in north pad. They've been, of course, struggling so far today. I guess it must be hard when you've got so much pressure on you to do well, and then you don't start the day well. Like the pressure just compounds from there.
Yeah, it makes it harder too, especially with the type of comps that they've been trying to rock here and on Storm Point where they found the success. Talking about Cybercats and the Gibby, it's difficult here to try to keep that up. Look at that evac tower into the combo on the mother load, letting everybody know who's around, but nobody's gonna be here in this corner while Blast is getting blasted over to the other side. He's trying to avoid feeling that pressure. Gaming Gladiators, once again, in a lot of trouble too, leaving Blast the last one alive.
Yeah, it's incredible how much of a rough time they've been having today, and once again going out early. That's so rough. Danish are stuck in there with free agent kids, and Na'Vi just trying to be a pain in the ass for both of these teams now as they rock up and try and finish this off.
It's going to be definitely difficult here, at least with Matafi going to be able to try to get that Bangalore ult to create that space, kind of get scanned. He sends out that nade up into the air. They hear the action going on right above them here, and they pull off the res right in front of their eyes for free here. Now Na'Vi are going to get aggressive.
This is just getting silly at this point, honestly. I mean, there's no way Na'Vi lose this fight now. I think the remaining 2 members looking at Kaina respawning just for some extra KP, essentially. As you can see, getting bodied as soon as he falls out. Actually finds his nice little spot on the silo there, but then realizes he's gonna have to get out sooner or later, and he goes down sooner.
They unfortunately could not even have a chance to reset there. It is Na'Vi who fight for that south side. Now nobody's going to be contesting them from the direction of Echo HQ, and they have a ring console too on top of it all, as Alliance with full red evos trying to find that last straggler as La Vista 2 blacklist. 13 squads left. Alliance still alive in this lobby as they are looking to claim even more players here with Na'Vi 2 to join them up. So many other teams sitting at match point that are still alive.
Round 2 closing, and Alliance are on full reds. That is a scary prospect for ANC Outplayed, who are pulling up just to the east of them, as well as players who are down there. You can see Shroomf having a look-see from a little bit lower. But yeah, look, Alliance, they're closing in on 100 points now, Vicky. Of course, this match series has gone longer than usual, so it's, you know, maybe not quite as impressive as 100 you pull out in a 6-game series during Pro League, but it's certainly nothing to sneeze at. These guys have been rolling today, and, well, I wouldn't be surprised if they continued that sort of form and took it out here in Game 9.
Yeah, that's to put into perspective, by the way, that I believe Unlucky has had a total of 29 kills over the course of today's games. That is literally more than all the total kills that every squad has gotten, minus Na'Vi and FaZe. So just to put that into perspective, that's how crazy Unlucky has been going for Alliance. But they have to get that dub. Shroom is creeping up from right behind Alliance, trying to stay alive in this case. Maybe trying to see if he can get a different angle with the rest of players who are holding the building over to their south side.
And, you know, like, he had such massive shoes to fill with coming in. You know, Yuki had been such a long-time stalwart of the Alliance team, and for Unlucky to come in and prove his worth like this must be so gratifying to a player who gets picked up by, you know, what has been the best team in the EMEA region for quite some time. And he's really proved his worth today. Those couple of clutches, honestly, worth it just for that. Let's see if he's feeling himself right now and going to a listen in.
There's a team on the rocks, we send them, okay?
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Putting up, let's go. Oh, what the fuck? I can grapple.
Small tree. I don't see, I think they went around storm, bro.
Okay,
Take zip
take
all the way,
rocks
take zip all the way.
again. Take
Yeah,
the rocks, take the rocks.
they zipped on the main building, we're chilling.
Okay,
No one here.
okay, take the rocks, take the rocks, take the rocks. We gotta watch our rocks.
They died, yeah.
Okay,
They
give me
died.
this.
Yeah. We can fuck the team on the right, push it. Hide.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, be careful your back.
Can we take, is there anyone catwalk or not?
Okay.
Yes.
What the fuck is this guy doing?
Ash 80.
Okay,
I'm going back.
I'm watching your back.
Yeah, watch your back.
Alright, so 2 teams
We're still in here.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 teams building, guys.
Okay.
Team catwalk.
Car? They're driving it open.
Yeah, car behind.
They're playing the spot.
How much
I think we fight this team. I think we fight this team, guys.
Okay, you're on with
Yeah, let's turn around.
Okay.
Listen, I'm gonna go far right. They're getting bullied in the spot. They're getting bullied.
Yeah, one on ping.
I can go around. And shoot them in the back, and you guys play forward on the tunnel.
Okay.
Just careful the fucking catwalk. Careful. They might be
I'm
coming to you.
pushing
They
them
might be
back
coming to you. They are
They're
coming to you.
not.
Your direction. Yeah, Bangalore there. One guy was close to you.
back again, though.
One guy playing bins.
One guy
Choose on the
back.
bins.
Grappling back. 2 guys grappling back. 2 guys there.
Yeah, I'm just holding this side.
I got
I got
no good smoke.
I bangled it.
Listen,
Go back a little bit.
we listen. Building is not in, by the way. We can just 3P outside too. We can play on where you guys are.
Yeah.
I bangled this team, by the way.
I'm
Just play the finger. Yeah, just play the finger. I'm coming back to you guys.
Finger?
I have a sip too. I have a sip as well.
I'm gonna play the rocks in for now here. In fact, I'll do. We have to watch
Wait.
it. Fucking
Yeah, I'm going back there.
Team in the middle finger, by the way.
Yeah, I'm just holding left for now, okay?
Yeah.
Catwalk team is in.
I'm watching right here.
We're a little bit fucked here. We gotta kill them.
Fuck,
How many?
Do it,
I'm rotating.
do it.
Yeah, I'm rotating.
Under me.
30.
What's on?
Blood me.
50.
Holy fuck.
One.
Just touching.
Blood.
Watch for 3P.
You have Mobby? You do.
Yeah, I do. But they're pushing, I think.
Yeah, close to me. Look at me. I'm peeking.
I'll try to. Go on in. Have fun! Let's go on!
Make one, I'm pushing.
Okay, I'm grabbing in. Off to the back, wait. All you.
Fuse one.
I'm sipping it down.
Chill one.
No,
I'm good.
okay.
Chill. Rest.
I can't. Okay. Go back.
Call Mobby and take banner.
I'm trying 1 second batting.
Yeah, mid coming. I'm getting fucked from catwalk. They're running maybe towards us.
Where? I don't see
Bangalore
it.
get this. No, they're not pouring towards us.
Getting better right now.
Bangalore died. All dead. There's new team from Pylon.
Yeah, I'm looting right now. I'm getting the banner.
Yeah.
I can rest here, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna loot. I have to
Oh, you're
slug
shooting me.
you
I
again.
got a bad thing. I need to sit the right, Taylor.
An incredible turnaround from Alliance here. They hit the 100-point barrier. A great call that it was only a duo behind. They get completely caught off guard by Trojan, but they turn around, and with that knowledge, they have the confidence to take that fight. And now they're getting unlucky back. 25 seconds. It's going to be a tough rotate. There's still a couple of teams ahead of them, Vicky, but damn, if anyone can make this through, it's Alliance.
That was so, oh my gosh, Hockey takes so much damage. Unlucky comes back. He's able to get a shield swap right there by the death boxes. But it's the fact that Alliance were able to clutch that side by side as a duo with Thernal looking at them too. They clear up that north side of the circle. But Genome, this circle is a circle we've seen before. It is pulling toward the rocks north side of Echo where Na'Vi have been holding, where FaZe has height right now looking at them currently.
Yeah, that was a single member of Cybercats, by the way, just cowering in the corner. The conduit could be someone to look for at the end of this. Na'Vi trying to get the res off here, and Alliance getting into a fight with Eternal. Looks like Ninjas in Pajamas kept moving on, so it's just between these two teams now on the northeastern side. Eternal, though, they're playing Wraith Ash, by the way, so they've got plenty of movement options to make their rotation quickly, but Effect has not made the journey with them.
The kitchen's on fire here for Eternal. They gotta figure out how to put out the flames here with the circle pulling up behind Alliance. This is insane. With 8 squads left, Go Next still alive, and Hockey's being the last one alive for Alliance. Cannot keep the dream up here for the rest of the teams. 6 squads left, and the teams at match point that are still alive, Go Next, Na'Vi, FaZe, EXO, and the teams that could stop them. You got NIP. I'm thinking Eternal. Those last 2 teams could try to make some magic happen here.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance have locked in essentially winning the Pro League split. They've probably locked in at least a 2nd place here today, but they won't be taking out the win. They've done everything but. Na'Vi, they're playing the low ground here from the broken house, well within the circle. FaZe have the high ground, sitting up controlling this bridge, and then the other few teams essentially are just looking on from outside the circle. How much sort of space will FaZe give them? Not a lot. Arctic putting them down here with a 30-30.
Huge 30-30 shots, finding that knock onto Missy. I love the different angles that we currently see FaZe taking. They're controlling so much space from the back of the bridge. They're holding the middle part of the bridge, and then looking at Na'Vi on the other side, where there is a Moby on top of Go next to create also some extra space. And another res is coming in. Altherno are still alive, dropping into the line of sight of NIP.
Oh, Moby's just going crazy today. Absolutely the preferred survival item. Well, I don't know, unless you refuse, I suppose. All right, round 5 now closes. We've got 30 seconds left for Eternal to come in, but they're going to have to get past the gauntlet of NIP. Go next also on the other side of this bridge behind those Watson fences. Na'Vi, the ones who really just have to sit and wait for the other teams to come to them.
This is going to be difficult to try to rotate from the low ground. When you know Na'Vi is looking at all the teams coming in from the bridge side, NIP are still playing off that low ground height here, while FaZe kind of split their direction too, looking at Na'Vi. Now as the circle closes in, everything, all the cards on the table for NIP. Can they make this happen with the amount of mother loads that are circling around them?
Yeah, I mean, I think... yeah, they're the only team that are left who aren't on match point. It might be up to Ninjas in Pajamas to make this go to the full 10 matches. Well, double digits, not the full. It could go even further, who knows. But chances are that we end it here. So many other teams, 4 teams still alive, and all of them vying for the #1 place.
This is such a tough spot to even rotate from. If you're NIP, you have everybody looking at you. Go next is over to your side. Zane's about to be met with a little surprise. Na'Vi on the other side here too, but they have Amphi being on this here, giving them the information that they need with the heartbeat sensor. You smoke out the high ground here for FaZe, who were looking at them originally, but do you take this zip? Do you try to commit? Oh, Na'Vi is trying to commit onto FaZe on the high ground? Are you kidding me?
This is so good for NIP. They just get to take over the building. All of a sudden, they've had a lot of space cleared for them by that move. Na'Vi are locked into this now with NIP trying to get the shots through the building. Just want to hit that one pixel on the foot.
Wow, the moving from the building in this case. Right early on, as ExoCloud now moved into NIP, have a squad coming up from right behind him. Exo in the line of sight, though, of NIP. FaZe get the follow-up here, too, as they still hold on to the high ground. Na'Vi with that move. They go down here, possibly. Go next. Exo meet their demise, and NIP is still alive.
They're going for the res. This is desperate. They need it with the other person full killed. FaZe trying to get the information out there with focus of attention. They hit that. So many ultimates going down right now. FaZe Clan, they're on top and they're in control. They even get the opening onto Na'Vi.
Oh, they try to get the follow-up here too, but Synthetic does not want to overextend. He holds onto the height. FaZe Clan now. Arctic drops down. He sees the fighting happening right in front of him. Na'Vi fully send it onto NIP. This is FaZe to third party as Na'Vi is eliminated.
They're fully up. They've got all 3 members. FaZe Clan win the EMEA Regional Finals.
Bask in it. FaZe Clan. It took 9 games to crown a winner within EMEA, and FaZe with the patience waiting on the high ground after Na'Vi made their move. FaZe wins game 9. They win the regional finals. I can't make this up. Can you imagine a world where NIP was healthy after Na'Vi fully sent it to them?
I mean, you've got to remember that FaZe got a respawn at the start of that game as well. The mobile respawn beacon is their best friend. They got so close in those last couple of games, but then, wow. I mean, yeah, they played that one so well, just really holding on to that high ground. And every time someone chose an angle that even remotely threatened them, they were the ones out trading them, making them stay away. Yeah, it was a masterclass in controlling space there from FaZe Clan.
That was amazing performance there too. One of the teams rocking the catalyst and holding their position on that height. That is also to highlight the fact that they went for an early rotate off the rip. We talked about it before when that game 9 had started, where they land over by pylon. They took an evac tower. Like a lot of other teams within the vicinity, they wanted to be able to find space on that bridge. This time it was FaZe that found it on the high ground, and they held it even after getting that res on top of it because nobody else was there to contest them.
Yeah, that was a nuts ending there, and FaZe. Yeah, well, look, FaZe in 9. That's the ending here for EMEA.
We can't do this alone though, Gino. While breaking down the action to the very end, I want to bring Rain Day back in because 9 games it took for FaZe to take the dub. So many teams hitting match point.
Yeah, I mean, that's all. Just 9 games. FaZe, they had it in. They were unfazed. They knew it was going to them in that final zone. We tried to build the story of NIP, and I know you guys can't hear me. Stream can, and I'm just letting you guys know you can't hear me, but Stream could. So I was doing that for your own. So, you know, when I was screaming while you guys were casting, you couldn't hear me on Discord. But FaZe, they do it. They were unfazed, and they were so excited to obviously grab this. It's a well-deserving thing coming off, I think, a storied performance at LAN that put them on the map, traveling across Europe, having their family members join, seeing Synetic's parents, I think siblings in the crowd in Los Angeles, kind of a surreal experience. Now seeing it translate to the FaZe pickup and then heading into Split 2, winning regional finals. You know, Genome, there's really nothing more than you would want for a team like this to have a trajectory, especially at the start from Split 1 to Split 2 heading into playoffs now.
Yeah, and the way they played in LA really felt to me like a team who could go further, right? It wasn't a team who, you know, overperformed or something like that. To me, it looked like a team who was on their way to the top.
And they certainly stay there. A big win. They were, interestingly enough, in 3rd place coming into this, and they were 15 points behind Gaming Gladiators, but I think that 3rd will not be where they end. It could be something even better than that, considering Gaming Gladiators Day, which I'm sure they will want to forget as soon as possible. FaZe Clan, though, with 23 points and the win in regional finals. That's what they were hoping for. It means no dream for Cybercats, who find themselves in 9th place in this final game. NIP, they came close. They really did, guys, but it was too late and too little with Not a Spinseer, ExoClan go next, rounding out the top 5. If it wasn't them, it was ending, and it certainly did end. Our final 10 teams in this final lobby of our EMEA regional finals. We'll show you in just a moment here as we move to our 10 to 20. And those teams, obviously, well, they'll be wanting a little bit more after this. What to take away, if you are making it into Germany, what do you build off of here? Because ultimately, there's nothing in Apex that gets lifted. There's no prize money that gets shared that doesn't allow these teams to do it without figuring out how to thrive in a match point scenario. So if there was something wanting, how do you figure it out? Those are questions maybe some of these teams will be answering as you take a look at it here. Vicky, your first reaction. Alliance, they will win the day overall, but we all know that #1 position in terms of our regional finals winner will go to FaZe Clan.
Talking about DMS, stay healthy. Cybercats safe out here too after the series results for today was actually insane. Can we talk about Alliance with the triple digits, 103, failing to get the dub after hitting match point, but looking all the way down where we saw a lot of teams really making the come up. You mentioned NIP. Unfortunately, it took 9 games for them to really show up at the very end. They were able to get 21 KP, but those placement points are so important, and unfortunately, the rotations were just not really working out for them. Even the decision making and trying to take some fights. But then you look at the other side, ExoClan. We saw highlights from Exo, Aurora, pinpointing Alliance back on World's Edge, making small plays like this to really alter the way that this overall standings of today may affect the overall standings of the entire region.
Well, speaking of the overall standings of the entire region, the questions that we've been asking, well, we have the answers here very soon. Who is going to Mannheim? In just about a month, we're going to find out who will be on stage competing and representing EMEA. Here it comes. It is ExoClan, Trojan, Passion UA, Go Next Esports, Nodus Finseer, Gaming Gladiators, FaZe Clan with their win will move into second place overall in Split 2 in EMEA, and Alliance will take the overall Split 2 Pro League win. DMS, FA Kids just missing out, but Genome, it seems like, looking at this, we probably got the teams that deserve to be there from EMEA.
Yeah, consistency, the name of the game here in the Pro League, and the 8 top teams who were coming into today as the top 8 remained, right?
Yeah.
ExoClan, they were the one who was most at risk of falling out. They had a solid performance. I think it was coming 6th. That locks them in, shuts the gate behind them, and no one manages to sneak in. Not Cybercats, who were so very close at times, and some of these other teams, Aurora down the bottom, who had such a good day, even though their split might not have been as impressive.
I gotta say, even though Gaming Gladiators with 20th got 0 points today, they still ended up 3rd overall. So that just should give you a perspective of how good their other 9 match days were. 2 second places and an overall win in match day, I believe, number 8. Now, heading into this back half, teams that are still in our Pro League right now, which is a great thing. This is something that was well-deserved. The young Hong Kong on Danish, he felt that this would be the land that he would get a chance to show up at and to meet him, and we were very excited. That's not going to happen, but maybe the bigger story, NIP, Vicky. I mean, you know, how much can we do? Beat a horse, right? It's not something that we need to keep belaboring, but this is unfortunately a team that we expect always to be representing, and they will miss out this time around.
It's a little strange to say that we're about to go into a land without Nasky, but you know what? Such is the competition here within Pro League, within the ALGS. I mean, even looking at teams like Cybercats on that back page, you know, after their crazy performance today, it took the first place finish for them to even try to qualify, and it wasn't even close to enough here. While we look at this following page here, Rain Day.
Yeah, these teams, they did not participate today. We did get a little Nessie participation in Graceful joining us on the broadcast. But it's always a tough one because you don't have anything guaranteed when you go into this lobby. You're kind of hoping for a miracle, and you get close. Cybercats, 2 wins out of 3 games. That was special. We thought there could have been something, but as these experienced pros know, there is a little bit of repetition to this. There is a little bit of, it kind of settles where you feel mostly this roster, this region should be, and that's what ended up taking place today. The teams that were in the top 8 positions stayed there, and they will be going to Mannheim, Germany. Exciting day for them. Let's walk back the action of our last 3 games. We thought it could go forever, Vicky, and it was close in match 7 to ending as well.
Yeah, I was okay if we were going to go to 10 games. All the more Apex for us to enjoy out here within the EMEA region, but got to leave some room over for NA so that way they can also punch their ticket over to Mannheim and join the rest of our squads here. But in this game, this was crazy. We were able to cover this. I believe it was Tiff and I, and we saw Navi had rotated to the back end. Who was waiting for them on the other side closest to the bridge? It was Alliance and Aurora, who were inside the building. You can see kinda with the accidental melee before they try to fully send it onto Alliance. Not only do they lose out on this fight, but this was the green line for Aurora to scoop in and not only take the dub, but this was the win that set them up at match point.
Yeah, and then match number 8, obviously, you know, Genome looking at this one, Go Next, they're in a pretty decent position. You've got FaZe, though, making this comeback play. It's really just the game of resets.
Yeah, it was insane. I thought surely after they'd, you know, pilfered the first Moby out of the death boxes down the bottom that there wouldn't be another one, but somehow they take 2 hits and go again. This swing also looked so good. I mean, yeah, they get that first knock onto Kaina. I guess it's the EMP, so maybe it was just that, you know, that little trick, the one they had left in the bag, that Go Next keep for a rainy day, and that helps them turn the tide and win the fight against FaZe.
And look at that. I mean, what you could see there. Go Next, if they win a game later, right in here, they are your champions as well. But that was the game that got them onto match point. And Dia, you know, he was just cringing at that. He could have been right. He could have predicted it. At the end of the day, though, it was FaZe Clan. Many of you love the org and have been following them since the trick shot days back and before. And now FaZe Clan newly picking up former Omit and finding a way to you know, just I think with Cinetic and Arctic, Made in Heaven, excuse me, with Cinetic, Arctic, and Nags, just get the job done. This is a team that's got belief behind them. They've got the support of an org with them. And I got to say, I will say this, though Alliance didn't win, I need to give a special shout out here to Unlucky, who, remember I said that gap between Effect and Unlucky was 14 kills? It's only 3 now. I mean, Effect got a ton of kills today. Unlucky, I think he just had over 30 kills. An incredible performance individually. Alliance get the job done, but maybe more important narratives here are the fact that FaZe able to jump from 3rd to 2nd and also claim the regional finals. It's a ton of confidence, Vicky. That's the exact type of thing you want heading into a major LAN tournament. Your last time to really play in the Pro League. You do the absolute best that you can, and your org and all of your fans are now rooting for you to take it home.
Now you got the FaZe up sign coming through the crowd to welcome FaZe. That's going to be a fantastic sight to see. And it's about sending a message with the amount of KP you could achieve. But just like we have in regional finals over at LAN, match point finals, the team who takes the dub is the team that comes out on top.
Yeah, it's a game that has to be taken. I feel that is it's a very astute thing, pretty much for any game, but some games they can be given a little easier. Apex, you just have to be the aggressor, and FaZe have shown that they can do it. Watch out for them in Mannheim. They will be a team to watch. But a team that we enjoyed watching as well today is, of course, FaZe, but maybe a specific player who I want to highlight in my MVP as we head into the end of our broadcast is none other than FaZe Arctic. And I think this was just an amazing showcase from a player who brought not just the damage, because when you look at the stats and you go at, he's one of the top kill leaders overall in this lobby today, and definitely the top kill leader overall for FaZe. But when you go even farther than that, you start to compare damage. He's only a few behind Cinetic with 8,000 damage. And this is the big thing for me. He plays the characters that make a difference and that change up your roster. Whether it's the Watson that we saw on World's Edge, or whether it's the Catalyst here, the flexibility and the responsibility to have to make good decisions in moments like this. The small things like joining us from FaZe Clan. Congratulations on the win, my friend. And I just want to know, how are you feeling? This has got to be a lot of emotion, a lot of positive emotion, I'm sure. Walk me through just your experience right now, having been declared the winner of EMEA.
It feels good, man. I don't know. It was a good day. Everything aligned for us.
I'll add on to that for you, because while it feels good, this isn't necessarily typical. We've seen your guys' rise over Split 1, and we had a lot of trust that you were a team to watch. Now with the FaZe pickup, talk to me a little bit about what FaZe means as an org for you guys, the support that's gone on. Has anything changed significantly? Do you guys feel more confident now? What's contributing to this run of success that you guys are having?
I mean, yeah, getting signed to FaZe is just obviously crazy. It's the biggest org in the world, the best org in the world. We got to hold ourselves to a very high standard. Obviously, we can't be lacking under FaZe.
I like it's literally just stone cold. It's another day at work here for you guys. I mean, you basically had punched your ticket in. Even with you guys performing amazingly today, you guys are very consistently performing well throughout the course of the split. So now that you guys are comfortable here, looking at how long it took though for you guys to get the dub, is there anything different that you and the team would be doing, considering that it did take 9 matches for one of the match point teams within EMEA to take the dub?
I mean, yeah, we definitely had a couple of hiccups. Could have closed that out a lot faster. Even the game prior to the last game, we could have taken that. We missed out on quite a few points. We were quite late to match point, but it's the long game.
Yeah, look, Talk us through some of the respawn plays you had to make today, because that was the sort of the recurring theme. It seemed there were just so many places where it was like, oh, okay, you know, down to one, I guess they'll be out soon, and then all of a sudden, you know, just phase members flooding in from the sky again and again. So like, how much do you guys like prioritize those Mobies? Were you just pilfering them from other death boxes? You know, walk us through the many respawns we saw today.
I mean, yeah, we just had teams jumping on our heads and giving us kills and fucking Mobies. I don't know.
So before we jump, Arctic, because at the end of the day, I'm aware of this. Not everybody wins regional finals, let alone gets interviewed as MVP. So I'm going to give you one more opportunity to say something, if you want, just about your team, about yourself, to your fans. Anything that you want to say here, because this is an opportunity. Who knows? Next time anybody will get it, you will get it. So floor is yours before we say goodbye.
Yeah, shout out Caleb, shout out Michael, shout out them. They've been a great deal of help to us. Really refined our gameplay over the last few weeks. And obviously shout out Nags and Synetic for the goats. Phase up.
All right. Thank you, Arctic. Appreciate it. FaZe Arctic, MVP and winners here of our regional finals in EMEA. Congratulations, and we will see you in Mannheim.
Thank you.
Man, a few words there, Vicky, but obviously locked in.
Yeah, again, he just looked like he was here ready to perform. They knew that they were going to be able to come out on top. And if anything, they could at least iron out what they had issues with. It sounds like that they had already discussed it, which is a great case here. When you know that you've made it into Mannheim, Germany, you're going to be competing in Split 2, where finding out what those mistakes are early on is more important now more than ever when it comes to competing against the best of the best in every region around the world.
Genome.
Yeah, look, you know, if you want to be the best in Apex, like, you can't have any passengers, right? You need three amazing players. And Nags, we've seen that from him in the past. Synetic, I think, has actually had some, you know, some focus on him with how amazing some of the plays he's made have been. And now for Arctic to get the MVP as well today, I think that just shows you how well-rounded this FaZe Clan team is. And that is something that could see them go very far when they get to Mannheim.
All right, well, you know, we have another show coming in just a few hours. So while I might give you more final thought moments for that one, I want to save your energy because we've got something right around the corner. So thank you, Vicky and Genome. We'll let you go for now. We'll see you very soon. And Tiff as well, thank you so much for all the efforts in EMEA. We'll see you shortly. Coming up, where we will see them, and myself included, is the NA Regional Finals, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Pacific Time. If you're tracking your clocks, that's in about an hour and 6 minutes as I have it, wherever you are. So check it out. Maybe go grab some food, grab a beverage, go on a walk, and get ready to do it. Because guess what? We've got our 8 teams in EMEA going to Split 2. We're finding 12 in North America, and we're finding you, thousands of you, hopefully, who are going to be joining us in Mannheim, Germany. Shaheen was joking about it. He said the Euros really gave us a preview this month of what the big event is going to be, which is in August. Of course, that's us he's referring to. Yes, we are bigger than the Euros for sure. Go to ALGS.ea.com and book your ticket to what will be the most exciting event in Germany of the year. We guarantee it. All right, we don't guarantee it, but you know it is going to be a great time. And you know you should be there. It's going to be a blast as well. Make sure you keep in touch with everything we're doing on Apex Legends. If you missed the time, we've got Play Apex Esports on Twitter, which will keep you posted on when we go live and all the match day highlights to see who qualified and things like that. Also, make sure to follow twitch.tv/PlayApex if you're watching now, or Play Apex Esports on YouTube as well. Big shout out to EA. Go download and play Apex during the break if you can, and all of our production team at Esports Engine for helping us put it together. From Tiff, Vicky, Genome, and myself, Rainday, we wish you a great little break. And as always, remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we will see you in an hour for North America.
Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel.